Yilin has been madly pursuing the school beauty Ling Feishue for many years. However, when he mustered up the courage to confess his love for the 999th time, she still ruthlessly rejected him in public. Just when he decided to give up and be with Lan Yuyu, Ling Feishue became anxious and even insulted Lan Yuyu maliciously. Ling Feishue's ridicule hurt Lan Yuyu's heart, but there was only one voice in her heart. Yilin would not abandon her. Faced with the cold eyes and inferiority complex of her classmates, Lan Yuyu endured all the loneliness and anxiety alone. When Lan Yuyu was heartbroken and crying because of a bad word, Yilin would not tolerate any injustice towards her and decided to fight for her dignity and opportunities in his own way. After reaching a reconciliation with Duan Shu Bao, Yilin decided not to dwell on past grudges and rearrange everything. He contacted Huang Jinlong and asked a decorator to come and redecorate the store. Yilin was not in a hurry to renovate the store and told Huang Jinlong that he only needed to send a decoration team. Anyway, even if the store is not open, he can still receive 1,000 yuan in compensation every day. This arrangement makes him feel at ease. He looked out the window, a look of relief on his face. The renovation of the store meant he had more time to deal with other matters. Even so, he knew in his heart that although these trivial matters were not urgent, he could not really relax. The only thing that made him feel a little stressed was that he had less and less time to spend with Lan Yuyu. At the same time, Qin Hui's shop was sealed off, the boss's whereabouts were unknown, and the salary that was supposed to be paid became a problem. The 4 female employees who used to work with Qin Hui saw that the future was full of uncertainty. They had to plead with Yilin through Su Xiling, hoping to find a job in Yilin's store. Looking at their expectant faces, Su Xiling felt complicated. She understood that if they had stood with Yilin, perhaps the current situation would be completely different. Those lost girls were not completely incapable, they just missed the opportunity to choose. However, facing their request, Yilin agreed without hesitation. He knew that these people were not loyal enough to the company and would not be able to stand with the company if it encountered difficulties in the future. Yilin directly rejected Su Xiling and told her, "Don't do this kind of thing in the future. Do your job well, and don't take responsibility for others." His tone was calm when he spoke, but there was determination in that calmness, as if he had been prepared for something like this. His years of work experience have taught him to recognize those who appear humble but actually have ulterior motives. For Yilin, ability and loyalty are the foundation of an employee. Yilin knew very well that there was no shortage of workers, and many of them were even beginners who could make perfect drinks as long as they follow the recipe. Therefore, when he trains new employees, he only focuses on operational skills and service awareness, which is enough to meet the needs of existing stores. Due to the store renovation, Su Xiling and the others had nothing to do, so Yilin arranged for them to handle the affairs of the new store in Jiangsheng and made some arrangements for their busy schedule. This not only ensures that work proceeds smoothly, but also avoids unnecessary trouble when they are free. In order to fulfill his compensation responsibility, Duan Shubao finally decided to sell one of his shops. He originally planned to give the shop to Yilin as compensation, but Yilin did not accept this kindness. Yilin knew that these things would be resolved sooner or later, and his life was getting busier and busier. In particular, he was getting less and less time to spend with Lan Yuyu, which made him feel anxious. Thinking of his father Yi Aigua, who was idle at home every day, Yilin felt that his father might be able to help him share some of the work. Ever since he brought back the banner with the words "heroic act," his father began to constantly mention this matter in front of relatives and friends, as if he was afraid that others didn't know that he had such a heroic son. As soon as Yilin reached the door of his house, he heard an unusual conversation coming from inside the house. He slowed down his pace, couldn't help but stick to the door, and listened carefully to the voice inside. "Your son has really become different." There was a hint of unconscious pride in Mother Su Qing's voice. "What does it have to do with me?" Father Yi Aigua pretended to be indifferent, but he couldn't hide the joy in his words. "You're so stubborn. You always say you don't care about your son, but every time you come you're tidying up his room," the mother said with a slightly teasing tone. "Okay, I'm leaving." Su Qing pushed open the door. Yilin was startled by the sudden conversation and slammed the door. "Oh, I was just about to open the door." "Huh? Mom, why are you here?" Yilin similit akardli. Su Qing was stunned when she saw her son's appearance. She suddenly realized that her son had finally become the ideal person in her mind. "Can I come?" Su Qing still spoke toughly, but the tenderness in her eyes had already overflowed. Of course, Mom. Why don't you and Xiaoxiu move back? Then our family can be reunited. Yilin said softly, with a hint of pleading in his eyes. He knew that his mother's rejection was not without reason, and she had many unresolved issues in her heart. But he firmly believed that as long as he became good enough, his mother would change her mind and be willing to go home. So what if you move back? Have you led Xiaoxiu astray? Su Qing did not look back and hurried away with the lunchbox. Yilin stood there, watching his mother leave, and silently made up his mind to do better and become his mother's real pride. He knew that this day might not be far away. Back home, Yi Aigua, the father, sat on the sofa and looked at Yilin with concern. Xiaolin, ignore your mother. She has that kind of temper. She doesn't know how to cherish you for being so soft-hearted and hard-mouthed. Yilin sat down and was silent for a while. At this moment, his heart was filled with expectations and worries about the future. He lowered his head and said in a low voice, Dad, do you blame me? Father Yi Aigua was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, How can I blame you? You are my son. How could I blame you? Yilin whispered, Because I made you quit your job and divorce Mom. His words were full of guilt, as if the heavy burden that had been weighing on his heart all these years had finally burst out. His father looked at him, frowned slightly, and said in a gentle tone, What nonsense are you talking about? Let's not talk about the past. After all, it's all for you. I resigned voluntarily. I just want to accompany you and make up for the regret of not being able to take good care of you in the past. When Yilin heard this, a warm feeling welled up in his heart and his eyes couldn't help but moisten. Dad, I believe that Mom will soon change her opinion of me. As long as I do better, she will definitely come back. I believe in you. His father patted his shoulder, his eyes full of encouragement and hope. After finishing his meal, Yilin took the food to the hospital to visit Lan Fugue's family. Although the journey was not long, it was full of new expectations and responsibilities for him. In the dance studio, Su Xian was practicing basic cheerleading moves with Lan Yuyu, Gao Mengmeng, and Huangbai. Although a few days had passed, the three of them were still clumsy in their movements. Especially Lan Yuyu, who seemed to be very cautious in every move, as if she couldn't let herself go. Su Xian's patience had reached its limit, and she felt helpless. The competition was about to begin, and the sudden addition of these three people was simply incredible to her. She knew that although the cheerleading team was to cheer for the team, it was also a representation of the school's image. Thinking of the performance of these three people, Su Xian felt that the school's reputation would be dragged down by them. What made her even more helpless was that Yilin asked her to accept these three people. Although she was extremely dissatisfied, Su Xian could only accept it silently. She could have gone to the principal to report this problem, but she knew that Yilin's ball skills had been demonstrated at the school sports meet, and his participation could bring honor to the school, and he might even be noticed by a prestigious school. Whenever she thought of this, Su Xian sighed secretly. For Yilin's future, she could only continue to endure. There was not much time for training, and even though the three's movements were not good-looking, Su Xian had no choice but to let them join the group training and try to arrange them in less conspicuous positions. But when he thought of Huang Bai's figure, Su Xian felt even more depressed. A boy with a prominent figure would stand out no matter how he looked at him. You three shouldn't go back tonight. We need to work together later. Su Xian stood at the door with a serious voice. After hearing this, the three put their shoes away and sat quietly waiting. They felt complicated, knowing that others did not think highly of them. Especially when facing other members of the cheerleading team, their anxiety and inferiority became stronger. Not long after, other cheerleaders entered the dance studio one after another. They looked at the three curiously, whispering to each other, wondering why these three people were here. Yishui, look, isn't that the girl who is with your brother every day? Shinseki pointed at Lan Yuyu and said in a low voice. Yishui looked over and recognized Lan Yuyu. She couldn't help but frown in confusion. What are they doing here? Shinseki shrugged. I don't know either. Zhao Rongrong was also confused. She whispered to Ling Feishua. Feishua, look, isn't that Lan Yuyu? Why are they here? Ling Feishua looked at Lan Yuyu, obviously a little surprised. What are they doing here? Isn't it inappropriate? Seeing that everyone was present, Su Xian clapped her hands, walked to the center of the dance studio, and said in a serious tone, Classmates, our cheerleading team has 3 new members today. Let's get to know them first. She motioned for the 3 to come over to her and began to introduce them one by one. This is Gao Mengmeng. Gao Mengmeng smiled and greeted politely. Hello, everyone. This is Lan Yuyu. Lan Yuyu lowered her head, her inner anxiety and shyness clearly visible. The last one is Huang Bai. Huang Bai's smile was a bit vulgar and didn't seem appropriate for such an occasion. Looking at the three, the other cheerleaders' faces were clearly filled with dissatisfaction. They were all strictly selected by the school, and each of them had outstanding appearances, but these three did not meet the standards of the cheerleading team in terms of appearance or temperament. One of the girls couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Sue, why did you accept them?" Sue Xin said indifferently, "No reason, don't ask nonsense. We are performing on behalf of the school. How can we let these people join us?" Another girl said angrily. Gao Mingming immediately retorted, "Who are you saying is bringing shame to the school? I'll call out whoever is ugly." The girl did not give in and spoke in a contemptuous tone. Sue Xin watched the situation become increasingly tense, and her anger began to rise, but she remained calm and chose to acquiesce to their quarrel. She knew that once emotions erupted, it would make the situation more complicated. Huang Bai stood in front of Gao Mingming and Lan Yuyu and shouted angrily, "Who are you calling ugly?" The girl was not willing to be outdone. "You are not allowed to say it's ugly. You can come here even if you are a man. You really have no respect for the law." "That's right. Our cheerleading team is made up of girls. What are you doing here as a guy? You must have a purpose." Another girl echoed. Huang Bai was indignant. "I am not pure. You are just pretending. If you really take off all your clothes and stand in front of me, I won't even bother to look at you." The argument went on, and the scene fell into chaos. Sue Xin finally couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Shut up!" Following her roar, everyone fell silent. Sue Xin then walked to the door, slammed it shut, and said in a stern tone, "What are you arguing about? What are you scolding? The three of them are already members of the cheerleading team. Anyone who has any objections can quit now." The entire dance studio fell silent. Obviously, everyone understood that if they quit, it would be equivalent to giving up the opportunity to travel for free, and no one wanted to miss this good opportunity. "Okay, everyone get ready. Let's start training." Sue Xion's voice returned to calm, and he began to guide everyone to review. The other cheerleaders quickly got into the groove, their movements smooth and natural with almost no drag, while Lan Yuyu, Gao Mingming, and Huang Bai, who were standing aside, seemed particularly cramped, their movements stiff and without any sense of coordination. Although they have been practicing for a few days, there's still a clear gap compared to other team members. In the repeated joint training, the performance of the three became more and more awkward, especially Huang Bai, whose fat body made every move of his look particularly funny, and everyone couldn't help but laugh quietly. Lan Yuyu was even more depressed. She stood in a corner, lowered her head, and dared not look anyone in the eye. She sincerely hoped that she could disappear in the crowd and avoid everyone's gaze. Sue Xin was not satisfied with their performance, but she did not blame them too much. Despite this, she still encouraged them to continue practicing and work hard to integrate into the whole team. After the training, 30 girls left the dance studio exhausted and resentful. "Yo, let's go." Gao Mingming looked at Lan Yuyu and said worriedly. Lan Yuyu waved her hand. "I'll be alone for a while." Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Gao Mingming was a little worried. Yo, are you really okay?" "I just want to practice alone. I feel embarrassed when there are too many people around." Lan Yuyu finally confessed her true thoughts. Gao Mingming and Huang Bai nodded helplessly and finally agreed to go downstairs and wait for her. In the following time, Lan Yuyu practiced alone in the dance studio. Yo, aren't you afraid of being alone? Let's practice together." Gao Mingming planned to accompany her since she was in no hurry to go home anyway. Lan Yuyu waved her hand. "I'm not afraid. You guys go first." Unable to persuade her, Gao Mingming and Huang Bai had to go downstairs first. They had no intention of leaving, so they waited for Lan Yuyu downstairs, while also avoiding any outsiders from going upstairs. As soon as the get out of class was over, Yilin ran towards the art building. Yilin ran to the art building and saw Gao Mingming and Huang Bai standing downstairs. He frowned. "Why haven't you gone back yet?" he asked. Gao Mingming responded quickly. "We are waiting." Her tone was somewhat relaxed, but with a little reluctance. Yilin waved his hand. "No need to wait. You can go back first." After saying that, he turned around and walked quickly upstairs. Huang Bai looked at Yilin's back, a little hesitant. "How about we go up too?" he suggested, with an expectant glimmer in his eyes. Gao Mingming didn't give him time to react and pulled him back. "Go to hell. It's so late. I'm tired. Take me home quickly." There was a hint of blame in her tone. Huang Bai asked in confusion, It's not too late at this time at ordinary times. Why can't you stay a little longer? He scratched his hair, obviously confused by the situation. However, Gao Mingming ignored him and instead grabbed his ears and forcibly pulled him towards the school gate. Huang Bai cried out in pain. Mingming, it hurts. Please spare me. He was obviously embarrassed and his face turned red. Gao Mingming seemed to be in a good mood. Seeing that everyone around her was looking at her, she actually had a smug smile on her face. She thought to herself that today's playing around was actually a bit fun. Suddenly, she saw Chun Sinny standing at the school gate, and Huang Bai's face instantly became nervous. He stood up quickly, trying to hide his nervousness. Sinny, you haven't gone home yet? Huang Bai asked, with a hint of an unnatural smile in his voice. Yes, I'm waiting for my friend. Chun Sinny looked at him with a relaxed smile. Huang Bai, you and Mingming look very happy. Huang Bai quickly waved his hands and explained, What happiness, Sinny. Don't get me wrong, Mingming and I are sworn brothers. He was obviously anxious to clarify. These words made Gao Mingming quicken her pace. She didn't give Huang Bai any chance to explain to her and left alone. Huang Bai watched Gao Mingming's back. He felt a little anxious, but he couldn't help laughing secretly. Sinny, they are brother and sister. But a small thought began to arise in his mind. It seemed that Chun Sinny was interested in him. He waved at Chun Sinny and thought to himself, since she said by, it means she is still interested in me. With this mentality, Huang Bai hurriedly got on his motorcycle and decided to chase Gao Mingming. He rode all the way and finally stopped in front of Gao Mingming. Gao Mingming obviously didn't want to pay attention to him and continued to walk by herself. Huang Bai quickly caught up with her. Mingming, don't be angry. I will listen to you next time. I said I'm not angry, so I'm not angry. Gao Mingming responded indifferently and continued walking. Huang Bai obviously didn't realize the seriousness of the situation, and he was still muttering behind him. I swear, I will listen to whatever you say from now on. Gao Mingming didn't say much, but just quickened her pace. Finally, she returned to her home, and Huang Bai still stopped at the door, watching her disappear. This scene made Huang Bai full of confusion and puzzlement. What happened today? Why are you so cold? At the same time, Yi Lin had already arrived at the dance studio. He saw Lan Yuyu dancing the moves Su Xin had taught her. Her movements were light and natural, like a happy little deer dancing. Yi Lin stood quietly by, observing. When Lan Yuyu was halfway through her dance, she finally spotted Yi Lin standing there. Her face turned red, and she stopped immediately. Yi Lin, when did you come? Yi Lin walked towards her with a smile. I came when you danced. Xiao Duya. You danced really well. Lan Yuyu's face turned even redder. She lowered her head and said shyly, I didn't dance well. Yi Lin had originally agreed to check on her cheerleading practice results today, so when Lan Yuyu was left alone, he waited silently and only walked into the dance studio at this time. Little bean sprout, let me check your results. Hurry up and jump again for me. Yi Lin encouraged her. Yi Lin, didn't you just look at it? Lan Yuyu was a little embarrassed. What happened just now doesn't count. Yi Lin smiled. I didn't say start yet. It's only starting now. Lan Yuyu looked anxious and shy, but she finally stood up and started dancing again. Yi Lin looked at her awkward movements and couldn't help but laugh. Little bean sprout, you're not dancing confidently enough. Just like the way you danced just now when I wasn't around. Lan Yuyu lowered her head and said, I'm a little embarrassed. Yi Lin pretended to be disappointed. Xiao Dia, I feel a little sad that you were so distant with me. Lan Yuyu was stunned for a moment and quickly shook her head. No. Yi Lin, I'm not being polite to you. She quickly recovered and started dancing seriously again. Seeing Lan Yuyu's effort, Yi Lin showed a satisfied smile on his face. Little bean sprout, you dance really well. Lan Yuyu couldn't help but ask, really? Yi Lin, you're not sad, are you? Yi Lin smiled and nodded. Don't be sad. Xiao Dia, you have to jump like this in the competition. I will be very motivated. His words were full of encouragement and expectations. But can I really dance in front of so many people? I would be very nervous. Lan Yuyu said in a low voice, with some worry in her eyes. Yi Lin comforted her. It's okay. Don't think about others. Just pretend that you are dancing for me alone. Lan Yuyu nodded, with a hint of determination in her eyes. Well, I understand. Yi Lin, I will overcome it. After that, Lan Yuyu danced several times with Yi Lin's encouragement, and each time she was more confident than before. Until the end of the third evening self-study get out of class, Yi Lin sent her back to the dormitory. Little bean sprout, remember to dress up beautifully for the competition. Yi Lin reminded as they said goodbye downstairs in the dormitory building. Yi Lin, What does it mean to be beautiful? Lan Yuyu looked at him, her eyes full of curiosity. Just like the last time we went to Mingming's house, Xiao Duya, I like to see you like that. Ye lin similit ganti. Lan Yuyu nodded, her heart filled with warmth. I understand. Yilin, I'm going upstairs. You should go home early too. She returned to the dormitory, thinking that Yilin liked her like that. So she quietly picked up the mirror and began to try to dress up. Although she was not good at makeup, she still tried to make herself look better. On the other side, Huang Bai looked distressed, lying on the table, feeling heavy-hearted. Last night, he sent countless apology messages to Gao Mengmeng, but received no reply. When he went to look for her this morning, she ignored him. Huang Bai felt that he was about to collapse, so he decided to go to Yi Lin to complain. After listening to Huang Bai's confession, Yi Lin said coldly, "You deserve it." Huang Bai seemed a little confused. "What's wrong, Brother Lin? You were scolding me too? I just asked Jinsini how she is that wrong?" "There's nothing wrong with saying hello. It's just that you don't know how to behave. I'm too lazy to talk to you." Yi Lin ignored him and turned around to continue studying with Lan Yuyu. Huang Bai watched Yi Lin leave, feeling empty inside. He turned to Yin Haoqing for help. "What should I do? I really don't understand." Yin Haoqing thought for a moment and said, "Old fatty, women sometimes have bad tempers. I guess you've encountered those few days." Huang Bai was stunned after hearing this. "I don't think so. Gao Mengmeng is usually like this, with a very bad temper. Then you haven't seen it. I haven't seen her hit anyone." Yin Haoqing blinked. "Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Look at this, and this." Huang Bai raised his sleeves, revealing marks from being beaten. Yin Haoqing shook his head. "You are the only one like this in the class. Have you ever thought about why you are like this? Have you done something to let her down? What can I do to let her down? With her temper, whoever marries her will be in trouble." At this time, Gao Mengmeng came over with a book. After hearing what Huang Bai said, she stopped and asked coldly, "Fatty, whoever marries him will be unlucky?" Huang Bai was startled and sweaty. He hurriedly explained, "I said Ling Feishue is so arrogant. Whoever marries her will be unlucky. That person doesn't like you, so don't worry about it." Gao Mengmeng said impatiently. Huang Bai smiled awkwardly. "Mengmeng, why are you ignoring me? Who wants to talk to you? If I wasn't afraid that you would be lazy and not study, I wouldn't bother talking to you. Mengmeng, what did I do wrong? Just tell me." Huang Bai said coquettishly with a bitter face. Yin Haoqing at the side couldn't help but shudder. "Old fatty, you look too much like a little wife." Gao Mengmeng ignored him and picked up the book and threw it on Huang Bai's desk. "Copy this page of words 100 times today. If you can't finish it, double it tomorrow." Huang Bai looked distressed. "Aren't there usually 10? Gao Mengmeng acted as if she didn't hear anything and walked away without looking back. Yin Haoqing couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Old fatty, I didn't expect that besides Yilin, there is someone who can handle you. TSK, a real man can bend and stretch. There's nothing I can do. I don't want to argue with a girl." Huang Bai lowered his head helplessly and started doing his homework. "You two have a complicated relationship." Yin Haoqing was obviously curious and wanted to hear more gossip. "That's definitely not easy. We are sworn brothers." Huang Bai responded without hesitation. Yin Haoqing was stunned and rolled his eyes silently. The evening rehearsal continued. Su Xin did not arrange for the three to attend a small class today, and everyone arrived at the regular time. Lan Yuyu came to the dance studio early in the morning, hoping to practice the movements before others arrived. Less than a minute into the dance, Ling Feishue and Zhao Rongrong walked into the dance studio. Seeing Lan Yuyu, Ling Feishue instantly got angry. "What is she doing here?" Ling Feishue cursed in a low voice, her heart filled with hostility. When Lan Yuyu saw them come in, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Ling Feishue was obviously looking for trouble with her. Ling Feishue sneered. "Lan Yo-Yo." Lan Yuyu was frightened by the shout. Her feet slipped, and she fell to the ground. She slammed her palm hard on the ground, and she felt a sharp pain. She stood up quickly, her face flushed, and she felt a little flustered. "Ling Feishue, what do you want me to do?" Ling Feishue's eyes flashed with anger. "How can an ugly woman like you make Lin so devoted to you? Are you worthy of him?" Lan Yuyu's heartbeat quickened, and she felt nervous. "I didn't. Yi Lin and I are just friends." "Friend?" Ling Feishue's tone was full of disdain. "Even if you're a friend, you're just using him to become better, right? Do you think he will always treat you well?" Lan Yuyu lowered her head, feeling even more uneasy. However, she firmly believed that Yi Lin's feelings for her were pure. Although she couldn't believe it, she still tried to muster up the courage to answer. Yilin said that he doesn't like you anymore. He doesn't like me? Ling Feishua looked at her in disbelief, her eyes full of anger. What do you know? See this necklace and bracelet? These are all given to me by him. Ling Feishua pulled out the necklace around her neck and the bracelet on her wrist, looking particularly proud. A hint of arrogance appeared at the corner of her mouth. This is a gift from Yilin. I am worthy of him. Lan Yuyu felt a dull pain in her heart. Looking at the gift in her hand, she suddenly felt very insignificant. I really didn't think about being with Yilin. I just wanted him to be okay. She whispered, tears falling. Ling Feishua continued to mock him. You are just the daughter of a migrant worker. How can you be worthy of Yilin? If you stay with him, won't you be a burden to him? Only a girl like me can be worthy of him. Lan Yuyu's eyes were filled with tears, and she felt extremely uneasy. She suddenly felt so insignificant that she couldn't stand on the same level as Yilin and couldn't bring him any benefit at all. Look at your clumsy movements. You're simply bringing shame to the school. You joined the cheerleading team just to take advantage of Yilin's fame. Who would care about you? Ling Feishua's words were like a sharp knife, piercing into Lan Yuyu's heart. She could no longer control her tears, which rolled down. Zhao Rongrong couldn't bear any longer and finally spoke up. Feishua, stop talking. This is really a bit too much. But Ling Feishua still refused to give up and stared at Lan Yuyu coldly. I tell you, only I could be worthy of Yilin, and you will never be able to. Lan Yuyu was heartbroken. She didn't respond anymore. She just lowered her head, turned around, and ran out, leaving Ling Feishua and Zhao Rongrong standing there. Chapter 83, She is Sad. Yishui and Chun Siki walked to the door of the dance studio and saw Lan Yuyu running out crying. Yishui frowned slightly, feeling vaguely uneasy. She couldn't help but ask, did you scold her? Her eyes were fixed on Ling Feishua. Ling Feishua sneered. A hint of arrogance flashed in her eyes. Who scolded her? I just told the truth. There was no regret in her tone, but instead an arrogant aura. Yishui's heart tightened, and she continued to ask, what's the truth? Zhao Rongrong stood aside, speaking sharply with a cold disdain. Shame on you. Everyone the cheerleaders we carefully selected is impeccable. They don't deserve to be on a stage like that. They will bring shame to our school. Do you want to laugh your head off? Yishui's eyes instantly became firm. She disagreed with this discriminatory statement. But it doesn't have to be like this to bully people, right? She could see that Lan Yuyu was not working hard, but was struggling in this environment. Ling Feishua smiled coldly. Who bullied her? I didn't hit her or scold her. You are too nosy, junior sister. She ignored him and turned around to do warm-up exercises, her eyes full of contempt. Not long after, Gao Mingming and Huang Bai entered the dance studio. They looked around and found that Lan Yuyu was not there. Gao Mingming frowned and asked in confusion, we are getting ready for rehearsal. Where is Yuyu? Huang Bai looked around, but didn't see anyone. Shouldn't she have arrived a long time ago? Seeing this, Yishui said directly, Senior Ling Feishua thinks you are shameful. She just scolded Lan Yuyu and made her cry. Yuyu ran away. When Gao Mingming heard this, she immediately became furious and pointed at Ling Feishua and yelled, how dare you yell at Lan Yuyu? Who do you think you are? If anything happens to Yuyu, I will never forgive you. As soon as she finished her words, she stormed out of the dance studio angrily. Huang Bai couldn't help but sneer. Ling Feishua, you look like a decent person, but you have a venomous heart. No wonder my brother Lin doesn't like you at all. When Ling Feishua heard this, she was so angry that she almost exploded. Fatty, who are you talking about? Zhao Rongrong watched all this, secretly gloating in her heart, her words full of sarcasm. Feishua, don't be angry. It's good that all three of them left, otherwise it would be embarrassing if they went. Several other students also echoed, it's better to leave. There will be no good results anyway. With Su Xian's arrival, the atmosphere immediately became tense. She looked around and suddenly noticed that the three newcomers were not there. She frowned and asked, where are the three newcomers? A few people made up lies out of guilt. They felt too tired and didn't want to rehearse. Yeah, they said they were embarrassed to perform. Another girl quickly added. Yishui couldn't help but stand up. Her voice was calm, but full of determination. Teacher, senior sister Lan Yuyu was scolded and left. Senior sister Gao Mingming and senior brother Huang Bai went out to look for her. Su Xian's anger exploded instantly, his brows furrowed, and he asked, who cursed? There was silence in the room, and no one dared to speak. Yishui, Who scolded you? Su Xian asked again, his voice becoming increasingly harsh. Yishui replied calmly, I don't know either. When Siki and I first arrived at the dance studio, we saw senior Lan Yuyu running out crying. At that time, there were only seniors Ling Feishue and Zhao Rongrong in the dance studio. You can go ask them. Su Xian's gaze suddenly turned to Ling Feishue and Zhao Rongrong, and her eyes became colder. Zhao Rongrong began to feel a little uneasy. Although she didn't do it, Ling Feishue was her friend, and she knew that if Ling Feishue didn't speak up, she would definitely be implicated. Su Xian said coldly, You two explain yourself. Zhao Rongrong looked at Ling Feishue helplessly, feeling a little anxious, and secretly prayed that she could explain quickly. Ling Feishue's face darkened, and she refused to give in. Teacher Su, why should we let the three of them participate? We have worked so hard to rehearse for so long. Isn't it just to bring honor to the school? If they go, I won't go. After she finished speaking, she left angrily. Other team members also said, I won't go either. I'm not going either. No, I'd rather not go than embarrass myself. At this time, half of the cheerleaders announced that they would not go, as if they were trying to force Su Xian to compromise. Su Xian's anger almost overflowed, and she had a headache. How could Yilin let these people go? Finally, she said coldly, practice on your own. Then she left the dance studio angrily. In the gymnasium, Zhou Jingqi is guiding the team members in training. Although everyone has mastered the basic skills, he still hopes that everyone can cooperate more tacitly. Yilin had not originally planned to join such training, but because Lan Yuyu went to practice cheerleading, he was really bored staying in the classroom alone, so he accepted Zhou Zhengqi's invitation and came to participate in the training. Suddenly, Su Xian walked into the gymnasium, pulled Zhou Zhengqi aside, and complained in a low voice, Zhou Zhengqi, I really can't do this anymore. Zhou Zhengqi looked at her puzzledly. What's wrong? Su Xian said dissatisfiedly. I was rehearsing very well, but you forced those 3 people to join. Now the team members have objections one by one, and almost half of them have expressed their unwillingness to go. What should I do? Zhou Jingqi was also a little embarrassed. Although he knew that this was not a good thing, he could do nothing about it. Everything was fine a few days ago. How come something went wrong as soon as we put it together? Su Xian sighed and continued to explain the whole story. I'm going to go talk to Yilin. Zhou Jingqi planned to talk to Yilin. Before he and Su Xian had finished talking, Yilin had already left the gymnasium in a hurry. When he heard the news that Lan Yuyu was scolded, he immediately decided to go find her. Zhou Jingqi and Su Xian looked at each other and couldn't help feeling a little worried. They knew that if Yilin knew that Lan Yuyu had been wronged, he would probably take drastic actions. They hurried to Class 5, hoping to prevent the situation from developing further. Lan Yuyu returned to the classroom, her thin body lying on the table. What qualifications do I have to be friends with Yilin? My father is a migrant worker. My mother is a farmer. And I am just an ugly duckling. Lan Yuyu cried silently, and gradually she fell asleep. Because she is a top student, no one disturbs her sleep, including the teacher who watches over her during evening study. Gao Mingming and Huang Bai came to the classroom and saw Lan Yuyu sleeping. They did not disturb her or go back to the dance studio. Instead, they read in the classroom. Yilin hurried back to the classroom, and when he saw Lan Yuyu sitting in her seat, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yilin, aren't you going to train anymore? The teacher in charge asked. No more practice. Then study hard. The monthly exam is coming up soon. You need to make greater progress this time than last time. Yes, teacher. Yilin walked into the classroom and sat down at his seat. He did not disturb Lan Yuyu and just stood by quietly. After the 3rd evening self-study get out of class, Lan Yuyu finally woke up in a daze, and her mood was much better. Little bean sprout, you finally woke up. If you don't wake up, you'll have to sleep in the classroom. Has it been that long? I'm going back to the dorm then. She stood up and left the classroom without waiting for Yilin. Yilin followed silently behind. Huang Bai and Gao Mingming didn't leave either. They followed Yilin. Arriving downstairs of the dormitory, Lan Yuyu went straight up. Seeing her like this, Yilin felt so distressed. Yilin, don't worry. I will stay at school tonight and won't let anything happen to Yuyu. Gao Mingming said, if you have a chance, help me ask her what happened. Yilin, don't worry. Gao Mingming went in directly, then turned back when she thought of something. Fatty, go home by yourself. I'll settle the score with you another day. Huang Bai was in a lot of pain. How on earth had he offended her? A day had passed, and he was still angry. Brother Lin, Mingming doesn't want to go home. Let me take you home. Since Gao Mingming was not going home, Huang Bai thought of sending Yi Lin home on the way. Oh, you finally thought of giving it to me, Yi Lin said deliberately. Huang Bai laughed, and it seemed that he never sent Yi Lin home again after he became familiar with Gao Mingming. Yi Lin glanced at the dormitory building and thought that he must find out what Ling Feishua said to Lan Yuyu. As soon as the sun rose, Yi Lin stood downstairs of Zhao Rongrong's house, waiting for her to appear. At this moment, he had a difficult question in his mind. He had to find out the reason why Lan Yuyu was depressed. Otherwise, it would become an unhealable wound in her heart. Yi Lin did not go looking for Ling Feishua. He avoided her in order to avoid being entangled with her. After all, they were together yesterday. If she wanted to know the truth, she could just ask Zhao Rongrong. When Zhao Rongrong went downstairs, she saw Yi Lin standing downstairs, and she immediately became nervous. She tried to speed up her pace to avoid Yi Lin's sight, but she couldn't avoid it. Yi Lin's eyes had already locked onto her. He calmly called out, "Zhao Rongrong, stop." Zhao Rongrong stopped, turned around, and pretended to be calm, showing a fake smile. "Yi Lin, is there something you want to talk to me about?" Yi Lin said calmly, "I have something to talk to you about." "Then go ahead, and I have to hurry for breakfast." Zhao Rongrong answered nervously, her tone a little hurried. "I bought breakfast." Yi Lin handed over a bag containing 2 eggs, 2 buns, and a cup of soy milk. Zhao Rongrong seemed a little hesitant. She secretly remembered that Wang Xiaocheng had said that Yi Lin had done some disgusting things in the past. How could she dare to answer? No, I'll buy it myself later. If you have something to say, just tell me." "I just want to ask, what did you say to Lan Yuyu last night?" Yi Lin stared at Zhao Rongrong, his tone calm but full of vigilance. Well, it's nothing. I just said that her cheerleading skills are not good." Zhao Rongrong answered guiltily. Her words were evasive. Yi Lin raised his eyebrows slightly, obviously not believing it. "You can't have just said these. Lan Yuyu is not such a fragile person. She won't be that sad after just a few words." Zhao Rongrong hurriedly explained. "Really, there's nothing special. Just ask Fei Xue and you'll know." She didn't want to tell the truth of the matter. After all, she was her best friend. Although Ling Feishue's words were a bit extreme, she didn't dare to expose the truth rashly. Seeing that Zhao Rongrong was still unwilling to reveal the truth, Yi Lin decided not to force her for the time being. He only hoped that Lan Yuyu would confess everything so that he could know the truth. Zhao Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief and watched Yi Lin leave. However, as soon as Yi Lin left, Huang Bai came in a hurry, and he obviously also knew the situation. Huang Bai found Zhao Rongrong with anger on his face. "Zhao Rongrong, what did you do to Lan Yuyu yesterday?" Zhao Rongrong frowned and gave her usual answer. "We just said she wasn't good at cheerleading. She has only been here for a short time, and she doesn't dance well. What qualifications do you have to laugh at her? You might as well go teach her." Huang Bai responded angrily. Zhao Rongrong smiled contemptuously. "We ourselves are often scolded by Teacher Su. We can't stand it if she says she dances badly. Who can we blame? I want to go to school." She walked around Huang Bai and walked quickly towards the school. Huang Bai was furious, but when he saw that Zhao Rongrong was a girl, he did not do anything extreme. At this time, Gao Mingming was in the dormitory, observing Lan Yuyu all night. Fortunately, she did not have any major problems, and her bad mood was only temporary. In the morning, she bought breakfast for Lan Yuyu and walked with her to the classroom. However, Gao Mingming's anger did not subside, so she decided to find Zhao Rongrong to find out the truth. "Zhao Rongrong, what did you do to Lan Yuyu last night?" Gao Mingming stopped Zhao Rongrong directly, furious. Zhao Rongrong sighed helplessly. "You all asked, I said it was nothing, I just said a few words that she was not good at cheerleading." "Is that really the case?" Gao Mingming sneered. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Lan Yuyu's tolerance is not that bad. Obviously, you said something even more outrageous." Zhao Rongrong's heart tightened. Seeing Gao Mingming's aggressive attitude, she couldn't help but feel guilty. "Gao Mingming, don't talk nonsense without evidence." Gao Mingming raised her chin with a cold look in her eyes. "Zhao Rongrong, Lan Yuyu is my friend. I just want to know why she is so sad. If you don't explain clearly, don't blame me for being rude." Zhao Rongrong was frightened by Gao Mingming's eyes and couldn't help but take a step back. "What do you want?" "Don't worry, I won't hit you," Gao Mingming said coldly. "But you know that your parents work at Xingxiang Group, right? Lan Yuyu is my friend. She used to help me with my studies and was loved by my mother. If I tell my dad about this, do you think your parents' jobs will be in trouble?" Zhao Rongrong's expression suddenly changed. It was obvious that Gao Mingming's words had touched her sore spot. She couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Don't threaten me. Gao Mingming raised her eyebrows. Threat? I just want to know the truth. She put away her sneer and threatened more. If you don't tell me, you'll have to think about the consequences yourself. Zhao Rongrong lowered her head and said nothing, finally deciding to repeat all the excessive words Ling Feishue said last night. She also emphasized that she had advised Ling Feishue not to say anything more. Gao Mingming was so angry that her face turned blue after hearing this. What exactly is so superior about Ling Feishue? How dare she look down on Lan Yuyu? What a shameless bitch. She took a deep breath and said in a low but threatening voice, Zhao Rongrong, tell Ling Feishue that Yilin doesn't like her anymore and tell her to stop being so self-indulgent. If she dares to cause trouble for Lan Yuyu again, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, Gao Mingming left without looking back. Zhao Rongrong was stunned, feeling mixed emotions. She didn't know how to face Ling Feishue and wasn't sure whether to tell her this. Ling Feishue always felt that she was Yilin's only one. Even though Yilin no longer paid attention to her, she still insisted that Yilin was pretending not to care. Her pride made it difficult for her to accept reality, and she believed that she would get Yilin back sooner or later. Zhao Rongrong knew that although Ling Feishue was stubborn, she was also a little selfish. Yilin had been pursuing her for so long, but she had always refused to accept him. Now that Yilin had someone new, she began to regret it. Gao Mingming came to the classroom, called Yilin out, and then told Yilin what had happened. Hearing this, Yilin felt very angry and speechless. What does it have to do with Ling Feishue whether Lan Yuyu is worthy of being with her? Knowing the reason, Yilin just wanted to make Lan Yuyu happy as soon as possible. As for finding Ling Feishue to ask for an explanation, forget it. The more you argue with her, the more she might think you care about her. It's better to ignore her. Yilin returned to his seat and saw Lan Yuyu sitting there with a depressed look with a flash of heartache in his eyes. Little bean sprout, why don't you want to pay attention to me? He asked softly. Lan Yuyu turned her head away, her eyes dodging, thinking silently in her heart. How can I be worthy of being friends with him? She didn't dare to look Yilin in the eye, feeling that she was not worthy of him. Seeing that she was silent, Yilin reached out and gently touched her head and said softly, Little bean sprout, I know you have a lot of thoughts in your mind, but please believe me, don't think too much. Lan Yuyu looked at him quietly, with complex emotions flashing in her eyes. Little bean sprout, we are friends, aren't we? There's no such thing as being compatible or not being friends. The most important thing between friends is trust and sincerity. Yilin continued, look at Mingming. Her family is very rich, but she really treats you as a friend, a sincere friend. Lan Yuyu nodded slightly, and as she listened to Yilin's words, her heart gradually relaxed a little. And Huangbai, even though he has poor grades and is fat, would you dislike him? Mingming never dislikes him either, and I am willing to be his brother. Yilin smiled. His words were full of sincerity. Little bean sprout, friendship is not a transaction. It's not about who is worthy or not. It's about whether you are sincere or not. Listening to Yilin's words, Lan Yuyu felt a little warm in her heart, and her mood relaxed a little. Really? She asked in a low voice, a hint of uneasiness in her eyes. Of course it's true. Yilin replied with a smile, his eyes full of determination. I will never dislike you. Lan Yuyu lowered her head and asked silently, Then Yilin, do you dislike my ugliness? Yilin couldn't help but laugh out loud. This little girl didn't even know how beautiful she was. She always took other people's opinions as her own standard, but she herself was the most worthy of appreciation. He reached out and pinched her cheek, gently and sincerely. Little bean sprout, I will never dislike you. Really? Lan Yuyu couldn't quite believe it, her eyes full of anticipation. Of course it's true. If I lie to you, I'd be a puppy. Yilin smiled even more brightly. Lan Yuyu lowered her head, her expression suddenly becoming a little heavy. Yilin, you said you don't dislike me, but my father is a migrant worker, and my mother is also a farmer. My family is really poor. Do you really not dislike me? She looked at Yilin, hoping for a positive answer. When Yilin heard this, his heart ached, and his eyes became softer. Xiao Duya, no matter what profession you are in, as long as you do it with your heart, you deserve respect. What happened to the migrant workers? Which of the skyscrapers in this city was not built by them with their sweat, blood, and tears? Without the farmers, how can there be food? It doesn't matter what your family is like. What matters is your quality. Hearing this, Lan Yuyu felt relieved again. She looked at Yilin with some emotion. Really? Do you really think so? Yilin nodded, his tone firm. Really, I'd be a puppy if I lied to you. However, Lan Yuyu was still a little unhappy. You said you didn't like Ling Feishue, but you once gave her a necklace and a bracelet, and the bracelet had your names engraved on it. Lan Yuyu's tone was a little displeased, and she seemed a little sad. Yilin's heart tightened after hearing this. Ling Feishue showed off these things, which made him very puzzled. Little bean sprout, that was in the past. You and I didn't know each other at that time. Yilin quickly explained. Just because she wears something I gave her doesn't mean I like her. Really? Yilin, Lan Yu said angrily, her eyes full of anger. I hate her too. Yilin smiled. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but wonder how there could be such an arrogant woman. The two chatted and laughed, and Ling Feishue's topic became a bridge of relaxation between them. Lan Yuyu's mood gradually recovered, and the haze in her heart began to dissipate. At the same time, in the principal's office, Su Qifeng called Su Xian and Zhou Jingqi over and said in a serious tone, Teacher Su, 3 students just came to me to report that you cheated in the selection of the cheerleading team. What's going on? When Su Xian heard this, she immediately realized that it was the 3 eliminated students who had reported her. She felt a little dissatisfied, but remained calm. Principal Su, what these students said is not entirely correct. I just eliminated a few students who usually don't follow the rules according to discipline. They are not qualified to continue to stay in the cheerleading team. Su Qifeng frowned, but they said that the vacated positions were for 3 other students, and the appearance and figure of these 3 students do not meet the requirements, and one of them is even a boy. There was doubt in his tone. Zhou Zhengqi quickly added, Principal Su, it was indeed me who asked them to go, and I was the one who recommended those 3 students. I admit that I have some personal feelings about this matter, but they do have strength, and their potential cannot be ignored because of some superficial problems. Su Qifeng couldn't help but frown and asked sternly, Teacher Zhou, is this really okay? No, principal Su. Zhou Jingqi explained hurriedly, these students have potential, especially Yilin. His basketball skills are excellent, and if he participates in the high school cup basketball game, he will definitely win honor for the school. After Su Qifeng heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and the name Yilin instantly popped up in his mind. Yilin. He was slightly stunned. This kid is good at playing basketball. I noticed it before. Zhou Zhengqi saw this and knew that the opportunity had come. So he continued, Principal Su, Yilin is now a student who has made great progress and his studies have also improved a lot. We can't just remember his bad reputation in the past. Give him a chance. Maybe our school can have an excellent college student. Su Qifeng was silent for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I'll make the decision. This spot will be given to Yilin, and there's no need to screen the others. Zhou Jingqi was relieved when he heard the result and immediately added, Principal Su, in fact, Teacher Su's matter is also related to Yilin. He demanded that those 3 students must be admitted, otherwise he would not participate in the competition. Su Qifeng frowned and asked, What's going on? Zhou Zhengqi explained. Yilin was afraid that he would be bored going to Jiangchang alone, so he brought his friends from the class along. You know, Yilin is not good at making friends, so he doesn't have many friends. Hearing this, Su Qifeng's attitude suddenly softened. Okay, since Yilin thinks this way, let these 3 students go together. He told Su Xian, if there are students who don't want to dance anymore, just let them leave, and the others can stay. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the matter was finally resolved. After leaving the principal's office, Zhou Zhengqi and Su Xian looked at each other, their hearts full of doubts. How could Principal Su's attitude change so quickly? One second he was speaking out for the students' injustice, and the next second he agreed to their demands. On Friday afternoon, the monthly exam was over and the school was on weekend break. Yilin and Lan Yuyu went to the hospital to visit Lan Yuyu's mother Changtao. Changtao has undergone more than a dozen surgeries. Although her body has recovered to a large extent, she still has some minor ailments that need to be treated. Every day, Changtao asks the doctor if she is well and when she could be discharged from the hospital, which makes the doctor a little annoyed. Finally, the doctor said helplessly that Changtao's condition was no longer a serious problem and she could be discharged from the hospital. She only needed to have regular weekly checkups and continue taking medication. Changtao knew that he had spent a lot of money and decided to be discharged from the hospital as soon as possible. After packing up her things and hearing some instructions from the doctor, Chung Tao prepared to leave the ward and wait for Lan Yuyu to come to the hospital to say goodbye. Yi Lin and Lan Yuyu came to the hospital. Chung Tao, who was sitting in a wheelchair, saw them come in and smiled warmly. Shaolin, you are here too. It's just right. Yi wanted to thank you specially. Yi Lin looked at Chung Tao, and seeing her condition, he couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. Aunt Chung, are you going to be discharged from the hospital? Lan Fuguwei smiled and explained. Aunt Cheng's condition has basically improved. The hospital said she could be discharged and go home to recuperate. Go home? Yi Lin asked doubtfully. Go back to Daling Village? Aunt Chung, it's inconvenient for you to walk now. The doctor told you to rest. Is it really appropriate to go back to the place with 18 bends in the mountain road? Chung Tao sighed slightly, with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. I'm not used to staying here. It's more comfortable to go home. The doctor said that there is no major problem with my condition. Don't worry, I'm fine. Lan Yuyu was still very worried and asked softly, Mom, are you really okay? Chung Tao held her daughter's hand and comforted her softly. Silly girl. Mom is fine. Thank you, Mom. If it weren't for your scholarship, Mom might not know how to cure her illness. You are Mom's pride. Chung Tao turned to Yi Lin, held his hand tightly, and said gratefully, Shaolin, you are the benefactor who saved our family's life. I really don't know how to thank you. Yi Lin smiled and shook his head. Aunt Chung, you're welcome. Yuyu and I are good friends, and it's my duty to help. Chung Tao looked at the two of them and said in a gentle tone, It is a blessing for Yuyu to have a good friend like you. In the future, you should take good care of her. Although she's a good student, she doesn't know anything else except knowledge. Yi Lin felt warm in his heart, thinking about the image of himself in Chung Tao's heart. Maybe he would have the opportunity to propose to her in the future. Aunt Chung, don't worry. I will take good care of Yuyu. Yi Lin said solemnly. Lan Fuguwei looked at the time and reminded him, Shaolin, it's getting late. We have to leave quickly, otherwise we will miss the bus to the countryside. Yi Lin quickly advised, Uncle Lan, given Aunt Cheng's current condition, it is not recommended to do this. Now is not the busy farming season. You can rest well in the county first, and then go back when Aunt Chung can walk on her own. Chung Tao hesitated a little. It costs too much here. Hospitalization and meals all cost money. Going back to the countryside can at least save a lot of money. Besides, Yuyu and Chunchen are still studying and need tuition fees. Their future cannot be affected by my illness. Yi Lin felt a little helpless, knowing that they were worried about spending money. But he firmly believed that if Chung Tao's illness was not treated thoroughly, it would relapse sooner or later. He said gently but firmly, Aunt Chung, you have spent a lot of money these days. If you give up now, you will spend more money later. The disease must be cured in one go. Otherwise, all the previous efforts will be wasted. Lan Fuguwei was silent, and he was obviously hesitant. Seeing this, Yi Lin continued to persuade her, Aunt Chung, you can't delay the treatment of the disease. If you go to the countryside, Aunt Cheng's illness may relapse, and you don't have enough money to continue treatment. Lan Fuguwei lowered his head, obviously shaken. Besides, Aunt Chung is already much better. She's almost fine. Give her a few days to fully recover. Yi Lin added. Lan Fuguwei thought for a moment and finally decided, but we have already completed the discharge procedures. Seeing this, Yi Lin's eyes flashed with determination. It's okay, Uncle Lan. You can stay at my house for the time being. Lan Fuguwei was stunned and quickly waved his hand to refuse. No. This is too much trouble for you. Chung Tao was also a little embarrassed. Shaolin, I'm so sorry. We don't want to trouble you. Aunt Chung, you're welcome. Yi Lin insisted. Since you don't want to be hospitalized anymore, I have an empty room at home. You can stay there for a while. My dad is not at home, so I can accommodate you. Chung Tao felt a pang of sadness when she heard this, and her eyes became wet unconsciously. Seeing Lan Fuguwei working so hard, she felt sorry for him and said, Okay, I'll trouble you guys. Lan Fuguwei hesitated. Shaolin, this is really not good. Let's stay in a hotel and don't bother your family. Yi Lin patiently explained. If you go to a hotel, you still have to spend money. You have already spent a lot of money on my aunt's illness, and staying in a hotel is even more of a waste of money. It's totally fine to stay at my house, and my dad agrees. Yi Lin took out his cell phone and started calling his father Yi Aigua. After the call was connected, Yi Lin briefly explained the situation. Dad, there are guests at home tonight. You may not be able to come back. Don't worry. I will take good care of it. After hanging up the phone, Yi Lin looked at Chung Tao with a smile. Aunt Chung, don't worry, you and Uncle Lan can live in my house with peace of mind. It's okay. Chung Tao nodded, her eyes full of gratitude, and her gratitude towards Yi Lin deepened. Yi Lin said to Lan Fugue and Chung Tao, let's go quickly, you have worked hard. After saying that, Yi Lin took the three of them home. Yi Lin lives in Xingfu community. Although it is an old community, it is close to the school and convenient for daily life. The house has 5 bedrooms and 3 living rooms. The master bedroom is for the parents, the second bedroom is for Yi Lin, and there are also Yi Shui's room, guest room, and study room. The kitchen, dining room, and living room are separate. Fortunately, the community installed an elevator half a year ago. Otherwise, for Chung Tao, climbing to the 5th floor would not be an easy task. Arriving at Yi Lin's house, Lan Fugue and Chung Tao looked around and became very interested in this spacious house. Yi Lin, your house is really big, Chung Tao said with emotion. Yi Lin smiled and opened the door of the guest room. Uncle Lan, Aunt Chung, this is our guest room. You can stay here today. Chung Tao and Lan Fugue looked at the guest room, which was bigger than their own living room, with envy. Then, Yi Lin opened another room, which was decorated in pink and tender colors. Hey, this is my sister Yi Shui's room. If you don't live in the school, you can live here. The bathroom is over here. Yi Lin continued to introduce. You know how to use the toilet, right? He pointed to the kitchen again. This is the gas stove and the range hood too. Don't worry, they are all new. Lan Fugue listened to it, but he still didn't quite understand the purpose of these new appliances. He was a little worried that he might break something, so he secretly decided to go out and buy food. Yi Lin took out a set of house keys from the drawer and handed them to Lan Fugue. Uncle Lan, you guys take a rest first. I'm going out to buy groceries. Yi Lin plans to show off his skills and prove to Chung Tao and Lan Fugue that he's a good son-in-law with the cooking skills he learned for being a dog. Anyway, there's a chance. How can he waste it? Chung Tao said to Yuyu gently. Yuyu, go with Yi Lin and help him carry some food. Lan Fugue walked up to Yi Lin and took out 200 yuan and handed it to him. Shaolin, this money is for you to buy food. Our family can't live and eat for free. Yi Lin smiled and pushed it back. Uncle Lan, don't be so polite. When I go to your house, I feel like I'm family. How can I let you take money? You keep this money, it will definitely be useful in the future. Yi Lin resolutely stuffed the money back and hurriedly prepared to leave. Yo, let's go. Yi Lin, wait for me. Lan Yuyu ran up immediately. They came to the bustling vegetable market. It was Lan Yuyu's first time here, and her eyes were full of excitement. The lively atmosphere of the market made her fly around like a little bird. Every time I pass a stall, I hear the stall owner's enthusiastic greetings. Beautiful lady, do you want some vegetables? I grow them myself. They're very healthy. Handsome man, do you want to buy some vegetables? Handsome boy, what do you want to order? Lan Yuyu shuttled between the stalls, and whenever she saw something new, she would pull Yi Lin to see it. She pointed excitedly at a ring-catching stall selling goldfish and turtles, as happy as a child. Yi Lin, look, that boy got the ring. Wow, that's amazing. Yi Lin smiled gently, followed her, and watched her excitement. Do you like it? Yi Lin asked softly. Lan Yuyu nodded without hesitation. I like it. Then I'll go buy you some circles. Yi Lin walked up to the boss with a smile. Boss, 5 circles. Okay, $5. The boss agreed readily. Yi Lin came back with the ring and handed it to Lan Yu. Little bean sprout, you throw it. Me? Yi Lin, I can't do it. Lan Yu looked at the little goldfish, seeming a little unconfident. It's okay. Xiao do ya, believe in yourself. Yi Lin comforted her. Lan Yu picked up 2 hoops. Yi Lin, I'll throw 2 and you throw 3. The 2 walked to the stall and carefully selected their targets. Lan Yu locked onto a beautiful little goldfish and was about to cast the ring. At this moment, a girl next to her excitedly pointed at the same fish and said, Baby, give me this. As soon as she finished speaking, the boy next to her immediately responded, My dear, I'll get it out for you. Lan Yuyu was a little unhappy to see her favorite fish being taken away, but she didn't say anything and just watched silently. The boys threw 10 circles without success. Lan Yuyu widened her eyes and secretly rejoiced. Yi Lin, I didn't hit the target, but my fish is still there. Seeing this, Lan Yuyu immediately threw out her hoop and hit the target perfectly. She jumped up with excitement. Yi Lin looked at her with a smile, his heart filled with warmth. However, the couple next to them were obviously not happy. The girl muttered disdainfully, TSK, you have to do it yourself to put the ring on. What are you happy about? The boy did not stop and threatened to continue throwing. My dear, I will give you a set right away. He got a bunch of hoops and prepared to continue the challenge. Yilin felt bored and too lazy to fight with them. He just threw the remaining 2 hoops in. However, the boy threw another ring, and it hit Lan Yuyu's ring directly. Finally, he shouted, "Boss, I got it." Lan Yuyu pouted angrily. That was clearly Yilin's trick. What a scoundrel. The boy responded angrily. Who is playing rogue? Didn't I hit the target with this throw? Seeing the 2 people quarreling, the boss hurried out and said, "Stop quarreling. Both of you will be counted as 1, and each of you will get a small goldfish." When the boss saw the situation, he also knew that the fish that Lan Yuyu caught was not the boy's, but considering the boy's status as the god of wealth, he decided to give them 1 each. Seeing this, Yilin shook his head slightly, thinking that this scene was a bit boring, so he gently pulled Lan Yuyu up and said, "Little bean sprout, let's go." "I'm not leaving." Lan Yuyu looked at the boy, throwing the ring angrily. She obviously wanted to continue watching. "Then let's buy another circle," Yilin suggested. "I'm not buying it. I'm just going to take a look," Lan Yuyu answered firmly. It was not until the boy threw the last circle and failed to hit the target that Lan Yuyu finally breathed a sigh of relief and became happy. "Yilin, let's go." She pulled Yilin away. After a few steps, Lan Yuyu couldn't help but laugh at him. "Yilin, that guy is so stupid. He threw so many laps, but still missed." Yilin couldn't help laughing after hearing this. "Are you waiting to laugh at him at the end?" Lan Yuyu blinked and said, "That person is so stupid. He deserves to be laughed at." The 2 of them bought the vegetables, carrying big and small bags in their hands, feeling relaxed and happy. After returning home, Yilin put the purchased vegetables into the kitchen and prepared to start cooking. Lan Fugue heard the sound and hurried out of the room. Seeing Yilin busy at work, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to cook, so he hurriedly said, "Shaolin, let me cook." Yilin smiled and shook his head. "Uncle Lan, how can I let guests cook? If my dad knew, he would definitely beat me. You guys take a rest." Yilin turned on the faucet, filled it with water, soaked the vegetables in it, and washed the ribs he had bought. In the kitchen, the sound of water and oil, smoke intertwined, as if everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. "Dad, just let Yilin cook. I like the food Yilin cooks." Lan Yu stood aside, looking very happy. When Lan Fugue heard this, he was very surprised. "Wow, Yilin really knows how to cook?" He couldn't help but ask. Lan Yu nodded. "Well, the food cooked by Yilin is super delicious." Lan Fugue was shocked, but a look of relief appeared on his face. Children in the city are all very pampered. "I didn't expect that he could actually cook." "Yo-yo, go and accompany your mother. I'll help Shaolin." Lan Fugue thought and decided to go to the kitchen to help so that Yilin wouldn't be too tired. "Uncle Lan, is there anything I can help you with?" Lan Fugue walked into the kitchen and tried to share some of the work with Yilin. "Uncle Lan, please help me rinse the leftover rice in the rice cooker," Yilin said with a smile and a gentle voice. Lan Fugue did as he was told, and soon the rice was ready. Yilin took the rice, quickly cut the carrot and sausage cubes, and skillfully kneaded the cold rice into granules, poured oil into the hot pan, quickly beat in 2 eggs, fry them, and then add the carrot and sausage cubes. As the sausages began to brown slightly, Yilin quickly poured in the rice, frying it with the swiftness and precision of flowing water. Adding salt, MSG, and soy sauce, the fragrant fried rice was ready in just a few minutes. Lan Fugue was shocked when he saw Yilin's cooking skills. "Shaolin, I didn't expect you to be so capable and cook so well." Yilin smiled and prepared the dishes and chopsticks. "Uncle Lan, I often cook at home. I will get used to it after a while." Chung Tao smelled the fragrance and asked in surprise, "Yilin, did you make all this?" "Yes, Aunt Chung, let's eat quickly," Yilin said as he was busy preparing other dishes. Chung Tao picked up the bowl and, after taking 2 bites, he praised it repeatedly. "It's delicious." During the meal, Lan Fugue and Chung Tao kept praising Yilin, and every bite of food was filled with gratitude. After dinner, Lan Yuyu and Chung Tao sat in the living room watching TV, while Yilin and Lan Fugue were cleaning the table. "Uncle Lan, I want to ask you something," Yilin asked while wiping the stove. "Shaolin, just tell me what's going on. What are your plans after Aunt Chung recovers from her illness?" Yilin looked at Lan Fugue with concern in his eyes. Lan Fugue thought about it and smiled. "What plans can we have for people from the mountains? When Chung Tao gets better, we will go home and farm. Can I earn money from farming?" Yilin couldn't help but ask. He had never lived in the countryside. The income from farming is not much, just enough to fill our stomach. If someone wants to buy something from our house, it could be exchanged for some living expenses. I would like to do some work on a construction site, but my legs and feet are not good, and no one will hire me. Lan Fugue sighed helplessly. Yi Lin's heart moved, knowing that their family's life was not easy. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but say, Uncle Lan, my family is in business. I have an idea. Let my dad take you to do a business together to see if you are willing to try it. When Lan Fugue heard this, he shook his head and said, Shaolin, thank you. We appreciate your kindness, but Uncle only knows how to farm and can't do anything else. There was a hint of rejection in his tone. Yilin didn't believe that he couldn't do other things. Uncle Lan, I don't believe you can't do it. Yo-Yo is so smart. You must not be stupid. You are just afraid of taking risks and trouble others. Lan Fugue's eyes flashed with hesitation, and Yilin took the opportunity to emphasize his tone. Uncle Lan, this is not the age of having enough food. People have needs. Other people's children wear new clothes and eat good meals, but you and your son can only envy silently. Can you bear to see them like this? After hearing this, Lan Fugue was somewhat touched, but still a little hesitant. Shaolin, I know you are right, but there is nothing I can do. We don't have that kind of ability. Uncle Lan, it's not that you don't have the ability, but that you lack a little courage. You are now unarmed, so what are you afraid of? Give it a try, and the bicycle can be turned into a motorcycle. Yilin's eyes were firm, and his tone was full of encouragement. I'm afraid of troublesome you, and your father can't help us. Lan Fugue hesitated for a moment, feeling complicated. Yilin answered firmly, Don't worry, as long as I am willing, Dad will definitely have no objection. There was confidence in his words, as if he had already foreseen the result. Lan Fugue was a little shaken when he heard this. He couldn't help but ask, Shaolin, tell me, what kind of business do you want to start? Yilin's eyes flashed with excitement, and he said with a smile, Uncle Lan, I want to open a fresh food supermarket and buy local specialties from your area, such as local chickens, local ducks, snails, loaches, and even mountain products. You just need to buy them in the countryside, and I will send people to buy them from you. Lan Fugue was silent for a while and nodded. Shaolin, some people came to us to buy these things before, but they couldn't last long. Yilin smiled and replied, That's okay, Uncle Lan, you can grow some lemons and I'll buy as much as you grow. I'll buy exclusively from you, so you don't have to worry about others stealing your business. Okay, I have to go back and discuss this with Chung Tao and also ask your father for his opinion. Lan Fugue said with a little hesitation, but there was already some more expectation in his eyes. Lan Fugue said tactfully that he had not discussed it with Chung Tao and that it mainly depended on what Yilin's parents said. This is no joke. It's impossible for a high school boy to finalize it just by saying it. Chapter 89 High Price Purchase. During the weekend, Yilin and Lan Yuyu were busy with their respective practices. Yilin was practicing basketball, while Lan Yuyu was doing cheerleading training. As Lan Yuyu practiced, her movements became more and more precise. Gao Mingming watched as her own movements were still clumsy and anxiously tried to keep up with her pace. Huang Bai, on the other hand, was like a slacker. His movements were not in place, and Su Xian was so angry that he almost wanted to kick him out of the team. On Sunday, after training, Yilin and Lan Yuyu returned home. Lan Fugue had spent the past few days studying in the kitchen, so cooking was no longer a problem. Therefore, Yilin and Lan Yuyu can enjoy delicious meals as soon as they enter the door. After dinner, Lan Fugue looked at Yilin and asked, Shaolin, have you asked your dad about what happened a few days ago? I asked, and he said yes. Yilin answered casually, with a hint of relief in his eyes. Although Yilin said it simply, in fact, these decisions were originally made by him. Although his father Yi Aigua is the boss of the company, he is more like a manager, and Yilin is the actual decision-maker. Although he has lost a little money recently, Yilin is not worried because he has made a lot of money recently, and it does not affect his plan at all. Yilin planned to take out 100,000 yuan to help Lan Fugue's family start a business. This amount was not difficult for him, and he knew that Lan Yuyu might be his family in the future, so it was his duty to help. Seeing Yilin say this, Lan Fugue breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. That's good. Qingtao also thinks this way is feasible. We just buy things and don't have to worry about sales. In the past 2 days, Lan Fugue and Chung Tao have been busy studying how to do this better. They are even understanding the product prices in the market and are preparing to decide the purchase amount based on these prices. The two became more and more motivated and couldn't wait to start, but Yilin never took any action. Lan Fugue finally couldn't help asking, Shaolin, When can this start? While cleaning the dishes, Yi-Lin said, Uncle Lan, don't worry. Think about what products you have, prepare how much money to buy them, and make a plan. I'll help you with some reference. The prices have been calculated, and I have also conducted a market survey. After Lan Fugue finished speaking, he took out a workbook and turned to the page where the purchase prices of various products were written. Yi-Lin took a look and shook his head. Uncle Lan, this price is not acceptable. Lan Fugue frowned. If it sells for 10 yuan in the market, I can charge 5 yuan for it. Is that not okay? Yi-Lin patiently explained. We sell local specialties, so the price cannot be based on the market price. For example, a local chicken, it takes a year to raise it, but chickens on the market can be raised in 3 or 4 months. The price is too low, so no one is willing to sell it. But we country people have no money, and we often exchange a chicken for firewood, rice, oil, and salt. This price is already acceptable. Lan Fugue was a little confused. Uncle Lan, this won't work. Although you can earn a lot, it's not good for long-term development. You have to give the villagers a higher purchase price, so they are willing to raise fish. If you can buy at a high price, other dealers will buy at a low price and sell it to you. In this way, the supply of goods can be sustained and the business can be done for a long time. Yi-Lin said firmly, with a little eagerness in his eyes. Will your father agree? Lan Fugue was a little worried. Yi-Lin smiled and said, Don't worry, my dad has given me full responsibility for this matter. Lan Fugue thought for a moment and finally nodded. Okay, we'll do as you say. Uncle Lan, don't worry, I'll have no problem selling it. Yi-Lin was full of confidence in the business. Although he was not absolutely sure, he knew that there would be demand in this market. Then when do we start? Lan Fugue asked impatiently. Once I find a store and have a competition in the city, we can start. I will go to the city to participate in the competition next week, and we will be able to start in about 2 weeks. Yi-Lin has already made plans, but it will take time to select a store location and prepare for the event. Lan Fugue nodded. It just so happens that Aunt Cheng's illness has almost healed during this period. Then, he asked curiously, Shaolin, the game you're talking about, is it a basketball game? Yi-Lin nodded. Yes, the city's high school basketball game takes a long time, so I have to go to the city for a week. Oh, so that's the case. Wouldn't it be inconvenient for us to live here if you're not here? Lan Fugue was a little worried. Uncle Lan, don't worry. Living here is like being at home. By the way, Yo-Yo will go to the city competition with me tomorrow. She should have told you about it, right? Lan Fugue was surprised. Yo-Yo is going too? She seems to have never even touched a basketball. It's not basketball. Yo-Yo is a cheerleader. She's going to cheer for me. Yi-Lin similed. So that's it. You didn't tell us about this. She said she would stay at school for a week next week and not come back to see us. Turns out she lied. Lan Fugue smiled self-deprecatingly. I don't think Yuyu lied on purpose. She was afraid that you would give her money. Aunt Cheng is sick again, so she probably didn't want to make you worry. Yi-Lin explained it seriously. Lan Fugue listened and nodded. You are right. Yuyu is a sensible child. I didn't expect her to be so considerate. Now, Lan Fugue is more determined about this business. Although there are still many uncertainties in this business, Yi-Lin's help makes him feel a long-lost hope. The next morning, Yi-Lin and Lan Yuyu packed their bags and prepared to go to the city. Lan Fugue insisted on giving Lan Yuyu 500 yuan, but under Yi-Lin's persuasion, Lan Yuyu only accepted 200 yuan. Take it and use it in the city. There was reluctance in Lan Fugue's voice. Thank you, Uncle Lan. Lan Yuyu took the money gratefully, feeling warm in her heart. The two of them packed their luggage and set off for the city, their hearts full of anticipation for the future. Chapter 90 Check-in Hotel. This time, the team was led by Zhou Zhengqi and assisted by Su Xian. Yi-Lin and Lan Yuyu arrived at the school early. After the gathering, all 30 cheerleaders and 12 basketball players were present. After a morning of traveling by bus, they finally arrived at Jiangxing Sports Center at noon. The opening ceremony will be held in the evening. Everyone's task is to check in first, and then the cheerleading team will rehearse in the afternoon. Zhou Zhengqi and Su Xian led the students to the Jiangxing Event Hotel, which has cooperation with many schools. Whenever there are large-scale events, it will provide accommodation and discounts for teachers and students of the schools. Yi-Lin, go to the bathroom. Yi-Lin took the opportunity to leave, and when he came back, Zhou Zhengqi was arranging for everyone to check in. We will arrange 4 people in each room. The girls and teacher, Su, will live in 8 rooms, and the boys and I will live in 4 rooms. Everyone can form their own teams. Many students started talking about it when they heard that 4 people shared a room. Huang Bai was particularly concerned about the size of the bed. Teacher Zhou, how big is this bed? It's almost full for me alone. Zhou Jingqi smiled and said, a 1.5 m asterisk 2 m bed is no problem for 2 people. Huang Bai, you are tall, so stay in the same room with me. Huang Bai seemed unhappy. I still want to live with Yilin. He didn't want to live with his teacher and felt a little embarrassed. There's no room for negotiation. You're so big, you have to live with me. Yilin won't be able to rest. Zhou Jingqi said in a stern tone, refusing to give in. Huang Bai muttered in a low voice. It's not like I came here voluntarily. What did you say? Zhou Jingqi heard the dissatisfied voice and immediately moved closer. I said to obey the arrangements. Huang Bai said loudly, helplessly. Zhou Jingqi nodded with satisfaction. That's settled. Everyone, prepare your ID cards and go to the lobby to check in. On the girls' side, Lan Yuyu and Gao Mengmeng, Ling Feishue, and Zhao Rongrong separated, and the last girl was temporarily arranged by Su Xian to live with them. Lan Yuyu and Ling Feishue had to live in the same room. Although Ling Feishue was dissatisfied, she had no choice but to accept it. When it was Lan Yuyu and her group's turn to check in, the waiter suddenly asked when checking their IDs, Excuse me, who is Lan Yuyu? The students behind her all stopped and looked at Lan Yuyu curiously. Ling Feishue was gloating, hoping that Lan Yuyu would get into trouble so that she wouldn't have to stay in the same room with her. Lan Yuyu raised her hand timidly. I am. The waiter showed an unexpected smile on his face. Lan Yuyu, are you the top student in our school? Yes, it's me. Lan Yuyu felt uneasy, not knowing what was going on. The waiter continued with a smile. Because you have excellent grades and joined the cheerleading team to win glory for the school has specially arranged a deluxe single room for you. You can bring a friend to stay with you. Lan Yuyu was stunned. Even the students queuing behind her were shocked. Feelings of envy and jealousy instantly filled the air. Gao Mingming looked at Lan Yuyu excitedly, hoping that she would choose her as the lucky friend. Then, let's choose Yilin. Lan Yuyu answered without hesitation, with a hint of joy in her tone. The waitress almost couldn't help laughing. Oh, it's Yilin. She then asked, which one is Yilin? The whole audience burst into laughter, and Chin Siki couldn't stop laughing. Sister, Yilin is a boy. Hearing that it was a boy, the waiter was stunned and could not hide his disappointment. Lan Yuyu, the school has a rule that boys and girls cannot live together. Lan Yuyu felt a little disappointed. Can you give this room to Yilin? The waiter shook his head. This room is only for you. Lan Yuyu nodded dejectedly. Seeing her disappointment, Yilin comforted her gently. Little bean sprout, this is what you have worked hard for. You should live by yourself. The teacher will be happy for you. Lan Yuyu looked at Yilin, her eyes flickering with gratitude. Well, I understand. Sister, since Yilin can't live here, then Meng Meng will stay. Lan Yuyu turned and said to the waitress, Okay, please give me your ID cards. The waiter nodded. Gao Mingming couldn't wait to pull Lan Yuyu upstairs, but she felt a little dissatisfied. She couldn't help herself and thought, how could Lan Yuyu value love over friendship? Ling Feishue was full of jealousy and secretly angry. She had always been the top student in the school. So how could a transfer student like Lan Yuyu take advantage of her? Seeing the interaction between Lan Yuyu and Yilin, Ling Feishue was furious. Teacher Zhou, why am I not given a luxurious single room, even though I got the first place so many times? Ling Feishue's tone was full of grievance and dissatisfaction. Zhou Zhengqi spread his hands helplessly. It wasn't arranged by me. How would I know? That's too much. Ling Feishue burst into tears. Zhao Rongrong and several other boys stepped forward to comfort her. Feishue, it's okay. Lan Yu only did that once in a while. You are the best girl in our school. The school is blind. Yes, Lan Yuyu is not worthy at all. Her looks can't compare to yours. How can she compete with you for the limelight? Several people spoke up, obviously dissatisfied. Ling Feishue had tears in her eyes. Seeing Yilin not comforting her, she said indignantly, Yilin, can't you see that I'm very sad? Yilin replied nonchalantly, It's not me who made you sad. What does it have to do with me? The basketball students around wanted to take action, but because of Zhou Zhengqi's presence, they could only suppress their anger. Finally, everyone checked in, and Lan Yuyu's accommodation was changed because she had a deluxe single room. The other girls were arranged to live with Ling Feishue and Zhao Rongrong, while Huang Bai lived a room with Yilin. The waiter looked at the group of people, full of questions in his mind. How could that beautiful girl like that ordinary-looking boy? She was even more curious about why Yilin was so caring towards the ordinary-looking Lan Yuyu. It's so strange. The waiter really wants to eat this melon. What on earth could make a handsome guy like an ugly duckling? It's like the real-life version of the Beauty and the Beast. Chapter 91, Crossdresser. Gao Mingming hurriedly pulled Lan Yuyu into the room, then locked the door. She told Lan Yuyu to stand at attention against the wall. Lan Yuyu obeyed obediently and asked in confusion, Mingming, what are you doing? Lan Yuyu, you really value women over friendship. Lan Yuyu did not choose her first, but directly asked Yilin to live with her, which caught Gao Mingming off guard. It's not that Gao Mingming was angry. She just wanted to make trouble for Lan Yuyu on purpose. Mingming, what do you mean by valuing love over friendship? Lan Yuyu's little head was full of doubts. You just said in front of so many classmates, as well as Teacher Zhou and Teacher Su, that you wanted to live with Yilin and forgot about me, your good friend. Isn't that putting love before friendship? Mingming, but Yilin is my best friend. What about me? Gao Mingming was curious. Mingming, you're also my good friend, but Yilin is my best friend. I don't know how to describe it. I will be very happy whenever I see Yilin. So he's my best friend. Gao Mingming felt that she was just asking for trouble. Why would you argue with Yilin? How can you compare with Yilin? Their relationship has long gone beyond the scope of friendship. Okay, Yilin is the best, but you can't ask Yilin to live with you. Gao Mingming thinks Lan Yuyu is too naive. Why? Lan Yuyu was puzzled. Yilin is your best friend, but he is a boy. Only lovers can live together. Are you and Yilin lovers? No, Yilin and I are just good friends. Lan Yuyu quickly denied it. Yilin said they were just good friends and never said they were lovers. So, you can't live in the same room. Huh? I see. No wonder that sister just said no. Lan Yuyu suddenly understood. The other side. As soon as Su Xian entered the room, she said, Zhou Zhengqi, isn't your arrangement a bit too much? Zhou Zhengqi thought she was talking about living with him, and said with a smile, Wife, we are husband and wife. Isn't it normal for us to live together? The students won't have any objections. Seeing that he didn't understand what she said, Su Xian said, I didn't tell you this. I was talking about the luxury single room. Is it really okay for you to do this? After all, Ling Feishue had won first place in many exams, big and small, in our school before, while Lan Yu only won first place in the monthly exam last month. The students will be dissatisfied with you if you do this, and it will not be good for Lan Yuyu and the others. They will be isolated by other students. Even if you want to get Yilin to participate in the basketball game, you don't have to lick him like this, right? Su Xian endured this matter until she exploded in the room. Wife, you misunderstood me. This matter has nothing to do with me. Zhou Jingqi claimed he was innocent. Don't you make the reservations for the rooms every year? Did the school book them themselves? Su Xian was puzzled. No, why can't you see it? I just can't see it. If you see it, tell me. The more Su Xian listened, the angrier she became. This was not arranged by the school at all. What do you mean? Do you think the school would do such a thing? This was most likely done by Yilin. Yelin, haven't you ever experienced youth? Can't you see that Yilin and Lan Yuyu have a special relationship? Yilin came to the competition because Lan Yuyu came to do cheerleading. I have observed during this period that Yilin takes care of Lan Yuyu as if he were his own daughter. Didn't you notice that the waitress kept looking at Yilin's expression when she was talking to Lan Yuyu? After hearing what Zhou Zhengqi said, Su Xian finally understood that it was not her husband who did it, nor was it the school. But Zhou Zhengqi's tone when he spoke to him was too harsh. Su Xian continued to be angry and kept hitting him. Yes, I don't have youth. Zhou Zhengqi, you have the most youth. Wife, I was wrong. I swear you are my first love. How many times have I told you? Don't call me wife while I'm at work. Teacher Su, I was wrong. What did you do wrong? You're not even as good as a high school student. I was blind to follow you in the first place. Zhou Jingqi was beaten so badly that he ran around and begged for mercy. Although he looked miserable, Zhou Jingqi's face was filled with happiness. In the afternoon, the cheerleading team went to the basketball gymnasium for rehearsal. Yilin took advantage of Huang Bai's absence and went down to the hotel lobby. Sister, thank you for what I just said. This is the balance for you. Yilin handed had $100. The waiter smiled from ear to ear. Little handsome boy, you are so polite. I'm very curious. Does the pretty girl who just cried like you? Why don't you like her, but like a girl who's not that pretty? Sister, some things are glamorous on the outside but rotten on the inside. And that ugly girl you mentioned, you're not her. So how do you know she is not pretty? After saying that, Yilin left. The waiter was confused. What does that mean? Is that girl pretty? Maybe beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. After the cheerleading rehearsal draw, they started putting on makeup. As soon as Gao Mengmeng came back, she hurried back to the room with Huang Bai. She wanted to ask Yilin for advice. Yilin, for the opening ceremony tonight, I want to put on some beautiful makeup for Yuyu. Is that okay? Yilin smiled and said, you should ask her about this. It's okay as long as she is willing. Hearing this, Gao Mengmeng was overjoyed. You said so. Just open your eyes and look at your beautiful little bean sprouts tonight. After saying that, she skipped out of Yilin and Huang Bai's room. Fatty, I asked you to bring a camera here. Did you bring it? Yilin asked Huang Bai. Hearing this, Huang Bai took out a small digital camera from his bag and said with a chuckle, Brother Lin, how could I forget what you told me to do? Seeing the brand new camera in Huang Bai's hand, Yilin asked curiously, where did you get this camera? My dad gave it to me. There will be no such thing as stealing cameras in the future. Huang Bai was very proud. Not bad, not bad. Let me study it, and I'll take beautiful photos of you tonight. Yilin said with ill intention. Brother Lin, stop it. Just take pictures of your little bean sprouts. Don't leave me with bad memories. Huang Bai handed the digital camera to Yilin and prepared to go out. Where are you going? Yilin asked. I'm going to Teacher Sue's place to put on some makeup and get some cheerleading clothes. About half an hour later, Huang Bai came back, wearing makeup like a little eunuch, holding a set of unopened cheerleading clothes in his hand. Yilin tried hard not to laugh. Try on the clothes quickly. Yilin couldn't wait to see Huang Bai wearing the cheerleading costume, so he urged. Huang Bai unpacked it and found that the top was a blue belly-bearing top and the bottom was a white pleated skirt. He froze in his tracks. What the hell was this? Did he get the wrong one? When Yilin saw this, he laughed so hard that he collapsed on the bed. It must have been sent to the wrong person. Huang Bai hurito fai su xin. 10 minutes later, he came back with a frustrated look on his face. What's wrong? Seeing that he had not changed out of his cheerleading uniform, Yilin asked with glee. Huang Bai replied with a sad face. Teacher Su said that there was no mistake and that we had to ensure uniformity in clothing, so I can only wear this. It's okay, it's okay. Not many people know you anyway, so it doesn't matter what you wear. Go try it on to see if it fits you. Yilin was afraid that he wouldn't wear it, so he tried hard not to laugh. Huang Bai refused to change and held on until the very end when they were ready to gather and leave for the opening ceremony. Huang Bai had no choice but to go to the bathroom to change into his cheerleading clothes and came out reluctantly. Fatty, you know what? It actually fits me pretty well, Yilin rolled around on the bed laughing. When it was time to gather, Huang Bai could hardly take a step out of the room. Fortunately, Yilin was kind enough to help. Chapter 92, The Real Material. After Gao Mengmeng returned, as soon as she entered the room, she immediately brought Lan Yuyu to the dressing table. Then she took out various cosmetics and tools from her makeup bag. Meng, what do you want? Yo-yo, I'll put some beautiful makeup on you, and then you'll blind those people who say you're ugly. Gao Mengmeng had already imagined the jaw-dropping looks on the faces of those bastards. And there is Ling Feishue, who always says that Lan Yuyu is ugly. Let's see who is uglier later. Meng, I'm fine like this. Lan Yuyu was not very willing. That won't do. Yilin said he wants to see you in your beautiful form. Did Yilin say that? Lan Yuyu suspected that Gao Mengmeng was lying to her. Yes, I just asked Yilin. If you don't believe me, go ask him yourself. He also said that Ling Feishue always called you ugly, and he was very angry. He wanted you to be beautiful in the future, even more beautiful than Ling Feishue, so that no one would dare to call you ugly anymore. Meng, I won't ask. Just do what Yilin said. Lan Yuyu was a little angry when she thought of Ling Feishue always saying that she was ugly and that she was not worthy of being with Yilin. I have to dress up beautifully tonight and not let others say that I am ugly. Otherwise, others will think that Yilin is with an ugly person, and Yilin will be sad. Gao Mengmeng discovered that as long as she said it was Yilin who said it, it would work very well on Lan Yuyu, and she would be willing to do whatever she said. Lan Yuyu agreed, and Gao Mengmeng began to show her skills. But after observing for a long time, I found that Lan Yuyu's face made it impossible for cosmetics to be used. Gao Mengmeng felt a sense of frustration. This girl was too perfect. She lightly added some blush to Lan Yuyu's hair, then braided her hair into a princess style, flipping up all the bangs that were covering her face. With just a little makeup, she is so beautiful. For Lan Yuyu, The difference between an ugly duckling and a fairy is just a fringe of bangs. After putting on makeup, Lan Yuyu changed into cheerleading clothes. When she came out of the bathroom, Gao Mingming was completely confused. With Yi Lin's careful feeding, Lan Yuyu gained some weight, and her figure developed into a well-proportioned shape. But usually her figure is hidden under the loose school uniform, and no one could see it. Gao Mingming stared at her chest and realized that she was completely defeated. She said enviously, "Wow, you are so beautiful. How can other women live?" "Mingming, are you praising me?" Hearing Gao Mingming say this, Lan Yuyu felt a little happy. Lan Yuyu looked at herself in the mirror for a long time and found that she was quite pretty, and it seemed that Ling Feishue was not as pretty as her. "Lan Yo-Yo, you are really getting bolder and bolder. Thin branches bear great fruits. Did you stuff something into them?" Seeing that Lan Yuyu was a little narcissistic, Gao Mingming directly grabbed her weapon. "Mingming, what are you doing?" No. Where are you going?" "Here comes my mother." Two girls were chasing and playing in the room. Gao Mingming didn't give up until she verified that the material was genuine. After Gao Mingming finished putting on her makeup and changed her clothes, the two of them went downstairs to meet up. They passed the front desk and were stopped by the waiter. "Classmate, wait a moment." Gao Mingming and Lan Yuyu stopped. "What's the matter?" Gao Mingming asked doubtfully. The waiter was surprised to see how beautiful Lan Yuyu was, as he had never seen such a girl before. But she recognized Gao Mingming's face. After all, among so many students in the school, Gao Mingming was the only one with a baby face. The waiter asked Gao Mingming, "Classmate, I want to ask, where's your friend, the one who asked you to stay in the deluxe single room with her at noon? Her name is Lan something." She observed at the front desk for a long time. Many students from Qingyuan Middle School came down, but the ugly girl was nowhere to be seen. She just wanted to ask Lan Yuyu how she could hook up with a handsome guy if she was not good looking. "Are you talking about Lan Yo-Yo?" Gao Mingming asked. When the waiter heard the name, he nodded and replied, Yes, that's Lan Yuyu. Why can't I see her coming down? I have something to talk to her about." "Sister, the one in front of you is Lan Yuyu." Gao Mingming looked at Lan Yuyu next to her. Seeing that the waiter was looking for her, Lan Yuyu took the initiative to ask, "Sister, what do you want to talk to me about?" Her big peach blossom eyes narrowed into crescent shapes when she smiled, and her smile was as sweet as it could be. "You? Are you Lan Yuyu?" The waiter's jaw dropped. How could this be possible? "Sister, I'm Lan Yuyu." Seeing the waiter's surprised look, Lan Yuyu felt very strange. "Yuyu, how come you suddenly become so beautiful? You weren't very. The waiter couldn't really say the word ugly. "Sister, I have always looked like this. I didn't become prettier suddenly." Lan Yuyu explained. The waiter finally understood what Yilin meant. It turns out that Lan Yuyu is super beautiful, but she just pretends to be ugly on purpose. No wonder Yilin is so nice to her. A fairy-like girl like her must be pampered to the sky. She thought it was normal for such a beautiful girl to be with such a handsome guy. A perfect match. It is also understandable why Yilin doesn't like Ling Feishue. It is obvious that this girl is more gentle, more beautiful, and is the top student in the school. I still want to learn from others, learn the Chicken Feather Sutra, and being beautiful is the key. "Sister, what do you want from me?" Lan Yuyu saw the waiter in a daze and asked. Nothing happened. It's okay to ask people to stop. Thinking that this answer is very impolite, I quickly find a reason to ease my embarrassment. Just after she finished speaking, she looked like she remembered something and asked, "Oh, this is it. I wanted to ask you how it feels to live in the deluxe room. Is it comfortable?" "It's very comfortable, sister. This room is the best and most comfortable room I have ever lived in my life." Lan Yuyu described her experience very directly, saying that this was indeed the best room she had ever lived in her life. "That's fine. Lan Yuyu, thank you very much for your satisfactory evaluation. Sorry to bother you." "It's okay, Mingming, let's go," Lan Yuyu said. When the two of them left the waiter's sight, Gao Mingming said excitedly, Yo, did you see that just now?" "What do you see, Mingming?" "That waitress. She just found out you're Lan Yuyu. She was stunned. Ha ha ha." Gao Mingming felt very satisfied when she saw other people's surprised expressions, because she looked like this when she first saw Lan Yuyu. "Why, Mingming? Didn't she see me at noon? Why is she still shocked?" Lan Yuyu was puzzled. If Gao Mingming didn't know Lan Yuyu, she would really suspect that she did it on purpose. "Why don't you know it yourself?" But Lan Yuyu really didn't know. Gao Mingming explained, "Yuyu, because you were very ugly at noon, but you are very beautiful now. You are completely two different people from at noon." So she was surprised. "So that's how it is. Then am I really beautiful, Mingming?" Beautiful, very beautiful. Gao Mingming praised Lan Yuyu vigorously because she knew that Lan Yuyu had no confidence in herself. Chapter 93. If he doesn't chase you, you could chase him. Soon, Gao Mingming and Lan Yuyu arrived outside the hotel. Almost everyone had arrived and lined up. Su Xian saw Gao Mingming coming with a strange girl, but couldn't see Lan Yuyu. Does this mean that Lan Yuyu will not be performing? This strange girl wearing Qingyuan Middle School's gymnastics uniform is here to replace Lan Yuyu? That's impossible. How can this person be replaced when he hasn't even rehearsed? Su Xian asked. Gao Mingming, where is Lan Yuyu? Gao Mingming was about to explain. Lan Yuyu quickly raised her hand. Teacher, I'm here. Su Xian was shocked by this familiar voice. Are you Lan Yuyu? Hearing Su Xian's shock, the other students also turned to look over. Wow! A uniform exclamation rang out. All the classmates were stunned. She was Lan Yuyu? The ugly Lan Yuyu? Chen Siki couldn't believe it and held Yi Shue's hand. She Yi Shue. She is Lan Yuyu? Oh my god, how come she is so beautiful? No, why was she so ugly before? Yi Shue was also stunned. Lan Yuyu was really beautiful. Recently, she has had some changes in her opinion of Yulin and started to accept him. After all, her brother is not the bastard he used to be. He has become a better person. She was happy to see Lan Yuyu was so beautiful. She knew that Yulin was hanging out with Lan Yuyu every day, and maybe she would be her sister-in-law in the future. Lan Yuyu is not only a good student, but now it is discovered that she is also very beautiful. Yi Shue approves of this future sister-in-law. Yi Shue, why is she so beautiful? She's always with your brother. How can I pursue Senior Yulin? Chen Siki felt aggrieved and anxious, and she even wanted to use her beauty trap on Yulin Lai. Yi Shue said unhappily, Chen Siki, I warn you again, don't set your sights on my brother, or our sisterhood will be over. Seeing Yi Shue so serious, Chen Siki was puzzled. Why did Yi Shue hate Yulin when he was a bad guy? But now that Yulin has become a good guy and so outstanding and handsome, Yi Shue still hates him. Chen Siki didn't know that the truth was that Yi Shue no longer hated Yulin at all. She just didn't want her best friend to get involved in other people's love life. Besides, Yulin would not fall in love with Chen Siki, and Yi Shue was afraid that she would fall too deeply in love and then she would be sad and cry. On the other side, Ling Feishue froze when she saw Lan Yuyu's beautiful appearance. She always felt that her grades were not as good as Lan Yuyu's, but she was pretty. She was 100 times prettier than Lan Yuyu. But now, her beauty, which she was so proud of, no longer has any advantage. Ling Feishue couldn't understand why Lan Yuyu was so beautiful. How could she play Cinderella when she is so beautiful? At this moment, Ling Feishue was finally willing to believe that Yulin was not acting with her. She always thought that she was the best girl in the school, and that Yulin would only like her. The reason why Yulin treated him badly now was that he ignored him before taking revenge on him. But when she saw how beautiful Lan Yuyu was, she finally realized that Yulin had given up on her. Ling Feishue felt so wrong that she almost cried. Zhao Rongrong stared at Lan Yuyu in a daze for a while, and then she said to Ling Feishue, Feishue, Lan Yuyu, how could she be so beautiful? Ling Feishue didn't answer. Zhao Rongrong looked over and saw Ling Feishue shedding tears of grievance. Feishue, what's wrong with you? This ugly thing, why is she so beautiful? Why? Ling Feishue said aggrievedly. Zhao Rongrong finally understood what was going on. Ling Feishue was hit hard. Feishue, you are also very good. But Yulin, he doesn't pursue me anymore. He's serious. He really doesn't like me anymore. He's obviously been pursuing me for so long. If he had pursued me a little longer, I would have agreed. Why doesn't he pursue me? Why is he giving up on me? It's all because of Lan Yuyu. She stole my first place, and she also stole Yulin's. Ling Feishue shed tears as she spoke. Zhao Rongrong quickly comforted her. Feishue, don't react so strongly. Many classmates are here. Actually, Yulin is not pursuing you. If you really like him, you can pursue him. Ling Feishue wiped away her tears, and her tearful eyes became firm. Yes, Rongrong, you are right. I will pursue him too. Yulin has liked me for so long. He will definitely choose me in the end. Although Ling Feishue was crying quite loudly, many people were attracted by Lan Yuyu, and not many people paid attention to her. A group of basketball students standing at the back were all stunned when they saw Lan Yuyu. They called Yulin a six-headed old man, and had already taken action against him. No wonder Yulin, the school bully, has become a good student and is studying hard. If they were in his place, they would also be willing to change for Lan Yuyu. They finally understood why Yilin would guard Lan Yuyu all day long. With such a beautiful girl, who wouldn't be afraid of being robbed. Now Yilin has already taken control of Lan Yuyu. Even though he knows that Lan Yuyu is beautiful, there's no place for them in Lan Yuyu's heart. They suddenly felt that Yilin was too abominable for not giving them any chance at all. They became more and more excited as they talked and started shouting nonsense. A fairy has descended to Earth. I declare that Lan Yuyu is our new school beauty in the 3rd year of high school. A boy spoke loudly without caring about Ling Feishua's presence. Yes, she is the top student, and so pretty, she is definitely the school belle, but it's a pity that she is already taken. Yu Qingbao and Yodali, what are you talking about? Feishue is the school beauty. A boy retorted that, after all, Lan Yuyu had already been taken in by Yilin, so why was there any need to lick her? Licking Ling Feishue is the only way. After all, she is single. Even if Ling Feishue has a male friend, at least he is not like Yilin and Lan Yuyu, who are like a couple every day, so the chance is greater. Quiet. What are you arguing about? Seeing everyone talking and shouting at the same time, like a vegetable market, Zhou Zhengqi yelled. After everyone was quiet, Su Xan asked Lan Yuyu and Gao Mengmeng to join the team, and then asked everyone, who else hasn't arrived yet? Gao Mengmeng took a look and didn't see Huang Bai, so she said, Teacher Su, Huang Bai hasn't arrived yet. Lan Yu also looked around, but didn't see Yilin, so she said, Teacher Su, Yilin isn't here yet. Where are they? They're about to leave. Why haven't they come yet? Having waited long enough, Su Xin became a little impatient. Here I come. At this time, Yilin's voice came from the hotel. Everyone looked towards the hotel entrance. With Yilin's help, Huang Bai finally arrived at the hotel gate. As soon as Huang Bai appeared, all the students burst into laughter. Neo Dali laughed so hard that a stream of snot spurted out of his nostrils and landed on his mouth. Yu Qingbao saw it and cursed. Neo Dali, you are disgusting. Neo Dali wiped his nose, smiled weakly, and said, Can you blame me for this? As teachers, Su Xin and Zhou Zhengqi tried their best to hold back their laughter. Finally, they couldn't help it anymore and started laughing too, but not as wildly as the students. Even Lan Yuyu, who is usually shy, was amused by Huang Bai's funny appearance. Gao Mingming laughed so hard that her stomach hurt, and she squatted on the ground to catch her breath. Seeing everyone laughing so happily, Huang Bai swaggered over to line up anyway, because he was already socially dead. Yilin followed behind and saw Lan Yuyu dressed up beautifully. He passed by Lan Yuyu and whispered in her ear, Little Bean Sprout, you are so beautiful. Keep up the good work. After saying that, he returned to the back row of basketball students. Lan Yuyu turned around and looked at Yilin. Their eyes met, and Yilin made a gesture of encouragement to her. Yilin, I will try my best. Being praised by Yilin for her beauty, Lan Yuyu was extremely happy, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Everyone else was laughing at Huang Bai, but Ling Feishue was the only one paying attention to Yilin. However, she was so focused on him that she ended up eating a mouthful of dog food. She was so mad that she almost died. After a while, when everyone had laughed enough, Su Xian managed to hold back his laughter and said, Okay, stop laughing. Is everyone here? While Su Xian was speaking, she saw Huang Ba standing there in the team. Her fat body made her skirt look like a bucket. She couldn't help laughing again. Seeing that everyone was present, Su Xian and Zhou Jingqi led the team towards the gymnasium. Chapter 94, New Competition Events. Jiangxing Sports Center Basketball Stadium. A huge banner was hung on the gate of the gymnasium, the 19th Jiangxing High School Cup Basketball Tournament. Tonight is the opening ceremony, and many leaders are here. Nearly 100 college teachers also came, which shows that this basketball game is of very high quality. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, the Education Bureau does not allow the sale of tickets to prevent the competition from being manipulated by capital. Therefore, the people present were either teachers and students from the school or government officials. Of course, if some well-connected business celebrities want to watch, all it takes is a word from their leader. For example, Gao Xingqiang, whose old classmate is now the mayor and whose daughter is participating in the event, naturally has to come and see the scene. Although Huang Jinlong has no connections in the government, he has become very familiar with Gao Xingqiang due to their business dealings recently. If Huang Jinlong wants to come over, Gao Xingqiang will naturally take him with him. Gao Xingqiang followed the city leaders all the way talking and laughing, as if he was also a big leader. Huang Jinlong was in a miserable situation. He was sandwiched among these leaders and dared not even breathe. He had to follow Gao Xingqiang closely, fearing that he would be talked to by others if he walked a step slower. Wu Yanli was even worse. She didn't even dare to raise her head. Everyone walked into the gymnasium. Shi Jinshan accompanied Gao Xingqiang and others to the guest seats and said with a smile, "Old Gao, you guys sit here. I can't accompany you." "Okay, my great mayor, go ahead and do your work. I'll treat you to a drink some other day. It's a deal. I'm going to give the local tyrant a good beating." After Shi Jinshan finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. Of course, many people were just laughing in servile manner. Shi Jinshan walked to the podium in front, surrounded by a group of leaders. As soon as the city leaders left, the powerful aura disappeared. Huang Jinlong and Wu Yanli finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was my first time walking with such a big leader, and I felt both excited and nervous. Seeing Shi Jinshan walking away, Gao Xingqiang turned around and said with a smile, "Old Huang, weren't you too nervous just now?" Huang Jinlong replied somewhat awkwardly, "This is the first time I'm in such a situation. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Mr. Gao." "Don't be so reserved. Shi Jinshan is an easy person to get along with." "Old Huang, I didn't expect your son could actually play basketball. I really couldn't tell. You can't judge a person by his appearance." "Mr. Gao, don't say you don't know. I don't know either. Last night, this guy suddenly told us that he and Yilin were going to the city to compete and would be away from home for a week. We knew about this. Thinking about how I have been busy with my career these years and have not been able to spend enough time with him, we are now secretly coming to watch his game, and he doesn't even know about it." Wu Yanli also laughed and said, "We owe him too much love. He's been like a left-behind child these years. If we can stay with him and educate him properly, his academic performance won't be so bad. We just want to give him a surprise this time. Tell him that his parents are here, and he should work hard in the competition." Gao Xingqiang criticized them and said, "This is what you did wrong. No matter how busy you are, you can't ignore your children. Look at me and my wife. No matter how busy we are, we will always leave one person at home to accompany Meng Meng." Huang Jinlong thought, "How can it be the same? You are the big boss of the group company, and I am just a worker on the construction site. Who doesn't want to stay at home with their children? But if we stay at home with our children, what do we eat? What do we wear? And where do we live?" Mr. Gao's teaching was correct. We were negligent. Although Huang Jinlong disagreed in his heart, he acted as if he was being educated. Who can blame him for being a successful person? Whatever successful people say is right. Even if they fart, it's right. Zhou Jingqi took the students to verify their identities before entering. After everyone entered, at 7 o'clock, the opening ceremony officially began. A male and a female host came on stage and gave opening remarks one after another. The host then introduced the city leaders and guests from key universities, and the audience burst into warm applause. Hearing that the teacher from Kyoto Sports College was also here, Zhou Zhengqi turned to the students and said, "Did you hear that? Not only are there teachers from Kyoto Sports College, but there are also many teachers from major universities. You must behave well." All basketball students were very excited because the competition was based on a point system. They played 2 games a day for a week, and the final ranking was based on the points. Therefore, everyone has the opportunity to play. If the competition did not require that a team can only have 12 people, Zhou Jingqi would have wanted to bring all the students. As the host finished his introduction, the mayor came on stage to deliver his speech. After the mayor finished his speech, the director of the Jiangshang Education Bureau took the stage. He cleared his throat first, then said, "Dear teachers and students, I have good news for you." There was a pause of a few seconds, waiting for everyone to gather enough curiosity. He continued, "Teachers who have visited here in previous years may have noticed that a large stage has been built here this year, which was not there in previous years. The reason for setting up this stage is that a new competition item was temporarily added to the high school cup this year, which is cheerleading competition." Upon hearing this, the audience became restless and talked a lot. Of course, this competition is only tentatively scheduled for this year, and whether it will continue in the future still needs to be discussed with the city's leaders. As for why there is one this year, I will first invite a guest to the stage and then explain it to everyone. Mr. Gao Xingqiang, I would like to invite you to the stage for a moment. The director of the Education Bureau looked at Gao Xingqiang in the audience. Gao Xingqiang didn't expect this to happen. If he had known this, he would have told them. He didn't want to be known for this. After all, his own daughter is participating in the competition, so there is some suspicion that he is creating opportunities for his daughter to win. If he didn't go up, the director of the Education Bureau would lose face, so Gao Sheng went up anyway. When Gao Shengxiang walked over, the director of the Education Bureau explained, the reason why there's a cheerleading competition this year is because Mr. Gao Shengxiang, the chairman of Shengxiang Group, sponsored it. Here, we thank him with warm applause. Then there was a burst of warm applause from the audience. I announced that this year's cheerleading performance will be changed to a cheerleading competition. To ensure a fair competition, the scoring teachers will be the cheerleading instructors of each school. After that, the director of the Education Bureau stepped down from the stage, and then the host asked cheerleading representatives from each school to come on stage and draw lots. Yilin had a bold idea, and he suggested to Su Exen, Teacher Su, I think putting Huang Bai in the C position may have unexpected effects. Su Xian is still feeling regretful. If she had known there would be a cheerleading competition, she would have stepped up her training. Hearing Yilin say this, she replied, Tell me your reasons? Teacher Su, we all laughed heartily when we saw Huang Bai wearing cheerleading clothes. If Huang Bai became the center, wouldn't that also bring a lot of joy to the scene? Anyway, our dancing is not very good. If we can make the grader happy, maybe he can give us a high score. After listening to this, Su Xian felt that there was some truth in it. Since I can't jump well anyway, I might as well give it a try. Su Xian gathered the cheerleading team together, told them how they would perform, and then found an open space for a brief rehearsal. Seeing that the effect was satisfactory, Su Xian asked Zhou Zhengxi to lead the team and then walked to the judges' seats. Chapter 95, Sensational. The competition began with the same music. Each school choreographed different cheerleading moves. Because there was no competition and it was just a formality, the schools did not choreograph any difficult moves. Moreover, there are almost no dancers participating in each school, and all the participants are volunteers. Soon, it was the Qingyuan Middle School team's turn to play. The lights turned off and the cheerleaders struck their poses on the stage. Huang Jinlong was afraid that Gao Shengxiang didn't notice, so he reminded him, Director Gao, we've arrived at Qingyuan Middle School. Gao Shengxiang kept staring. When the students walked onto the stage, he didn't find his daughter, but he felt that a figure was very familiar. Old Huang, why do I feel like there's a person who looks very much like your son? Gao Shengxiang asked puzzledly. His son is here to play basketball. How could he dance? Huang Jinlong immediately rejected the idea. Mr. Gao, that's impossible. My son is here to play basketball. Those who go up here are all girls. You must have seen it wrong. Gao Shengxiang was not sure either, and said with a smile, Then I guess I saw it wrong. The lights turned on, and the cheerleaders formed several circles on the stage. As the music started, the cheerleaders gradually spread out layer by layer like blooming flowers. As the flowers finished blooming, Huang Bai, who was squatting on the ground, jumped up instantly. At this time, Huang Bai's face was thicker than the city wall, and his dance moves were both standard and funny. Huang Bai used to dance street dance with Yilin and the shamat outside every day, so he had some basic dancing skills. After practicing for so long, his cheerleading moves were naturally very standard. It felt funny because he was so fat and was wearing a tiny skirt. Huang Bai is so dazzling that it is impossible for others not to notice him. The moment Huang Bai came out, the audience burst into laughter. At this time, no one thought this was a cheerleading performance, but rather a funny show. Gao Xingxiang now saw clearly that the little fat boy was indeed Huang Jinlong's son. He laughed and said, Old Huang, didn't you say your son was here to play basketball? Huang Jinlong and Wu Yanli looked so embarrassed that they were probably the only two people in the audience who couldn't laugh anymore. Huang Jinlong felt that all his ancestors had been brought shame upon by this little bastard. Seeing the golden dragon's energy turn into the color of liver, Gao Xingxiang said with a smile, Old Huang, look at it more positively. Look at your son. He doesn't seem to be forced at all. This kid is enjoying it very much. Director Gao, you don't understand how I feel right now. I thought this kid came here to play basketball, but I didn't expect this little bastard to come here to embarrass himself. I can understand dancing, but he's wearing a belly-bearing top and a short skirt, which really pissed me off. Huang Jinlong wanted to rush up and beat him up. Old Huang, you're wrong again. This is not shameful. It is a manifestation of courage. Courage. Huang Jinlong and Wu Yanli looked at each other. What courage? Gao Xingqiang explained as he looked at them. Old Huang, let me ask you, do you dare to wear this outfit? Huang Jinlong said nothing. I definitely wouldn't dare to answer, let alone ask you to wear this outfit and perform in front of so many people. but your son dared to do it. That's courage. You see, he did it voluntarily, and he danced very hard. Why? Just to get a good ranking. You think he is ashamed, but I don't. He was very successful. He used his own characteristics and unexpected outfit to make everyone in the audience laugh. You should be glad that you have such a courageous son and be proud of him, instead of being angry and feeling ashamed of him. Children need to be recognized, not denied or criticized. Doing so will only make them doubt their own value and deny their own excellence. After listening to Gao Shengqiang's words, Wu Yanli agreed with him. As expected of a successful person, his way of educating children is different. Jinlong, Mr. Gao is right. It takes a lot of courage to dress up like this and perform on stage. Whether it's playing ball or dancing, this is a sign of his positive attitude. We should encourage him more. Huang Jinlong calmed down a lot after hearing this. He thought about how he always compared Huang Bai with other people's children. My son is also very outstanding. At least Huang Bai dares to wear a skirt to perform on stage, but other children don't dare to do that. Huang Jinlong sighed and said, I am short-sighted. I still need to learn more from you, Director Gao, about educating children. Gao Xingxiang finally found his daughter and ignored Huang Jinlong's words. Gao Mingming and Lan Yuyu were standing at the back and couldn't see clearly. Mr. Huang, look at my daughter. The one behind is shorter than the others. Gao Xingxiang pointed excitedly. Huang Jinlong followed the direction Gao Xingxiang pointed and finally saw Gao Mingming. She was not a very good dancer and was always half a beat slower than others. Fortunately, everyone was staring at Huang Bai and no one noticed what was happening in the back row. Yilin found a good position, adjusted the focus of the camera, and took continuous photos of Lan Yuyu. Occasionally, he would turn the camera to take a few commemorative photos for Huang Bai. Of course, Gao Mingming, Yi Shui, and Yilin also took a few close-up photos. The moment Lan Yuyu started dancing, she was extremely nervous and scared. She remembered Yilin's words and decided to just dance for Yilin alone. She forgot everything and focused on every move. Although she has only been on the cheerleading team for a short time, she works very hard and practices these moves every day. At this time, Lan Yuyu became the best dancer among these girls. And because she was very beautiful, she was soon discovered by many people. Many boys in the audience were restless. Such a beautiful girl must have a penguin account. Even though they wanted to, they couldn't go on stage and could only look for another opportunity later. 3 minutes later, the music ended and the Qingyuan Middle School cheerleading performance ended. The cheers from the audience were surprisingly loud. Some people applauded Huang Bai's humor, while others were excited about Lan Yuyu's beauty. Seeing them coming down, Gao Xingxiang and Huang Jinlong and his wife went over to greet them. Gao Mingming saw her father and ran over happily. Dad, did you see me just now? Gao Xingxiang smiled and said, I see, my baby daughter is the best. But I always can't keep up, and I feel like I'm holding everyone back. Gao Mingming felt a little aggrieved. But you have tried your best. Just try your best. In my heart, you are the best and the greatest. Gao Xingxiang encouraged. Huang Jinlong and Wu Yanli felt ashamed of this scene. Seeing Huang Bai approaching slowly and not noticing him yet, Huang Jinlong quickly greeted him, Huang Bai. Huang Bai looked forward and saw that it was his father. Then he looked at his own attire and felt that something was wrong. After preparing himself mentally, Huang Bai came back and said, Dad, Mom, why are you here? You said you were coming to the competition, so your dad and I came to see you. Wu Yanli said, Son, you are the best. You are the pride of my heart. Huang Jinlong imitated Huang Bai and praised him. Huang Bai was stunned. What's going on? Not scolding me? Dad, you're not sick, are you? Huang Bai asked. Your father is not sick. He praises you. Why don't you just beat me up? I can't sleep or eat well because of you. Why do you want me to beat you? I don't even dare to go on stage wearing this outfit. But you dare to go on stage and dance wearing this outfit. You're more powerful than your father. Do I dare to beat you? Huang Jinlong finally said something resentful. After all, it was really embarrassing. If what Gao Xingxiang said hadn't made some sense, Huang Jinlong would have beaten Huang Bai up by now. Finally, Gao Xingxiang told Zhou Zhengqi that he wanted to take the children out for a meal. Although the game had not yet ended, it was difficult to refuse, so Zhou Zhengqi agreed. Yilin also secretly tricked Lan Yuyu out. He didn't have the chance last time he came to Jiangcheng, so this time he wanted to take Lan Yuyu to see the night view of Jiangcheng. Chapter 96, Yunjing Mountain and Wangfu Mountain. Although the economy was not very developed in this era, Jiangcheng was very prosperous, with tall buildings and colorful lights dancing between the buildings. Although Lan Yuyu has been studying in Jiangcheng for more than 2 years, she has never really explored the city. She came out with Yilin wearing only her cheerleading costume. Seeing that her belly was exposed, Yilin put his coat on her and zipped it up to prevent her from catching a cold. Fortunately, Jiangcheng is a very hot place. It is almost summer even in November, so you won't feel cold even if you wear a little skirt at night. If you want to see the night view of Jiangcheng, you have to climb up Yinjing Mountain. But it was dark now, and climbing the mountain was obviously impossible. Even in broad daylight, Yilin was reluctant to take Lan Yuyu to climb the mountain because Lan Yuyu's small body simply couldn't handle it. Fortunately, there's a cable car between Yunjing Mountain and Wangfu Mountain. Wangfu Mountain is not high, only about 50 meters. Yilin took Lan Yuyu on the bus to the bottom of the mountain. Not many people hike up the mountain at night, and even in Wangfu Park there are only a few people walking around. Little Bean Sprout, can you crawl? Yilin asked Lan Yuyu and told her that if she was too tired, then she could just not watch the night view. Yilin, I can do it. After Lan Yuyu finished speaking, she took the initiative to pull Yilin up the mountain. She had wanted to climb Yunjing Mountain a long time ago. Her teacher had said in class at that time that only by climbing Yunjing Mountain could one experience the artistic conception of standing on the top of the mountain and overlooking all the other mountains. The mountain roads were equipped with street lights, and the two walked side by side. When they climbed halfway up the mountain, Lan Yuyu felt a little tired. There happened to be a small temple where they could rest, so Yilin took her to sit down and rest. During the break, Yilin asked Little Bean Sprout, "Do you know why this mountain is called Wangfu Mountain?" Lan Yuyu shook her head. In fact, there's a myth in Jiangcheng about these two mountains. Lan Yuyu looked expectant. She liked listening to Yilin's stories. It is said that a long time ago, Jiangcheng was hit by a flood. No matter how people tried to control it, they could not stop it. A man named Yunjing turned into a huge mountain to stop the flood in order to protect his wife and children. Since then, Jiangcheng has never suffered from floods again. In order to commemorate Yunjing, people named the mountain after him. Yunjing's wife missed him so much that she stood at the door every day looking at the mountain without eating or drinking. Finally, she turned into a small mountain, and people named it Wangfu Mountain. So that's how it is. Yilin, this story is so touching. Lan Yu looked at Yilin with her bright eyes. She felt that Yilin was like Yunjing. Last time when she was bullied at the zoo, Yilin also protected her. Yilin continued. Later, people built two mountain temples on Yunjing Mountain and Wangfu Mountain to commemorate them. The mountain temple on Yunjing Mountain is called Yunjing Temple. People go there to worship the god and pray for blessings and peace. The mountain temple on Wangfu Mountain is called Fuyu Temple. People come here to worship the god, to pray for marriage and a long-lasting love. Lan Yuyu was puzzled. Yilin, why is the mountain temple of Yunjing Mountain called Yunjing Temple, while the mountain temple of Wangfu Mountain is called Fuyu Temple instead of Wangfu Temple? Yilin flicked her little head with his hand. Little Bean Sprout is so stupid because Yunjing's wife's name is Fuyu, so it is called Fuyu Temple. Oh, I see. Yilin, you are awesome. You know all this. Lan Yuyu acted cute and adorable as she praised him, and Yilin's heart melted. Is it really that great? Yilin asked again, almost unable to hold back his laughter. That's really amazing. I didn't even know that. That's so stupid, Little Bean Sprout. Did you get enough rest? Yeah, I'm stupid, Yilin. I've had a good rest. Then let's continue up the mountain. Okay, let's go. Xiao Dia, wait a minute. We have borrowed the temple of Goddess Fuyu to rest and worship her. She will bless us. Yilin took the opportunity to say that now that they were there, they must ask Goddess Fuyu to bless their love to last forever. Yilin took Lan Yu to the stone statue of Hibiscus and bowed to it. Little Bean Sprout, what are you asking for Goddess Fu Yu's blessing for? Lan Yu replied awkwardly, I don't know either. I just followed along. It's okay, Little Bean Sprout. You just follow me in worshiping. Goddess Fu Yu will bless you with whatever I ask for. Lan Yu asked curiously. Then Yilin, what are you asking Lady Fu Yu to bless you with? It won't work if I say it out loud. Yilin made up an excuse and said that he couldn't tell Lan Yu why he was asking for blessings yet, as the time was not right yet. Don't say that. Lan Yu covered Yilin's mouth with her hand, fearing that what he said would not work. Although she didn't know what Yilin was praying for, she didn't want what Yilin prayed for to be ineffective. After the worship, Lan Yu turned around and prepared to continue climbing the mountain. She suddenly saw two stone tablets standing next to the bench where she had just sat, with densely engraved words on them. Yilin, wait a moment. Lan Yuyu looked at the stone tablet carefully. Yilin broke out in a cold sweat on his back. He just called Lan Yuyu stupid. She wouldn't be angry if she knew the truth, right? After reading the contents of the stone tablet, Lan Yuyu was very happy and praised earnestly. Yilin, you are really great. The mythological story you just told is exactly the same as what is recorded on the stone tablet. Yilin was relieved to hear her say that. What a silly girl. The two continued up the mountain. When I arrived at the cable car ticket office, I saw a fat ant taking a nap. Yilin stepped forward and asked, Auntie, we want to take the cable car. The fat ant woke up and was amazed to see the young man and woman in front of her. Okay, one-way ticket is 50, round-trip ticket is 100. The fat ant explained. I want a round-trip ticket. Yilin took out a $100 bill and prepared to pay. Lan Yuyu suddenly grabbed Yilin's hand. What's wrong, Beansprout? Yilin, it's so expensive. Why don't we just not watch it? Lan Yuyu felt distressed to spend so much money just to see the night view. Little Beansprout, it's okay, I'll treat you. But I don't want you to waste so much money. Little Beansprout, before you came, I sent Ling Feishua a lot of things every day, and it was 100 or 200 yuan a time. That was a waste. You are my best friend, and it is not a waste to spend this money on you. In that case, then, just buy it. When Lan Yu heard that Yilin gave Ling Feishua so much money, she didn't refuse anymore. She didn't want to get worse than Ling Feishua. When she agreed to let Yilin buy the ticket, she also secretly made up her mind to give her own money to Yilin, because Yilin was also her best friend, and she couldn't always let Yilin pay. Seeing how good this young couple is at living, the fat ant is really envious. I have worked here for many years, and most of the time, it is the women who ask the men to pay the bill. There are very few girls who don't want to buy tickets to go up the mountain when they hear the price is high. She couldn't help but praise him. Young man, you are so lucky to find such a beautiful and sensible girl. Lan Yu blushed when she heard her aunt praising her for being beautiful and sensible. After buying the tickets, the fat ant opened the door and took them onto the cable car. The cable car hadn't arrived yet, and the fat ant whispered in Yilin's ear, Young man, don't eat the forbidden fruit on the cable car. The shaking box is very dangerous. Yilin was stunned. Did he look like the kind of person who would do such a thing? After the fat ant finished her whisper, she gave a loud reminder. Remember to return before 10 o'clock. The cable car will stop operating after 10 o'clock. The cable car arrived slowly, and after the two got on, the fat ant closed the door of the cable car. The cable car slowly moved up Yunjing Mountain, and Lan Yuyu looked around like a curious kitten. The higher the cable car climbs, the more beautiful the night view becomes. Yilin couldn't bear to disturb her, so he looked at her quietly and took out the camera hanging on his chest to take a picture of her. Without any deliberate posing, every photo taken by Yilin looks beautiful and natural. It took about 5 minutes for the two to reach the top of Yunjing Mountain, and they still had to climb a few dozen meters to reach the observation deck. Chapter 97. A dispute over a photo shoot. When we arrived at the observation deck, there were quite a few people there. Several middle-aged women held silk scarves in their hands. As the autumn wind blew, the silk scarves fluttered in the wind, which was quite elegant. Lan Yuyu ran around on the observation deck, very happy. Yilin, Yilin, this way, this way. Yilin, look there, it's so beautiful. Yilin, look, the light on the river is so beautiful. Little Beansprout, that's the musical fountain. So beautiful. Seeing her so happy, Yilin was very pleased. Thinking of the little Beansprout 2 months ago, she was scared when she saw anything like that and couldn't even laugh. Now, not only does she dare to show her beautiful side, she is also becoming more and more confident, lively, and happier. The only thing that hasn't changed about her is that she is afraid of spending money indiscriminately. Yilin knew that this was all due to his family's conditions. Although Yilin is rich now, he knows that Lan Yuyu will not accept the money if he gives it to her directly. Although we are very close now, she will always remember it when I spend money on her and always find a way to return it. Yilin decided that he had to hurry up and help Lan Fugue build up his business when he returned. Only when Lan Fugue made money would Lan Yuyu have money to spend and wouldn't care so much about spending money. Only by spending her own family's money will she not have any psychological burden. Lan Yuyu was tired from running, so she leaned on the railing and looked at the musical fountain above the river. Yelling, thank you. Yilin was stunned. Why did Lan Yuyu seem a little sad? What's wrong with you, little Beansprout? Yilin asked worriedly. Yilin, I'm fine. I'm just very happy. Today is the happiest day of my life. Lan Yuyu's eyes were filled with tears. Yilin quickly comforted her. Little bean sprout, why are you crying when you are so happy? Don't cry. It won't look good if you cry. Don't cry. Lan Yuyu wiped away her tears and smiled brightly. Little bean sprout, wait for me here. When Yilin saw that the ants had finished their work, he went over to ask them for help. Sisters, you looked so beautiful in the photo you took just now. Yilin started praising them as soon as he came in front of them. When the old ladies heard this, they smiled brighter than the sun. At my age, I can still be this boy's grandmother and call him sister. She is so sweet. Young man, you are such a joke. How can we be beautiful when we are just a bunch of withered women? One of the old ladies was laughing so hard that she couldn't stop, but she was still speaking modestly. Sisters, I never lie. You look so beautiful in the photo just now. You are so good at taking photos. Can you help me and my friend take a photo together? It's impossible for the two of us to take a photo together. After praising them, Yilin expressed his needs. Young man, let me help you take the photo. I'm really good at taking photos. Forget about your level. I'll do it. What are you arguing about? I used to work in a photo studio. I'm busy here, so I can help. When several old ladies hear others praising their good photography skills, they cannot take the initiative to respond. Seeing this, Yilin was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Yilin suggested, Sisters, there's no need to fight. Just take a few photos for us. That's a good idea. That's it. I'll take the first shot. Several old ladies agreed with Yilin's idea. Let me teach you how to use this camera first. After that, Yilin taught these old ladies how to use the camera. They are all retired ants from the company, well educated and can learn anything once Yilin teaches them. Then Yilin brought them to Lan Yuyu's place. When they saw Lan Yuyu, they were all shocked. Oh my god, this girl is so pretty. The man is talented and the woman is beautiful. They are a perfect match. They look like a couple. When Lan Yuyu heard these words, she quickly explained, everyone, elder's sister. Seeing that she was hesitant, Yilin helped her add a title. After hearing this, Lan Yuyu continued to explain, Sisters, we are not husband and wife. We are good friends. Yes, we are not husband and wife yet. The old ladies laughed. Yilin explained to her, Little bean sprout, these sisters are here to help us take pictures. Lan Yuyu was very happy to hear that, because there were only a few photos in the album that Yilin gave her last time. The two of them posed, and several old ladies took turns. After shooting for about half an hour, Yilin said that was enough, but they still felt unsatisfied. The wind was strong on the mountain, and Yilin was afraid that Lan Yuyu would catch a cold, so he prepared to take her down the mountain. Before leaving, Yilin thanked them. Thank you, sisters, for helping us take so many good photos. We will go down the mountain first. An old lady quickly asked, Young man, tell me honestly, who of us took the best photo? All good. Yilin left a message and quickly pulled Lan Yuyu down the mountain. Taking the cable car back, the two could still hear a few middle-aged women arguing on the mountain. Of course, they were not quarreling. It was just a daily bickering between best friends. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, Yilin took Lan Yuyu to find a place to eat. I passed by a steakhouse and saw a sign outside that said, Super large steak, buy one get one free for couples. After seeing these words, Yilin decided to eat at this restaurant. Little bean sprout, look over there, buy one steak get one free. Yilin pointed at the sign and said. Lan Yuyu glanced at them for a few seconds and said, Yilin, but we have to be couples. We are friends, so we can't do buy one get one free. Yilin flicked her little head. Little bean sprout, you are a little fool. Lan Yuyu's little head was filled with big doubts. If we don't tell them, will they know that we are not a couple? Yilin said. But Yilin, you said that if you lie, your baby will be born without an asshole. Lan Yuyu said seriously. Yilin slapped his forehead. He had dug a hole for himself by saying that in the first place. Now even lying was no use. Xiaodia, it's okay. I can't have children anyway, so I can just lie. Yilin explained it. Lan Yuyu was stunned. Yilin, you don't want to have children? Then your family will be extinct, right? Little bean sprout, I told you that you are a big fool. Have you ever seen a man give birth to a child? Lan Yuyu thought about it and realized that the man really didn't have children. She asked worriedly, Then didn't the man just lie? That won't happen. Boys will be struck by lightning if they lie. Lan Yuyu looked at Yilin a few times, as if he was not struck by lightning, which meant that he had never lied to her. Yilin was dumbfounded. What did the look in her eyes just now mean? My goodness, Xiao Duya is getting worse and worse, and it is getting harder and harder to cheat him. Then let's go over there quickly. Yilin said. Lan Yuyu immediately refused. No, Yilin, I don't allow you to lie, or you will be struck by lightning. Yilin was dumbfounded. He only remembered to explain and forgot that there was another trap. Yilin really wanted to say, Xiao Duya, we are not pretending, but he couldn't do that now. He had to make sure at least after going to college. For now, they should just be friends. If you tell a lie, you need to tell countless lies to cover it up. Yilin continued to explain. Little bean sprout, a man will only be struck by lightning if he lies to his girlfriend or wife, so don't worry. Oh, although she felt that Yilin was lying to her, Lan Yuyu did not ask any more questions. Yilin took her towards the steakhouse. Chapter 98, Couple Package. Yilin and Lan Yuyu walked to the door of the store and saw the fresh and refined young couple. The waiter standing at the door was stunned. Would you like to eat, both of you? The waiter asked very enthusiastically. Yes. Gomein. The waiter led the two into the restaurant, found a seat for them, and poured each of them a glass of water. Please sit down and wait for a moment. The waiter will be here soon. After saying this, the waiter who greeted them went back to the door to greet the guests. As soon as the waiter left, a waiter in a suit and tie came over with a booklet in his hand. Welcome to our restaurant. This is our menu. The waiter placed the menu on the table with both hands and stood aside waiting. Seeing how beautiful Lan Yuyu was, the waiter held his head high and chest out, trying his best to show his best temperament, hoping to be noticed by her. Yilin asked the waiter, Hello, we are here to have a couple's meal. When the waiter heard the word couple, his heart ached. It would be great if these two were siblings. He finally experienced what love at first sight was. Although he was coveting Lan Yuyu's beautiful face, he still explained to Yilin enthusiastically, Hello, sir, you only need to choose a set meal from the menu, and then decide that you are a couple, and we will give you another set of the same meal. How do we determine that? Yilin was curious. It wasn't like they were married and had a marriage certificate, so how could they be identified? It's very simple. There are two ways. The first is for you to go on stage and tell each other that you like each other, and then kiss in public for 5 seconds. Hearing this, Lan Yuyu quickly waved her hand to refuse. No, Yilin, you can't do that. Kissing will result in a baby. Seeing her serious look, Yilin couldn't help but want to laugh. After hearing this, the waiter thought to himself, could such a beautiful girl be mentally retarded? Can kissing lead to pregnancy? Yilin smiled and said, Little bean sprout, if you don't want to kiss me, isn't there a second way that you haven't mentioned yet? Hearing this, Lan Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief. Yilin asked the waiter, Can you please tell me how to verify the second method? The second way is that when you dine, we will take a photo of you and paste it on the wall for display. You can rest assured that the photo is only for display and will not be used for commercial purposes. Yilin thought this was a good idea. Although this couple authentication method seemed simple, it was actually very difficult to do if they were not a real couple. Take taking photos, for example. It seems that you can get something for nothing by just taking a random photo. However, the store will put the photos on the wall for display. If a real couple comes here to eat steak one day and sees the photos on the wall, they will definitely break up. Little bean sprout. Let's choose the second one. What do you think? Yilin sought Lan Yuyu's opinion. If she didn't want to, then it was okay not to have a couple's package. Yes, Yilin, I'll listen to you. When Lan Yuyu heard that it was okay to just take photos, she nodded in agreement. She didn't think too much about it. As long as Yilin could pay less, it would be fine. Yilin pushed the menu to her. Order whatever you want to eat. Huh? Shall I order? Lan Yuyu took the menu and looked at it for a long time. She found that the cheapest set meal cost more than 100 yuan. She felt sorry for the money. When she turned to the end, she saw one for 68 yuan and chose it without hesitation. Yilin, this is it. Yilin felt distressed when he saw her looking at the prices while ordering the food. If it were Ling Feishue, she would have chosen the most expensive and best order. At this price, steaks are basically made of synthetic ingredients. Yilin wanted her to have a good meal, so he lied to her and said, Little bean sprout, this set meal is sold out. After saying that, Yilin winked at the waiter next to him. Is this gone? Lan Yuyu pointed at the set meal and asked the waiter. The waiter saw Yilin winking and immediately understood what he meant. He smiled and said, I'm sorry, this set meal is sold out. Oh well. Lan Yuyu pouted and continued looking for a cheap meal. Seeing her hesitate for a long time, Yilin pointed at a tomahawk steak and exclaimed, Little bean sprout, this looks delicious. This one. Lan Yuyu pointed her finger at the set meal that Yilin pointed to. Yes, look, doesn't it look delicious? Lan Yuyu pointed to the price and said, But, Yilin, this is too expensive. It costs 398 yuan, but it looks delicious. It's okay, little bean sprout. I have money. Have you forgotten? I want a lot of money in the lawsuit. A steak of nearly $400 is indeed very expensive in this era, but Yilin wanted her to eat it, and Yilin himself also wanted to eat it. Then don't waste money. It's too expensive to eat so much in one meal. Lan Yuyu refused. Seeing that he had no other options, Yilin said to the waiter, "Well, I want to go to the bathroom." "The bathroom is in." Before he finished speaking, Yilin stood up and pulled him away. "Take me there. Xiao Dia. Take your time to choose. I'm going to the toilet." "Okay, Yilin, you go ahead." After saying this, Lan Yuyu continued to choose carefully, pulling the waiter to a place where Lan Yuyu couldn't see him. Yilin said to him, "Brother, help me." The waiter was puzzled and looked at Yilin without saying anything. Yilin took out 100 yuan and stuffed it into his pocket. "Adjust the price of the set meal, just now. Make it 68 yuan, and then bring the menu over." Seeing Yilin being so considerate, the waiter said happily, "Brother, I'll take care of it." Yilin pulled him back and said, "Also, don't keep staring at her. It makes me uncomfortable." The waiter apologized awkwardly. "Brother, she is so beautiful. It's the first time I've seen such a beautiful woman. I couldn't help but look at her a few more times. I'm very sorry." He raised his hand and swore, "I swear I will never look at her again. Go get quickly." After Yilin finished speaking, he returned to his seat. He was indeed rude just now, so the waiter was not angry when faced with Yilin's warning. The waiter felt the money that Yilin had put into his pocket and was very happy. Seeing Yilin coming back, Lan Yuyu said, "Yilin, how about we go eat somewhere else?" As she was choosing, she no longer wanted to eat it because it was too expensive. "Little bean sprouts, but I want to eat them." Yilin looked pitiful. "Well, then Yilin, if you want to eat it, I'll look for it again." Lan Yu looked at the menu with a frown. A few minutes later, the waiter came over again and said, "I'm so sorry, I got the wrong menu just now." After saying that, he put down another menu. Yilin smiled and said, "Little bean sprout, that menu is wrong." After saying that, he took the menu from Lan Yuyu's hand and gave her the new one. Lan Yuyu opened it and found that the prices were covered with stickers and rewritten with watercolor pens. Lan Yuyu took a look and found that the menu was the same as before, but the prices were basically much lower. It used to be several hundred yuan, but now it was only 100 yuan. Soon she found the set meal that Yilin wanted to eat, which was only 68 yuan. She said happily, Yilin, look, the steak you want to eat is only 68 yuan. We want this." Normally, 68 yuan for a meal would be a huge sum of money for Lan Yuyu, but when she saw that there were too many meal sets that cost hundreds of yuan, she suddenly felt that the 68 yuan meal set was very cheap. Just after she finished speaking, she felt something was wrong and asked the waiter, "Why is this so much cheaper?" The waiter explained, "It's all my fault that I brought you the wrong menu. The one you were looking at was the premium menu, which was all imported Japanese beef, so it's naturally very expensive. The menu you're looking at is a regular menu, and the beef is also the most common, so it is naturally very cheap." "Oh, so that's how it is. Then we'll take this one." Lan Yuyu was very happy as she saved Yilin more than 300 yuan at once. Chapter 99. The Sucker of Number 1 Middle School. "How well done would you like it?" the waiter asked. Lan Yuyu had never been here before and didn't understand these things, so she looked at Yilin. "We want it well done." Yilin said, "Okay, it will take a little longer to bake if it's well done. Please wait." The waiter left. After ordering, the waiter quickly brought various side dishes and drinks, as well as fruit platters and vegetable salads. "Yilin, there are so many. What should I do if I can't finish them?" Looking at the table full of food, Lan Yu suddenly felt that this set meal was only 68 yuan, which was too cheap. Next time if there was a chance, she decided to invite Yilin to dinner as well. About half an hour later, the waiter brought 2 large plates of Wagyu tomahawk steaks. Lan Yu saw that the steak was bigger than her face and exclaimed, "Isn't this too big?" At this time, the waiter who had taken our order came over with a camera and said with a smile, "Our tomahawk steaks are between 1 kilogram and 1.5 kilograms each, so the portion is quite generous. Although they use the lowest grade Wagyu beef, the quantity, plus the buy one get one free couple meal, and the fact that it comes with so many free gifts, Yilin also thinks this restaurant is very conscientious. Handsome guy and beautiful girl, please sit together and strike a sweet pose so I can take a picture of you," the waiter said. Yilin moved over and sat down next to Lan Yuyu. "Little bean sprout, I asked for a sweeter posture." Yilin's words were full of ill intentions. "Yilin, what should we do?" Lan Yuyu doesn't know how to pose to be sweet. Little bean sprout, hold me. Ah, you don't want to? If you don't, we have to pay for both. No, no, I'm not unwilling. Lan Yuyu stretched out her arms and hugged Yilin as if she was hugging a big tree. Yilin reached out and touched her head, and Lan Yuyu snuggled in his arms like a kitten. Just this pose, look at the camera, look at the camera. The waiter wanted to end the filming quickly. Eating this dog food would give him diabetes. It was too torturous. Although Lan Yuyu was hugging Yilin, she felt like Yilin was hugging her. She felt very at ease and showed a satisfied smile. With the sound of the camera click, the group photo shooting was completed. Lan Yuyu did not let go of Yilin. She was still immersed in the gentle arms of love. The two waitresses serving the dishes were extremely envious, wondering when they would be able to meet such a Prince Charming. The waiter took the photo and pulled the two waitresses away so as not to disturb his god of wealth. The good times didn't last long. When Yilin was still enjoying Lan Yuyu's embrace, and an opportune voice rang out. Teacher Li, look, the students of Qingyuan Middle School are different. They are openly dating. Yilin turned his head and saw Chen Jie coming to the restaurant with a group of teachers and students. Lan Yuyu was also awakened and withdrew her hands as if she had been electrocuted. Chen Jie was also a victim of fraud. Originally, he saw Shen Bingrong doing cheerleading and wanted to secretly invite her for dinner. As a result, Shen Bingrong said that everyone was working very hard and wanted to treat everyone together. She just wanted to reject Chen Jie, but who knew that Chen Jie actually agreed? Although it was Chen Jie who paid the bill, this group of teachers and students were grateful to Shen Bingrong. This is really a big mistake. Although Li Pingyan is not a teacher at Qingyuan Middle School, as a teacher, he feels that he should take charge and that students should behave like students. This is too inappropriate. Li Pingyan looked superior and asked directly, "Don't you know that high school students are not allowed to fall in love?" Hearing this, Lan Yuyu was so scared that she didn't dare to look up. Yilin was speechless. This guy might have become stupid from teaching too much. Teacher, you are being too nosy, aren't you? We are not students at your school. I can take care of you because you're students. No wonder the students in these schools in the county have such poor grades. They don't study all day long, and all they do is talk about love. He's sick in the brain, Yilin said unhappily. Li Pingyan was angry. Who are you talking about? Yilin was speechless. If he had known he would encounter this group of lunatics, he would not have come here to eat. Waiter, Yilin shouted. Soon the person who was taking the order came over and asked, "Handsome guy, what can I do for you? These people are interrupting my meal." Yilin pointed at the teachers and students of Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School in front of him. Li Pingyan explained to the waiter, "I am educating students." Hearing this, the waitress didn't know what to do, so she called the manager. The manager came over to understand the situation and said with a smile, "Teacher, this is not a school. This gentleman and this lady are our customers. Please don't disturb others while they are dining. If you want to eat, please sit down. If you want to educate students, go back to school and educate them slowly." Hearing this, Li Pingyan smiled and said, "We are here to have a meal." After saying that, he glared at Yilin and said, "This kid is unteachable. He violated the rules and had no respect for his elders. I will tell your school teacher about this." Li Pingyan walked inside with a lot of anger. He didn't want to see these two ignorant students. Li Pingyan is a well-known old-fashioned person in No. 1 Middle School. Chen Jie feels very happy to have him accompany Yilin. Finally, I felt relieved with Yilin. Shen Bingrong looked at Yilin with resentment. Ever since they parted at the zoo, she had regarded Yilin as her dream lover. To her, it seemed like Yilin had cheated on her at this moment. "Bingrong, let's sit here." Chen Ji deliberately sat opposite Yilin. Although she was reluctant, Shen Bingrong couldn't refuse. After all, Chen Jie was going to treat so many people just because of her words. The waiter went around and found that everyone from Jiangxi No. 1 Middle School said that it depends on Chen Jie's opinion when ordering. So the waiter came over and asked Chen Jie. Chen Jie didn't even look at the menu and said directly, "Give each of us a single meal for 68 yuan. Chen Jie, I want to eat tomahawk steak too." Shen Bingrong looked at the tomahawk steak on Yilin and Lan Yuyu's table and thought it was delicious. She also wanted to eat it. Upon hearing this, Chen Jie said to the waiter, "Our table wants 2 tomahawk steaks, $3.98. Yilin heard this and said loudly, "Teacher Li, you have a good education at Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School." Chen Jie ordered a 398 tomahawk steak set meal for his female classmates and a 68 single set meal for you. "What do you call this?" "Oh, yes, I remember now. It is what you just said, Mr. Lee, about disrespecting elders. Hearing this, Chen Jie was so angry that he almost fainted. He felt that he must have taken the wrong medicine and chose to sit here. Li Ping'an heard Yulin's words and said unhappily in the corner, Chen Jie, your family is not short of this little money. Why are you treating us differently? We should all eat the same tomahawk steak. One serving costs 398 yuan, and Li Ping'an has never eaten it before, but he shamelessly asks Chen Jie to treat him. Chen Jie was angry. His family was not short of money, but why should he spend it on you? It's good enough that you just invite me, but you're so picky. How shameless. However, Li Ping'an is the leader of the school sports team, and he is a basketball student. If it weren't for his family's connections, he would not have had any chance to play in this basketball game. For his own future, in order not to embarrass himself in front of Shun Bingrong, and more importantly, to vent his anger in front of Yulin, he chose to take the loss directly, and fortunately most of his classmates did not follow him out, so there were only 16 portions. Otherwise, with 42 people plus several teachers coming together, he would not be the one to be taken advantage of. Chen Jie smiled a smile that was uglier than crying and replied, Teacher Li, there is no discrimination. Everyone wants the same thing. We all eat tomahawk steak. Chen Jie took a look at the steak on Yulin's table. It was well done. He suggested with a knowledgeable look, you decide how well done you want it, but remember not to eat well done. Well done is too hard and woody and not tasty. The manager was so delighted by this scene that he achieved the performance target ahead of schedule, all thanks to what Yulin had just said. This guy is a lucky guy, so the manager decided to give him a free meal later. Hearing this, Lan Yuyu looked at the well-done steak and wondered if it really wasn't tasty. Seeing her shaking her little head, Yulin said with a smile, Little bean sprout, don't listen to that big fool's nonsense. It's delicious. Eat it fully cooked so you won't get sick. Otherwise, if you eat it undercooked, your brain will get worms and you'll be as stupid as him. After hearing this, Lan Yuyu was no longer confused. If Yulin said it was delicious, then it was delicious. After hearing what Yulin said, Shun Bingrong said to Chen Jie, I want my portion to be well done. Chen Jie felt very embarrassed, and as soon as he finished speaking, Shun Bingrong slapped himself in the face. He had no choice but to call the waiter again. We want these two well done. Chen Jie's actions resulted in him losing both his wife and his troops. Not only did I not get rid of my anger, but I also spent more than $6,000 in vain. If there was a regret pill in the world, Chen Jie would have ignored Yulin the moment he chose to come in. Chapter 100, A Little Foodie. Little bean sprouts. Ignore them and let's eat. Yulin was afraid that the steak would get cold and affect the taste, so he asked her to eat steak. Lan Yu looked around and found that there were no chopsticks. She said, Yulin, how can we eat if they didn't give us chopsticks? Chen Jie on the other side laughed out loud upon hearing this, and said sarcastically, A bumpkin is a bumpkin who uses chopsticks to eat steak? Shun Bingrong also said disdainfully, Lan Yuyu, are you ashamed? If you don't know how to eat, don't ask others to invite you to a place like this. When the other students at Jiangxi No. 1 Middle School heard that the girl's name was Lan Yuyu, they were all shocked. They had heard of this name before. After all, Lan Yuyu once won first place in the school. But she only got the first place in the school once, and her subsequent scores were always behind the top 100. Therefore, many people suspected that she cheated in order to get the first place in the school. But isn't Lan Yuyu the ugly duckling of the school? How can she be so beautiful? One boy couldn't help but be curious and asked Shun Bingrong, Bingrong, her name is Lan Yuyu? Is she the ugly duckling Lan Yuyu from our school? Shun Bingrong replied, It's Lan Yuyu from our school, but she is no longer a student of our school. Why is she so beautiful? Oh my God, I have never seen such a beautiful girl. She is Lan Yuyu. The boy was shocked when he heard this. Girls really change a lot when they grow up. You can't look down on every girl under the age of 18. Who knows how beautiful they will become in the future? He regretted not communicating more with Lan Yuyu before. Shun Bingrong was angered by this sentence. What does it mean that she has never seen such a beautiful girl? Isn't she beautiful? When Li Ping'an heard this, he said angrily, What's the use of being beautiful? At your age, you only care about appearance. The real beauty is both inside and outside. Lan Yuyu, who doesn't listen to her teacher, is still in a relationship and does such immoral things with boys in public and doesn't even know how to eat steak, is still called beautiful. She's just a beautiful girl. Teacher Li is right. Shun Jie agreed with this statement wholeheartedly. As long as Li Ping'an could disgust Yi Lin and the others, it would be a good thing. Li Ping'an continued. Fortunately, She is no longer a student of our school. Otherwise, it would bring shame to the school. Only students like Bingrong, who are both excellent in both character and academics, are truly beautiful. Zhao Hongtao. There is something wrong with your aesthetic sense. Although Zhao Hongtao felt uncomfortable, he could only pretend to be educated. Teacher Li is right. I am short-sighted. The other students were speechless. Li Pingyan was really willing to do anything just to have steak. Chen Jie will be happy if Shun Bingrong is praised. And when Chen Jie is happy, he can eat whatever he wants. But Lan Yuyu is really beautiful. I used to hear people from class 3 say she was an ugly duckling every day. Today, when I saw her in the real person, I realized how beautiful she is. How could those people in class 3 call a goddess of this level an ugly duckling? They really wondered if the students in class 3 were blind. Li Pinggan is a teacher after all. He insisted that Lan Yuyu is not pretty, and these students dared not refute him. When Lan Yuyu heard a teacher say this about herself, she felt ashamed and asked Yilin aggrievedly, Yilin, am I really ugly and stupid? I don't even know how to eat steak. Yilin comforted her. Little bean sprout, you are not stupid. You are better than all of them in the exam. Only a fool would not get such a high score. You are not ugly. You are very pretty. And I think that your beauty is enough. You don't need to care about them. When Lan Yuyu heard this, her heart was warmed. She thought that as long as Yilin didn't think he was ugly, he would always get first place in future exams. He couldn't always let others call him a fool. If Yilin said that he was a fool, then that's fine, because Yilin is really smart. Yilin continued to coax her. Little bean sprout, being pretty is being pretty. What's the point of being excellent in both academics and morals? No matter how good a person is in academics and morals, if she is ugly, she is still ugly. Even if a person is not good at studying and has bad moral character, she will always be beautiful as long as she is beautiful. Inner beauty and real beauty are two completely different things. Teacher Li insisted on confusing the two. I can only say that Teacher Li is either blind or has a problem with his aesthetic sense. He cannot discover beautiful things. When the students of Jiangshan No. 1 Middle School heard Yilin's words, they expressed their agreement and thought that the scolding was a good one. They had long been annoyed with this old antique. Of course, except for Chen Jie and Shun Bingrong, they all felt that what Li Pinggan said made sense. When Li Pinggan heard Yilin scolding him, he got angry and said, Who are you calling blind? You little bastard? I'm just scolding you. Yilin is not weak at all. Just beat him up if you can't do it. The village bully can beat himself in a jail, so how can he be more powerful than the village bully? Li Pingyan saw that Yilin was still as aggressive as ever. Students of this age are full of vigor and will do things without considering the consequences. His momentum suddenly dropped by half, and he said, openly insulting teachers in public, is this the quality of your Qingyuan middle school? I must tell your school's teachers about this. Chen Jie, what is the name of the boy who had dinner with Lan Yuyu? Chen Jie replied with a gloating look, Teacher Li, his name is Yilin, Yi of tree leaf, Lin of forest. He is on probation at his school. You better not go to the teacher. I'm afraid he will be expelled. Before the lawsuit with Yilin, the Chen family already knew Yilin's situation clearly, so Chen Jie deliberately told Li Pingyan about the punishment. Yilin, right? Just wait for your school to expel you. Oh, Teacher Li, you openly insulted my good friend Lan Yuyu in public, and I will also sue you in court. I thought about it. As a teacher, if you're convicted of provoking disturbances, it may not have a good impact on you. If you don't want to be prosecuted, apologize to Lan Yuyu now and let it go. Yilin saw that there were surveillance cameras in the store, so he said that there was evidence. Li Pinggan didn't take it seriously, thinking that Yilin was just trying to scare people. Why would a high school student sue? Besides, what evidence did he have? Is it possible that the court is very busy? Do they have time to deal with such a trivial matter for you? Chen Jie felt that something was wrong. Yilin was really going to sue someone, and this guy was no ordinary person. The lawyer he hired was very powerful. I suffered a loss once and almost went to jail. Fearing that Li Pingyan would suffer and blame him, Chen Jie quickly advised, Yilin, this is just a small matter. There is no need to sue a teacher, right? I was wrong today. I apologize to you. You didn't scold me. Why are you apologizing? Yilin won't fall for it. Chen Jie is a guy who has suffered losses before, so he is so panicked. But this bastard Li Pingyan is not worthy of being a teacher. He is unkind and unjust, which is reasonable and reasonable. Teacher Li, it was you who scolded Lan Yuyu first. Why don't you apologize? Chen Jie seeks the truth. I apologize? What a joke. He scolded me. What should I apologize for? Seeing Chun Jie's panic, Li Pingyan cursed him in his heart for being spineless. He had a big family and a big business, but he was still afraid of a bad boy from county town. With an arrogant look on his face, he made his own decision and said, Yilin, I can choose not to tell your teacher about this, but you must apologize for scolding me. When Yilin heard this, he was too lazy to pay attention to him and shouted, Waiter, please bring 2 pairs of chopsticks. The waiter came over and apologized. I'm sorry, sir, we don't have chopsticks here. Hearing this, Yilin simply went out and walked to the next door to buy a pack of disposable chopsticks. He helped Lan Yuyu cut the steak, then took out chopsticks and gave them to Lan Yuyu. Little bean sprout, ignore them, let's eat. After saying that, Yilin cut his steak into small pieces and picked up his chopsticks to eat. Yilin, it's delicious. Lan Yuyu picked up a piece of beef and ate it. It was fat and lean, and her mouth was full of juice. Seeing her happy expression, she seemed to have forgotten the unpleasantness just now. Yilin confirmed one more thing. This little girl is a foodie. It's just that she didn't have the means before, and she lived frugally every day, so it was hard to tell that she was a foodie. Yilin knew this little secret and decided to take her out to eat delicious food more often in the future. Chapter 101 Couple Package Promotion Ambassador. Lan Yuyu was fed a table full of delicious food by Yilin, and all her worries were swept away, as if nothing had happened. Li Pingyan became even angrier when he saw Yilin ignoring him. He decided to tell their teacher about this. Yilin and Lan Yuyu had almost finished their meal when the waiter who took their photo came over with 2 3-inch photos. You too, your photos have been developed. After that, he handed one of the photos to Yilin and the others and explained, This one is for you. Thank you. We can't finish these. Can you pack them for us? Yilin took the photo and pointed at the unfinished set meal on the table. Okay, no problem. Just wait a moment. The person who took our order asked a waiter to come over and help pack the food. I took this photo to the plastic wall. Do you have any message to write here? The waiter pointed to the blank space reserved on the photo and said. Yilin took the pen and photo and wrote, Xiao Duya is a big fool on it. Lan Yuyu saw it and said anxiously, Yilin, I want to write too. Yilin gave her the photo and pen. Lan Yuyu carefully wrote, Yilin is a big stupid donkey under what Yilin wrote. After writing, the two looked at each other and smiled brightly, completely disregarding the feelings of the people around them. Shen Bingrong suddenly envied Lan Yuyu and wondered why Yilin was not sitting opposite her. Although Chan Jie's family is rich, he really doesn't have that kind of love at first sight feeling. The waiter laminated their photo and pasted it in the middle of the wall. Yilin took the packaged steak and side dishes, and the two of them went to the front desk to pay the bill. The manager has been waiting here for a long time. Yilin said to the cashier, Hello, let's check out. The manager standing next to the cashier smiled and said, You don't have to pay. This meal is on my table. Yilin was puzzled. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He asked why. The manager laughed and said, You just told them to eat the 398 set meal. Shouldn't I treat you guys to a meal? After that, he continued, Of course, I do have something I want to ask if you are willing to do it. Yilin knew that things were not that simple, so he asked, What's the matter? We're going to make a big poster for this couple's package and put it at the door. I think you are very suitable to be our package promotion ambassadors. I would like to invite you to take a promotional photo. Don't worry, we will pay you. We will give you 1,000 yuan each immediately after the photo shoot. And we will only use these photos for this couple package and will not use them for other purposes. This could be signed. The manager spoke very sincerely and seriously. Yilin doesn't care about this little money. But if Lan Yuyu can earn so much money just because of her beauty, she will probably be very happy. This was a good thing. So Yilin did not refuse and said, Sure, when do you want to shoot it? Are you guys free tomorrow? I probably won't be free tomorrow. We're coming here from the county to play basketball. I will have basketball games every day starting tomorrow. Yilin didn't know when he would go on stage and wasn't sure if he would be free. Hearing this, the manager said, Is that so? That's fine. There's no rush. This is my business card. Just give me a call when you're free these days. Taking promotional photos doesn't take a long time. It can be done in about an hour. Okay, I'll contact you when I have time. Manager, I see your restaurant has surveillance cameras. Can you help me adjust the surveillance? The manager wondered, Did something get lost? Yilin explained, It's nothing, it's just that the teacher just insulted my good friend verbally, and he even complained first, saying that he would tell our teacher about it. So I just kept some evidence. When a manager heard this, he thought that this guy was thoughtful and knew how to keep evidence, but he could not do anything about it, so he apologized. You said it's okay to check the surveillance, but I can't retrieve the surveillance records. I don't have that right. If I want to keep evidence, only the police or the court can retrieve it. After hearing this, Yilin did not embarrass him. Okay, thank you. We will go back first. After saying that, Yilin pulled Lan Yuyu away. On the way back, Yilin sent a message to the legal department of Shengqiang Group, asking them to help him handle the matter. In short, what Yilin wanted was for Li Pinggan to apologize to Lan Yuyu. Since Shengqiang Group is in charge of Yilin's company, they're naturally very willing to help Yilin deal with such small matters. Moreover, this matter is easy to handle. Compared with other cases, it is easier to get performance from such small matters. On the other side, Chen Jie and his friends had finished their meal, and the students who couldn't finish their meal packed up and took it back. Li Pinggan ate everything, and when he left, he asked Chen Jie to pack another portion for him to take home. Chen Jie really wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he decided to give up because it was not worth offending Li Pinggan for these few $100s. After all, this man held grudges and was very stingy. Although I'm not afraid, there's no need to be. The meal package that Li Pinggan packed later would take at least half an hour to arrive. Chen Jie called a taxi for the other students to go back to the hotel first, and then stayed alone to accompany Li Pinggan while they waited for the meal. They sat at the table. Li Pinggan praised him. Chen Jie, you are the student who respects teachers the most that I have ever seen in school. Your ball skills are well known to your teachers. This year, 2 teachers from Kyoto Sports College came over, and your chances of admission are twice as high as last year. You must do well in this competition, and I will try my best to arrange more opportunities for you to play. Hearing this, Chen Jie felt that he had not lost anything by treating everyone this time. However, regarding Yilin's statement of suing Li Pinggan, he felt it necessary to remind Li Pinggan again. The reason why Chen Jie stayed to accompany Li Pinggan was to talk about this matter. Teacher Li, I think you should apologize to Yilin and the others. Chen Jie said tremblingly. Li Pinggan got angry when he heard this. Chen Jie, I just told you that you respect your teacher. What are you saying now? You want me to apologize to 2 asshole students? Is that possible? Teacher Li, I didn't mean it, but you're the one who scolded them first. Yilin will really sue you. Chen Jie felt it was too difficult. He was unhappy about persuading Li Pinggan to apologize, and he would be even more unhappy if he didn't persuade him and was sued by Yilin. Sue me if you want to. What's the problem? Didn't you say he was already on probation and he still dared to date? Then let Qingyuan Middle School expel him. Hearing Li Pinggan's words, Chen Jie was speechless. You said you would expel him? Who do you think you are? Do you really think you are the principal of Qingyuan Middle School? He probably doesn't know that Yilin's uncle is the principal, and Yilin's mother is the deputy director of the Qingshui County Education Bureau. Although they are divorced, Yilin is her biological son. Is it possible for her to just sit back and do nothing? Chen Jie hesitated whether to tell Li Pinggan about these situations and to tell him about the lawsuit between him and Yilin so that he would apologize. But after thinking about it, I decided to give it up. After all, this is my privacy and few people in the school know about it. If he doesn't want to apologize, that's fine. If Li Pinggan really makes trouble for him because of this, Chen Jie is not too worried. His own family was wealthy and powerful, and the Chen family was not someone that a mere teacher like him could mess with. Chapter 102 Piles of Love Letters. Lan Yuyu didn't quite understand the conversation between Yilin and the manager. On the way back, she asked, Yilin, what did the boss want us to do just now? Yilin explained, Little Bean Sprout, the manager just now thought you were very beautiful, so he wanted to invite us to help him shoot a commercial, and he will pay us 1,000 yuan each after the filming. Can I get 1,000 yuan just for shooting a commercial? Lan Yuyu couldn't believe it. Yeah, and it's just a photo. Very simple. Does this boss know? This manager really think I'm beautiful? Xiao Dia, you are very beautiful. Otherwise, why would he ask you to shoot a commercial? Yilin, if I knew that being pretty could make money, I would have become pretty a long time ago so that I could earn a lot of money for my parents and my brother. Lan Yuyu felt a little regretful. Why didn't she become prettier earlier? If you can earn 1,000 yuan by shooting a commercial, then you will become rich if you shoot a few more. Yilin looked at Lan Yuyu, who was thinking happily, and flicked her nose lightly with his finger. Little Bean Sprout, what are you thinking about? Why are you so obsessed? Huh? Yilin, I just feel like I can get so much money for shooting one commercial. If I shoot more, I can make a lot more money. Yilin smiled and said, Xiao Dia, what are you thinking about? How can there be advertisements for us to shoot every day? Today's event is also a rare opportunity. It just so happens that the store has a demand, and they just think we are suitable, so they found us. You're not allowed to get caught up in the money trap. What you need to do now is to study hard. Only by studying hard can you make more money in the future. Yilin, I will study hard and make a lot of money in the future. I will also take you to eat such delicious steak. She said happily that her biggest wish now was to earn enough money to treat Yilin to steak. Little bean sprout, I believe you can make a lot of money in the future. Here we are. Yilin brought Lan Yuyu to the outside of the hotel and was about to go in when someone suddenly called him. Yilin, wait a minute. Yilin looked over, and unexpectedly, it was Ling Feishua, holding something in her hand. What's up? Yilin ansvaret polititi. Why wasn't you there during the roll call at the opening ceremony? Why did you come back so late? Where did you go? Ling Feishua asked with a concerned look. I don't think I need to report to you where I'm going, do I? No need to report to me. I'm just worried about you. No, I'm afraid others might misunderstand me. Xiao Dia, let's go. Yilin took Lan Yuyu in. Yilin, I was worried that you didn't eat, so I brought you dinner. Ling Feishua trotted to Yilin and handed the lunchbox in her hand to him. Yilin didn't answer. My classmates and I are full. Take it first and eat it when you're hungry later. No, we packed it ourselves. Yilin showed her what he had in his hand. I've been waiting for you here for an hour, and now you just say you don't want to? Can you consider my feelings? Ling Feishua finally couldn't help it. When had she ever needed to be so humble to a man? Ill. Yilin pulled Lan Yuyu away from Ling Feishua. Ling Feishua threw the lunchbox in her hand to the ground in grievance. The lunchbox broke into pieces and the food was scattered all over the floor. Two stray dogs came over, sniffed the food, and turned away. Fortunately, Yilin did not see this scene. Otherwise, he would have thought that Ling Feishua had poisoned the food. After all, even dogs wouldn't eat the food she brought. Seeing this scene, Ling Feishua burst into tears and sobbed. Even dogs bully me. Yilin sent Lan Yuyu back to her room, and Lan Yuyu used a room card to open the door. As soon as the door was opened, a pile of papers poured out. Lan Yuyu was startled. Yilin was also frightened. What was going on? He picked up one of the photos and found that someone was confessing his love to Lan Yuyu. I picked up a few more photos, almost all of which were from people confessing their love to Lan Yuyu, and they also asked Lan Yuyu to add their Penguin accounts. But they didn't know that Lan Yuyu didn't even have a cell phone, let alone a Penguin account. Yilin joked, Little bean sprout, it seems you have a lot of suitors. Lan Yuyu didn't understand and asked, Yilin, what's suitor? Yilin explained to her, there are a lot of boys who like you, and these papers are all love letters they sent to you. Ah! Lan Yuyu looked at the pile of love letters and suddenly became angry. She was afraid that Yilin had misunderstood. I tiptoed to pick up the pile of love letters and threw them into the trash can. Little bean sprout, don't you want to take a look? Seeing her panic, Yilin joked. Don't look, Yilin, I don't need any suitors. Why? Yilin wanted to see what was going on in her little head. Lan Yuyu blushed and said, I'm afraid that with these suitors, you won't be friends with me anymore. I just want to be with you, Yilin. Yilin couldn't stop smiling, thinking that Xiao Duya's confession was so lame and it was hard for her. Don't worry, Zaiduya, I will always be your best friend. Yilin sent her into the room and then said, Xiao Duya, I'm going back. Please close the door. If someone knocks on the door, ask who it is. If you hear Mingming's voice, open the door. Yilin, I'm scared alone. If Yilin left, the house would be empty and she was a little scared, and she didn't want Yilin to leave. Then I'll wait with you for Mingming to come back. Lan Yuyu smiled happily. Yilin turned on the TV and tuned it to the children's channel for her. At that time, Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf was playing. Lan Yuyu laughed for a long time, then said, Yilin, that Mei Yang Yang is so annoying. Yilin agreed deeply and asked curiously, Little bean sprout, why? Even though Fiang Yang is so good to her, she always says that Fiang Yang is not good. As long as it is done by Xianjiang, she will say it is good. Lan Yuyu said seriously, Little bean sprout, do you know what Fiang Yang is called? Lan Yuyu was puzzled. I don't know. A dog licker. Dog licker. Yilin explained, it means that you like someone, but that person doesn't like you, but you still keep being nice to that person. This is called a dog licker. Lan Yuyu thought for a moment and said, Yilin, you said you didn't like Ling Feishua, but Ling Feishua just brought you food. Is she a bootlicker? Upon hearing this, Yilin did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was so focused on rejecting Ling Feishua that he did not notice that Ling Feishua had become his bootlicker. Yes, Zaidushua, this behavior is dog-licking behavior. Yilin, I understand. Lan Yuyu was very happy to learn new knowledge, and then she went back to watching the cartoon seriously. It has been so long, and Gao Mingming still hasn't come back, so Yi Lin called Huang Bai. Hey, fatty, why aren't you coming back yet? The other end of the phone. Brother Lin, I should be asking you this. Ming and I have been playing Go in a room for 2 hours, and you guys haven't come back yet. You guys are in our room? Yeah. Ming doesn't have a room card, so she can't get in. She can only stay here with me. Okay, Yo-Yo and I are back. Come over here and get 2 bottles of Coke and a deck of cards first, then come back. Hearing this, Huang Bai took Gao Mingming to the grocery store to buy Coke, playing cards and snacks. Arriving at the luxurious single room, Huang Bai exclaimed, "Oh my God, Mingming, your room is so nice." "It's just average," Gao Mingming said proudly. "Okay, since we have nothing to do, let's play some games." After Yilin finished speaking, he put the packaged steak set on the table. They only ate about 20% of the steak at the steak restaurant, so there was a lot left over. There was also a midnight snack. Huang Bai was very excited. He had just gone out to eat with Gao Mingming's family, but he didn't dare to eat much. He was very polite and didn't take more than a few bites. After eating, Yilin took apart the poker cards, and then the 4 of them played miss cards, and the punishment was to drink Coke. Chapter 103, Paying for Badmouth. Li Pinggan delivered the packed meal back home, and then went back to the hotel. Under normal circumstances, Li Pinggan would not go back to the hotel and would stay at home for one night. However, as the teacher in charge of this competition, I couldn't leave my post, and I also had to talk to the teachers at Qingyuan Middle School. After arriving at the hotel, he asked along the way and finally found the teacher's room of Qingyuan Middle School. Li Pinggan knocked on the door with a lot of anger. Zhou Jingqi was watching a movie with his wife. It was a rare, warm, and harmonious world for the 2 of them, but a hurried knock on the door immediately destroyed the atmosphere. Zhou Jingqi asked unhappily, "Who is it?" Li Pingyan, head of the sports team of Jiangsheng No. 1 Middle School, and the team leader for this competition. Li Pingyan introduced himself. Hearing this, Zhou Jingqi opened the door and asked unhappily, "Teacher Li, isn't it bad to disturb others' rest so late? Can't we talk about it tomorrow?" "You are Mr. Zhou Jingqi, the teacher leading the team from Qingyuan Middle School, right?" Afraid of finding the wrong person, Li Pinggan asked. "I am. Teacher Zhou, what's wrong with the students in your school?" Li Pinggan resisted the urge to curse, but he appeared very angry. Zhou Jingqi asked in confusion, "Li Pingyan, what happened to the students in our school?" Li Pinggan explained what happened tonight. "Today I went to eat steak with students from our school, and I saw Yi Lin and Lan Yuyu from your school talking about love in public, so I gave them a few words of advice. Who knew that Yi Lin would scold me in public and say a lot of nasty things? I asked him to apologize, but he refused. Teacher Zhou, you can intervene or not when students in your school are dating, but he must give me an explanation for scolding me." Zhou Jingqi frowned. What was going on? Yi Lin and Lan Yuyu are in love. They're indeed very close, but they haven't done anything out of the ordinary. We have always been treating each other as friends and have never revealed our identities. And even if they are in a relationship, this is not happening in school. Isn't Teacher Li meddling too much? But after all, he's a teacher at the No. 1 middle school in the city and a small leader at that, so we can't just ignore him. Zhou Jingqi said, "Teacher Li, can you let me know the situation first?" "Teacher Zhou, as far as I know, Yi Lin from your school has been placed on probation. I don't understand how you, as a teacher, can allow such a student to participate in the competition. In my opinion, you should expel Yi Lin immediately to avoid damaging the reputation of your school in the future. This is our school's own business, so please don't worry about it, Mr. Li. This damn thing is actually educating me." Zhou Jingqi also got a little angry. Why do your county-level students always have poor grades? Why do they have poor discipline? Why do they fail to improve their quality? It's because you don't discipline them strictly. As a teacher at the No. 1 middle school in the city, the best high school in the city, I am kindly giving you advice. Teacher Zhou, what is your attitude?" Zhou Jingqi was really angry. "Mr. Li, I have been polite to you. Who do you think you are to teach us? If you don't know me, you would think you're the director of the Education Bureau. Your No. 1 middle school is really great. You have recruited all the best students in the city. How can you not be great? What? Swearing at our school?" After Zhou Jingqi finished speaking, he slammed the door shut. Li Pinggan became even angrier now. He snorted coldly and went back to his room. Su Xian heard Zhou Jingqi arguing with someone and asked, "What happened?" "There is a psychopathic teacher in Jiangxi No. 1 middle school. He said Yi Lin scolded him and came to complain to us. This guy just scolded all the teachers and students in our school. I couldn't help but scold him. With his behavior, I guess he would say something unpleasant to Yilin and the others. Zhou Jingqi was extremely angry. Hearing this, Su Xian said, "Let's go over and ask Yilin what's going on." Zhou Jingqi thought it was okay, as he probably hadn't slept at this time. I came to Yilin's room and knocked on the door several times, but no one opened it. "Is he at Lan Yuyu's place?" Su Xian said. Li Pinggan said that they were in love and were chatting outside of school. Now Gao Mingming and Huang Bai were out, and Yilin and Lan Yuyu were alone in a room. Zhou Zhengqi didn't dare to think about it that way. The two men came to Lan Yuyu's luxurious single room and knocked on the door. "Who?" Yilin asked. "I'm Teacher Zhou." Yilin went over to open the door. "Teacher Zhou, Teacher Su, good evening. Is there anything I can help you with?" Yilin asked. Zhou Zhengqi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw 4 people in the room. "Yilin, the teacher from Jiangsu No. 1 Middle School, just came to see me. I have something to talk to you about." Zhou Zhengqi explained his purpose. After listening to Zhou Zhengqi's words, Yilin knew what it was about. "Teacher Zhou, Teacher Su, please come in." When the two came in and saw the table full of delicious food for the little guys, they couldn't help swallowing. Huang Bai took the opportunity to stand up. "Teacher Zhou, please sit down." After saying that, he hurried to the toilet. Gao Mingming said angrily, "Huang Bai, you bastard cheated. You don't have 8. A voice came from Huang Bai's toilet. "Mingming, I got all 4 lady cards. I can't hold it in any longer." Yilin smiled and said, "Teacher Zhou, we're playing games." Zhou Zhengqi didn't sit down and asked, "Yilin, Teacher Su, and I came here just to understand what happened." "Teacher Zhou, I didn't expect that old bastard would dare to tell you about this." Yilin cursed and explained what happened. Finally, he said, "You can't imagine how badly he scolded Yo-Yo. I couldn't help scolding him either. I can imagine and understand. He did nothing wrong. Besides, this is not at school. Li Pingyan is just meddling in other people's business." Zhou Jingqi was furious after hearing this. He wronged his students, and the bad guy filed a complaint first. He also cursed himself and his unit. What kind of person is this Li Pinggan? Lan Yuyu followed Yilin and repeated what Li Pinggan had said to her. Su Xian comforted her. "Yo-Yo, it's okay. The teacher will take care of this matter for you." Yilin said, "Thank you, Mr. Su, but no need. I will help Yuyu solve this matter, and I will sue him directly in the next few days." Hearing this, Su Xian was also shocked. "You want to sue Li Pinggan?" "Yilin, this is inappropriate, right? After all, he is a teacher." Zhou Zhengqi retorted. "I think it's appropriate, but how can you sue? This kind of thing is just talk. There is no evidence." Yilin replied, "Don't worry, Mr. Zhou. That store has surveillance cameras installed. That's fine. Otherwise, it's useless to sue without any evidence." Zhou Jingqi said. After understanding the situation, Zhou Zhengqi took Su Xian and was about to leave. "Teacher Zhou, I have something else to tell you." Seeing that they were about to leave, Yilin hurriedly spoke. Zhou Jingqi asked, "What's the matter?" "That steakhouse invited Yo-Yo and I to be image ambassadors to help them shoot a commercial. They will pay us 1,000 yuan each. Can we go shoot a commercial tomorrow?" Zhou Zhengqi heard this and said unhappily, "You kids still remember to ask our opinions? Didn't you run away on your own tonight?" "Mr. Zhou, you were busy at the time, and I didn't have time to ask for leave." "Yeah. Real. Play a game tomorrow and then go." "Okay." Su Xian reminded. "You should be careful about this kind of thing and don't let others cheat you." "Don't worry, Mr. Su. You won't be fooled." "Well, go to bed early." After saying that, Zhou Zhengqi and Su Xian left their room. Yilin took out an unopened package and chased after him. "Teacher Zhou, we can't finish it. This is for you." Regardless of whether they wanted it or not, Yilin stuffed it into Zhou Zhengqi's hands and ran back. Seeing this, Zhou Zhengqi smiled and said, "I suddenly feel that Yilin is a very good person. I think most of the negative news about him in the past were fake. Okay, let's go back." Su Xian pulled Zhou Zhengqi into the room. When they got to the room, she asked angrily, "Why didn't you stop Yilin from suing Li Pingyan? It's just a small matter. There's no need to do this, right?" "A small matter? Didn't you hear how harshly Li Pingyan cursed at me just now? He was like that to me, a teacher, let alone Yilin and the others." Yilin said that if there is evidence, let him sue, and you don't have to sympathize with this guy surnamed Li. Why didn't he think about the consequences when he scolded others? Besides, this isn't school, so what right does he have to scold others? Didn't you hear what Lan Yuyu just said? It's simply insulting. Hearing this, Su Xian didn't know what to say. As an adult, he still spoke without restraint, so he would have to pay for his foul mouth. Chapter 10 for the meaning of ball numbers. The next day, the high school cup basketball game officially started. I don't know if it's because enemies meet on a narrow road, but in the first game, Qingyuan Middle School's opponent was Jiangxi No. 1 Middle School. In terms of strength, Jiangxi No. 1 High School is definitely the strongest among all high schools. After all, when it comes to admission to high school, all the good candidates are selected by them. Zhou Jingqi picked out Yulin, Yu Qingbao, Niu Dali, Zheng Deqiang, and Wang Yujia as the first team to play, with the others as substitutes. Before the last game was over and it was not their turn to play, Zhou Jingqi gathered all the players together for a pre-match mobilization and said, "Today is the first day of the competition. All the college teachers will be observing you very carefully. Whether you can turn from a black chicken into a phoenix depends entirely on how well you play in this game, so you must show all your strength. Everyone will have a chance to play today. Whether you can play more in the future depends on how well you perform. There is still half an hour left in the game. Let's go to the pre-match training ground to warm up and get a feel for the game." After saying that, Zhou Zhengqi brought 12 players to the training ground. On the other side of the training ground, players from Jiangxi No. 1 Middle School were already training. Because Chen Jie treated Li Pinggan to a meal last night, he was also arranged to compete in the first tier. It is very important to enter the first echelon, because the college teachers watching the game do not have that much energy and only watch the first quarter seriously. It is precisely because of this that Zhou Zhengqi placed Yulin in the first echelon, and he had high hopes for Yulin. Seeing Qingyuan Middle School enter the stadium, Chen Jie stopped training and looked for Yulin in the crowd. Soon he saw Yulin, who looked very fresh and handsome in a white jersey. Why is this guy so handsome? Chen Jie was envious and jealous. If I had this kind of looks, Shen Bingrong should have agreed to my pursuit long ago, right? At this moment, Chen Jie even wanted to have plastic surgery. Yilin, Chen Jie shouted to the team from Qingyuan Middle School. Yilin looked towards the opposite court and found that it was Chen Jie calling him. Yilin was a little confused. What kind of monster was this guy thinking about instead of training well? "What's up?" Yilin asked. "Don't let me meet you on the field, or I will definitely beat you to pieces," Chen Jie said with the aura of a king. He still didn't believe it. He couldn't beat Yilin in a fight. He couldn't beat Yilin in a lawsuit. He couldn't beat Yilin in picking a quarrel. So how could he not beat Yilin in playing basketball? He knew Yilin's situation very clearly. This guy was not a basketball student at all. It was said that he performed well in the Qingyuan Middle School sports meet, so Zhou Zhengqi brought him to the competition. It was precisely because he knew that Yilin was not a basketball student that Chen Jie had absolute confidence in bullying him. "Oh," Yilin replied calmly. Seeing Yilin's attitude, which seemed to be a contempt for him, Chen Jie became furious and vowed not to stop until he had tortured Yilin. Zhou Zhengqi saw that the two of them were at loggerheads before the game even started. If they got angry and started fighting on the field, it would have a bad impact. Not to mention that it would bring shame to the school. His chances of being selected by college teachers would definitely be gone. He reminded Yilin, "Yilin, you are representing the school in this competition. Although you have conflicts, don't let anything unpleasant happen on the field." Yilin understood Zhou Zhengqi's concerns. It was he who strongly urged himself to come to the competition despite the pressure. He was not a basketball student, but he occupied a place in the competition. If he really fought with Chen Jie, Zhou Zhengqi would definitely be punished when he returned to school. Although Chen Jie was always looking for trouble, Yilin always regarded him as a clown, and it was impossible for him to fight with him. Even if it really happened, can it be called a fight? It was just a one-sided beating of Chen Jie. "Understand, Teacher Zhou. Don't worry, I won't do anything else on the court except playing basketball." Yilin gave Zhou Jingqi a reassurance. The game between the last two schools ended, and after a 10-minute break, it was Yilin and his team's turn to play the next game. When the competition time came, the cheerleading teams of the two schools came on stage and performed cheerleading exercises in their respective venues. The cheerleading teams from both schools danced very hard, determined to bring down the other side's morale. After the cheerleading was over, Lan Yuyu made a cheering gesture to Yilin, and Yilin responded to her in the same way. Chen Jie had been observing Yilin. When he saw this scene, he silently turned his head to look at his school's cheerleading team. He saw Shen Bingrong's back and discovered that she walked away without even looking back. Chen Jie felt aggrieved. Even if they were not lovers yet, they were classmates after all. Couldn't he encourage himself? When the players from both teams came on the court, Chun Jie said to his teammates, "I'm responsible for number 99 on the opposite side." After saying that, he was ranked first. The players from both teams shook hands and went on the court. Chun Jie took the opportunity to shake hands with Yi Lin and exert force. Yi Lin didn't expect that this guy would take the opportunity to trick him, and when he reacted, he hit back with such force that Chun Jie wanted to pull his hand back in pain, but Yi Lin held it tightly. After a few seconds, Yi Lin let go and said with a smile, "Friendship first." Chun Jie's hands were shaking with pain, but he was afraid of embarrassing himself in public, so he pretended to remain calm. Pain put on a smile and responded to Yi Lin, "Friendship comes first." The two men shook hands for only 5 or 6 seconds, so no one noticed anything unusual. Yi Lin and Chun Jie came to their positions and stood ready for the jump ball. Zhou Jingxi had already seen Yi Lin's jumping ability at school. This guy could actually dunk the ball. Chun Jie's idea was very simple. He just wanted to hit the ball away so that Yi Lin couldn't get it. It would be best if the ball could hit Yi Lin directly in the face. Beep! With the referee's whistle, the basketball was thrown into the air. The moment they reached the highest point and fell, Yi Lin and Chun Jie jumped up at the same time. The teammates behind the two were ready to receive the ball. Yi Lin jumped out one step ahead of Chun Jie and passed the ball to Zhang Deqiang. The ball was hit away by Yi Lin, and Chun Jie just hit the air. Zhang Deqiang took the ball and was stopped after just 2 dribbles. He quickly passed the ball to Yi Lin, who was rushing behind him. Yi Lin caught the ball and took advantage of the fact that no one was defending him to throw it directly. The basketball flew in a parabola and entered the basket accurately with a whoosh. Instantly, screams were heard from the Qingyuan Middle School cheerleading team. Many people had not yet reacted to Yi Lin's goal. The commentator exclaimed, "The ball went in." Number 99 of Qingyuan Middle School scored a 3-pointer within 5 seconds of start. This is the fastest scoring record in the history of the high school cup. Chun Jie, what are you doing? At Jiangxing Number 1 Middle School, the player who was supposed to be in the serving position was very dissatisfied with Chun Jie. With such jumping ability, he still tried to grab the ball. Was he shameless? Lan Yuyu was so happy that everyone else had finished applauding, but she was still applauding Yi Lin. Gao Mengmeng said, "Yo-yo, do you know why Yi Lin is number 99? Lan Yuyu shook her head. "Mengmeng, why is it number 99? Gao Mengmeng just remembered that Lan Yuyu didn't have a cell phone, so she explained, "Because you're called Yuyu, and the pinyin for that is YY. And both of these pinyins are on the 9th key. So he chose number 99, and 99 has another meaning, which is to be together forever." Lan Yuyu seemed to understand, but she was very happy. Gao Mengmeng said that Yi Lin wanted to be with her forever, and then she could be good friends with Yi Lin forever. Gao Mengmeng kicked Huang Bai and said, "Fatty, look at how much attention Yi Lin pays to detail." Huang Bai didn't know what Gao Mengmeng meant, so he said, "No, Mengmeng, brother Lin, why did you kick me? I'm telling you to learn from others. You're too rough, not careful, and don't care about details. Who'll like you like this? Girls all like romance." No wonder Chen Sini looked at him affectionately at the school gate every day, but still didn't confess her feelings to him. It turned out that there were not enough details. Huang Bai suddenly realized and thanked him. "Mengmeng, you are indeed a good brother. Thank you for reminding me. I will pay more attention to details." Gao Mengmeng kicked him again. "Who is your brother? I have told you many times that I am a woman." Chapter 105 Cooperation. In the audience, all the college teachers' eyes lit up, and they couldn't help but look at Yi Lin twice. "Professor Gu, what about this kid?" A younger teacher from Kyoto Institute of Physical Education asked a professor in his 40s. Professor Gu expressed his opinion. "His jumping ability is good. As for the jump ball score, it is probably a coincidence. Don't make a fuss. Just keep watching." The game continued on the court, with everyone hitting each other back and forth. Although Jiangxi Number 1 Middle School lost at the beginning, and its morale was affected a little, its strength was there after all, and the gap between them and Qingyuan Middle School was soon widened. Although Yi Lin played well, he couldn't touch the ball at all. For these basketball students, this game is the time to change their destiny. As long as they get the ball, they can perform. How could they possibly pass the ball to others? Either the ball is snatched away by others, or you make the layup yourself. Both schools are the same. There is no such thing as cooperation. It seemed that the teacher at Jiangxi Number 1 Middle School had already told them to take turns serving. It's different at Qingyuan Middle School. No one wants to serve. Serving means not getting the ball, and without the ball, how can there be a chance to perform? Yi Lin was the only one in the whole court who didn't care. Therefore, on the Qingyuan Middle School side, it was basically Yilin who served the ball and then walked slowly onto the court because this group of people would not pass the ball to him anyway. Zhou Zhengqi saw it and stamped his feet in anxiety. Yilin was the best player in the whole stadium, but this guy was trying to take advantage of the situation. And these little bastards were all just pursuing personal heroism. In the past, Zhou Zhengqi felt that it didn't matter. He could just play and perform casually as long as he could show his strength. But now it's different. Yilin's appearance gives him hope of winning, and Yilin is also the one with the greatest chance of being selected by a key university. At the end of the first quarter, Jiangxi No. 1 Middle School scored 22 points, and Qingyuan Middle School scored 9 points, 3 of which were scored by Yilin at the beginning. Only 3 goals were scored in one quarter. As soon as everyone got off the court, Zhou Zhengqi called them over and scolded them. What are you fighting for? What are you doing? Are you fighting on your own? Don't you know this is a team competition? You have to cooperate, play together, don't you know? These basketball students were very confused. The seniors who graduated all said that this game was a pure individual show. All they had to do was to perform hard when they got the ball. Cooperation? What was cooperation? Cooperation meant giving up the opportunity that they had. And the teachers tacitly approve of this style of play. Everyone was puzzled. If it was something that was tacitly agreed to, why was Zhou Zhengqi so angry? In the second quarter, play with me. If you get the ball but can't dribble it out, pass it to your teammates. Always pay attention to the positions of your teammates. Now that Yilin is the main player, you should give priority to passing the ball to Yilin. Also, be more proactive in serving. Don't always serve to Yilin. How can you win if the main player serves? If I find anyone pursuing personal heroism and ignoring the overall situation, he will not be allowed to play in the subsequent games. Yu Qingbao felt that this was too partial. Why should Yilin be given in everything? Was he a relative of the principal? First, he took up a quota, and now he is given unlimited opportunities to show himself. It's so unfair. He was so angry that he asked, Teacher Zhou, why? Yes, why? That's right. Yilin will give everything to Yilin. Then what about us? Why is he the main force? Once someone took the lead, others couldn't help it. Seeing this, Zhou Zhengqi was also angry. Shut up. Why? Because Yilin was the MVP of the school sports meet. And how many of you were defeated by him? Are you blind or what? Can't you see Yilin's performance? He single-handedly led his class into the top 5 in the school sports meet. If I ask you to lead your class to participate in the sports meet and help them become the top 5, can you do it? Why do we invite Yilin to this competition? Because he has the potential to be selected by Kyoto Sports College. If he is admitted, our school will have one more student who can go to a key university, and the school will have more honor. If any of you can guarantee me that you will be considered a starter by the Kyoto Sports College, I will immediately make you a starter. If no one considers you a starter after the game, you will not be allowed to participate in subsequent games. After Zhou Zhengqi said this, no one dared to oppose him. Moreover, they all saw Yilin's performance, which was indeed amazing. It's just that Yilin is not a basketball student, and he was able to come to the competition directly without any screening. Now he is the main player, so they feel unbalanced. Zhou Zhengqi has already said this. If you think you are good enough, then you can be the main player. But if no one pays attention to you after you have shown your ability, you will never have the chance to play again. If you really do this, you will offend Zhou Zhengqi. It is not a wise move to offend your own mentor. Seeing them all bowing their heads in silence, Zhou Zhengqi softened his tone a little. Gold will always shine, but the prerequisite is that you have to be gold. Yilin is a piece of gold. If he doesn't make a sound, he will be amazing. So I want to give him more opportunities. He deserves this opportunity. In terms of skills, can you compare with the students from number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school? But Yilin can. Since you can't beat others in technology, then you should cooperate well. If we can win the championship, maybe those college teachers will look at you differently. Isn't this an opportunity? After listening to Zhou Zhengqi, a group of people felt that what he said made sense. Since the skills are not as good as others, what's the point of showing them off? It's better to cooperate well and get a good ranking. Maybe you can even be noticed by college teachers. Yu Qingbao was the first to admit his mistake and said, Teacher Zhou, don't be angry. We will cooperate well. We will fully cooperate with Yilin. Cooperate fully. Yilin, it's all up to you later. Others echoed this. Yilin knew that although these people were convinced verbally, they still had some resentment in their hearts. However, Yilin did not take this opportunity to show off his talents. He just wanted to lead this group of brothers to win a place, and it would be best if he could win the championship. Let's work together. The championship is ours. Beat. The whistle sounded and the game began. Yilin stretched out his hand. Cheer yourself up. All the teammates stretched out their hands and placed them on Yilin's hands. Come on, come on, come on. Everyone shouted in unison. Li Pingyan heard Zhou Zhengqi scolding the students just now, and now he saw a group of students shouting, "Come on," he said disdainfully. In the face of strength, shouting at the top of your lungs is useless. You must go up and crush them with absolute advantage. The score can be as high as possible, and there is no need to consider any feelings. Li Pingyan remembered what happened yesterday clearly. If students offend me, it's fine. If teachers also offend me, I must teach them a lesson. Chapter 106 Hidden Master. After one quarter, Professor Gu said, "Xiaohe, you see, that kid's jump ball score was an accident. Throughout this quarter, except for serving, he didn't get the ball once. If you want to find a good seedling, you can't just look at it a few times." Xiaohe replied in an attitude of accepting education. Professor Gu is right. We really need to observe more before we can draw conclusions. I see that there are a few guys from Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School who play well and have decent dribbling skills. Let's focus on observing the students from Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School next. Professor Gu gave up on the 5 students from Qingyuan Middle School after watching only a small section. Okay, Xiaohe replied. Although he answered like this, he still didn't quite believe that number 99 from Qingyuan Middle School was that bad. How could a student with such excellent jumping ability be so bad? Xiaohe also noticed that number 99 was very casual on the court, as if this game was dispensable to him. Observing other students, they are all trying their best to perform well and to be noticed by college teachers. Since number 99 has no interest in him, why did the school teacher let him play? Xiaohe was puzzled. Beat. With the sound of a whistle, Xiaohe's attention was drawn back to the game. For all the spectators, the outcome of this game was no longer in doubt, as the gap in strength between the two sides was simply too big. The cheers from the Qingyuan Middle School cheerleading team have become half as loud as before, and it is obvious that they have lost all their morale. It was Qingyuan Middle School's turn to serve, and Neo Dali took the initiative to stand outside the line. Xiaohe was surprised. It's not number 99 who is serving. Professor Gu, what's so strange about this? The referee threw the ball to Neo Dali, and Yi Lin took the initiative to step forward to catch the ball. Xiaohe was shocked. He actually passed the ball to number 99. Professor Gu analyzed. Maybe he didn't touch the ball once in the last quarter, so his teacher asked him to give it to him. After all, everyone has to show off. While Professor Gu was speaking, Yi Lin received the ball and dribbled quickly towards the opposite basket. Chen Jie was responsible for defending Yi Lin. When he saw Yi Lin rushing over, he showed a disdainful smile and thought to himself, let's see how he can snatch the ball back from him. Yi Lin just ran across the center line and shot directly. Chen Jie laughed loudly. Yi Lin, you don't have to be so scared when you see me, right? As Chen Jie was mocking him, Yi Lin threw the ball, which went into the basket accurately with a whoosh sound, and cheers came from outside the court. It goes in, number 99, another perfect three-pointer. It seems that the players of Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School underestimated the strength of their opponents. No one tried to stop number 99. Yeah, they probably wouldn't expect this to be a sharpshooter. The two commentators spoke excitedly. Xiaohe said to Professor Gu, Professor Gu, this guy has a pretty good aim. Maybe the jump ball just now was not an accident. Not necessarily. The opponent underestimated me, so I shot well without anyone disturbing me. But once the opponent reacted and tried his best to defend me, I would get nervous, and I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to shoot accurately. When Xiaohe heard what Professor Gu said, he felt that it made sense. It was indeed the opponent who underestimated him and gave him the opportunity. When the opponent serves the ball, under normal circumstances, he will definitely throw the ball directly to the side closest to his own basket. But in this case, there are too few opportunities to show off. Therefore, Li Pingyan stipulated that the serve must be face-to-face, using the longest distance to demonstrate the most skills and requiring fewer three-point shots. Standing there and shooting the ball really requires no technical skills. What is needed is the experience of going through many levels and then throwing the ball into the basket. The taking turns to serve mentioned earlier is also to ensure fairness. In this environment, Li Pingyan's request was not wrong. Students are now works of art, and college teachers are here to select works of art. The more advantages they show, the more chances they have to be picked. However, there's also a disadvantage to doing this, which is that the difficulty of the competition increases. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Li Pingyan puts the school's honor second and the student's future first. Of course, the basketball skills of students at Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School are better than those of students from other schools. Even if the difficulty of the competition increases, they will still be among the top in the final ranking. It is for this reason that Li Pinggan adds these conditions to students to give them more opportunities to show their talents. Yi Lin scored a goal, and it was Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School's turn to serve. As soon as they set out, they were surrounded by Qingyuan Middle School, and it was impossible to break out. But the player was unwilling to pass the ball and finally missed the opportunity, and the ball was snatched away by Nyodali. What a pity! The number 8 position was a very good one. If it had been passed out, Qingyuan Middle School would not have had time to react. The two commentators continued their analysis. Although the ball was taken away, the players of Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School were not pushovers. They immediately stopped Nyodali and did not give him a chance to shoot. Seeing that there was no chance to rush out, Nyodali seized the opportunity to pass the ball and smashed the ball towards Chunjie's crotch. The basketball bounced back, and Yu Qingbao caught it and passed it to Yi Lin under the basket. Yi Lin didn't do anything fancy. He just received the ball and shot calmly. Seeing this, a player from Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School angrily said, "Chunjie, are you going to have a baby? Why are you spreading your legs so wide?" Chunjie angrily replied, "How do I know he will pass the ball?" Professor Gu smiled when he saw this. Qingyuan Middle School has changed their tactics. These students all want to show themselves, and it's rare that they are willing to give them a chance now. Indeed, after a few games, these students treated the ball like a treasure and would rather lose the ball than make a layup. Xiaoyi also echoed this. It was Chunjie's turn to serve, and the classmate who came to receive the ball was the one who had just scolded him. Chunjie was so angry that he didn't want to pass the ball to this guy at all. He just threw the ball to his teammate outside the 3-point line. The ball just reached the 2-point line when Yi Lin jumped up to intercept it and dunked it directly. The commentator stood up excitedly. "Number 99 dunk, he's dunking." Another commentator was equally excited and said, "This shot by number 99 is so cool. I didn't expect that number 99, who was silent in the first quarter, was actually the hidden master of Qingyuan Middle School. He scored 7 points in just 2 minutes." Qingyuan Middle School strategy can be said to have completely paralyzed Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School. First, let number 99 pretend to be a pig in the first quarter, and when the opponent completely underestimated it, number 99 attacked with the force of tiger. In the audience, Xiaoyi didn't say anything, but turned to look at Professor Gu. He just said that there was no need to pay attention to Qingyuan Middle School. So, should Yi Lin still pay attention to it? Professor Gu was also shocked. There are many high school students who can dunk, but there are not many who can dunk from such a long distance and with such a perfect posture like number 99. He ignored Xiao He and began to carefully observe Yi Lin's subsequent performance. Another ball was lost, and it was the turn of two players from Jiangxing Middle School who had a good relationship with each other to serve. The two cooperated with each other, broke through the defense line of Qingyuan Middle School, and got 2 points. Yu Qingbao passed the ball to Yi Lin. This time Chunjie did not dare to be careless. He came up to Yi Lin as soon as he got the ball. As soon as Yi Lin received the ball, he sprinted and dribbled as fast as he could, heading straight towards Chunjie, who was following him. When everyone thought that the two were going to collide, Yi Lin turned around and ran directly past Chunjie. Chunjie was defeated, and two people from Jiangxing Middle School who knew how to cooperate rushed over to stop Yi Lin. Yi Lin faked a shot and prepared to go to the right. When the defender moved to the right, Yi Lin suddenly turned left to avoid him, and then turned right to avoid his teammate following him. He did not stop dribbling during the whole process. He passed two people and made a layup in 3 steps. At the moment of the layup, Yi Lin passed the ball from under his crotch to his right hand with his left hand in the air, and then threw the ball into the basket with his right hand. The whole action was smooth and flowing. Even if this ball didn't go in, it would still be awesome to watch the whole audience, not to mention that this ball went in. After the fight, Yi Lin looked towards Lan Yuyu, thinking that she should have seen the handsome move just now, right? At this time, Lan Yuyu jumped up and clapped excitedly. Seeing Yi Lin looking at her, she quickly waved to Yi Lin. Seeing that she saw it, Yi Lin was satisfied. Chapter 107. This dog food might be mixed with saccharin. Good, this is a good shot. Professor Gu was so excited that he kept cheering. Seeing how outstanding Yi Lin was, Xiao He felt so happy and thought to himself, I know I didn't make a mistake in choosing him. After getting excited, Professor Gu said, Xiao He, immediately find me all the information about the student number 99 from Qingyuan Middle School. Okay, Professor Gu, I'll be there right away. After saying that, Xiao He left and went to the Education Bureau's office. Because there will be many college teachers coming to recruit students for the high school cup basketball tournament. The Jiangxing City Education Bureau will retrieve all the information of the participating students before the competition. Xiaoyi came to the work office of the Education Bureau, where many college teachers were queuing up to receive student information. 5 or 6 minutes later, it was Xiaoyi's turn. He introduced himself to the staff. "Hello, I'm Ling, a teacher from Kyoto Sports College. Could you please print the information of student number 99 from Qingyuan Middle School for me? Thank you." When the staff member heard that the teacher was from Kyoto Sports College, he replied enthusiastically, "Okay, Mr. He, please wait a moment." When the other college teachers who were queuing behind Ling heard that it was a teacher from Kyoto Institute of Physical Education who was collecting information number 99, they sighed silently in their hearts because it was finally snatched away. Number 99 is so outstanding that it is normal that many schools are vying for him. However, being noticed by Kyoto Institute of Physical Education doesn't mean there is no chance. After all, the choice lies with the students. As long as the students are promised many benefits, they will be tempted and may give up going to Kyoto Sports College and choose their own school. Ling glanced at the information, then returned to her seat and handed it to Professor Gu. "Professor Gu, this kid is not very good except for playing basketball. His grades are poor, and he has received many punishments, big and small." Upon hearing this, Professor Gu took a quick look at the information and found that it was indeed true. In fact, Lin's performance in the past 2 months has been very good, and his monthly test scores have also been steadily rising. However, these good performances have not been recorded in the data yet, and the grades only record the midterm and final exams. Professor Gu smiled and said, "This kid is such a great basketball player. He must have devoted all his energy to practicing basketball. It's normal that his grades are poor, and it's just right that his grades are bad, because he wants to go to college, and the only way is to play basketball, so he won't think about anything else." Ling was a little worried, mainly because she was afraid that if she admitted such a student into the school, the higher-ups would have opinions. They said, "Professor Gu, putting aside his grades, isn't this kid's discipline too poor? I'm afraid." "Don't worry. These punishments were not for stealing or robbing. They are not serious mistakes. He is just a little naughty during his rebellious period. Don't worry. I will be responsible if anything happens in the future." After saying this, the two continued to observe. Lin played throughout the game, and some teammates who were exhausted were replaced by other players. After the game, although Qingyuan Middle School was not as strong as Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School in overall strength, the students of Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School were all thinking about showing off and did not cooperate at all. In addition, Li Pingyan's 3 rules restricted their performance, and Qingyuan Middle School won the game relying on the cooperation between teammates, and finally scored more than 20 points more than Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School. After winning the competition, all the teachers and students of Qingyuan Middle School were delighted. At this moment, they felt that whether or not they were selected by college teachers was not that important. Thanks to Zhou Zhengqi's guidance, they also figured out. The students in the city were already better than themselves, so how could they possibly beat them? Since you can't compete, you might as well just focus on winning honor for the school instead of thinking about those unnecessary things. Leave yourself with beautiful memories of your youth, and have something to brag about after you get a place. After being excited, Neo Dali walked up to Chinjie and said proudly, "Classmate, didn't you say you would beat up Lin when you met him on the field?" When Chinjie heard this, he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He never expected that Lin was such a good basketball player. "I thought I could defeat Lin completely when I reached my strong point, but I found out that Lin was stronger than me. Isn't this like showing off your sword in front of Guangdong?" Chinjie regretted bragging too early. If he had known Lin was so good, he should not have played in this game. After this match, Chinjie didn't dare to cause trouble for Lin anymore. He found that whenever Lin appeared, he would be defeated everywhere, which was really hateful. After the game was over, people outside the stadium were allowed to enter. Lan Yuyu ran up with a bottle of water and a towel in her hand. Yelling, "Lan Yuyu sao that happy li." When she came to Lin reached out and touched her head. "Little bean sprout, why are you so happy?" "Because you won the competition. Lin, you are awesome. Here is the water." Lan Yuyu happily handed the water to Lin. "Thank you, little bean sprout." Lin opened the bottle and drank it all in one gulp. "Lin, don't move," Lan Yuyu said, with a hint of command in her tone. Lin stood at attention, motionless. Lan Yuyu picked up the towel, stood on tiptoe, and gently wiped the sweat off Lin's forehead. This scene was so sweet that Gao Mengmeng shook her head. She thought their dog food might be mixed with saccharin. Huang Bai also showed an Andy smile, and you can tell at a glance that he has eaten his fill. What Gao Mingming didn't know was that Huang Bai was imagining that Yilin on the court was himself and Lan Yuyu was Chinsini. In other words, he didn't know. If he knew, Gao Mingming would have killed him. Some were happy and some were sad. This scene made the girls who were staring at Yilin envious and jealous, and made the boys who were staring at Lan Yuyu grit their teeth in hatred. Chun Jie was extremely envious when he saw the sweet scene of Yilin and the others. Will Shun Bingrong ever treat me like this? Chun Jie turned his head to look at his school's cheerleading team and found that Shun Bingrong was busy chatting with Wang Qingya and didn't even look over at him. At this moment, Chun Jie wished that Shun Bingrong could come and comfort him. He felt extremely wronged because he was slapped in the face for boasting and lost the game. Chun Jie left dejectedly. Seeing Lan Yuyu wiping the sweat off her face so seriously, Yilin didn't even dare to sigh. After Lan Yuyu finished wiping, Yilin asked, "Little bean sprout, who taught you to do this? Was it Mengmeng's idea?" Lan Yuyu quickly explained, No, Yilin, you misunderstood Mengmeng." Yeah. Yilin was puzzled. Who else could have given her this idea except Gao Mengmeng? Yilin knew that it was definitely not Lan Yuyu's own initiative, because she would never think of doing this. Lan Yuyu said, "Yilin, Teacher Zhou said that if I don't join the cheerleading team, no one will bring you water to drink, and no one will wipe your sweat." After saying that, she looked around and found that except herself, no one came to help Yilin bring water or wipe his sweat. She continued, "Look, it's a good thing I'm here, otherwise no one would pay attention to you." Yilin cooperated with her, looked around, and said, "Little bean sprout, except for you, there is really no one who brings me water to wipe my sweat. You are so kind to me. Thank you, little bean sprout." Lan Yuyu felt very happy to hear Yilin say thank you. It felt so good to be needed by Yilin, which proved that she was useful. Lan Yuyu was glad that she came here. Seeing her becoming more and more cheerful, Yilin was overjoyed and pulled her away from the court. Chapter 108 College Snatch. Yilin pulled Lan Yuyu out of the basketball stadium. Within a few minutes, a group of college teachers came to the venue of Qingyuan Middle School to look for Yilin. They came to the area where Qingyuan Middle School was located and searched twice, even looking for the girls on the cheerleading team one by one, but they couldn't find Yilin. Unable to find Yilin, they had to find Zhou Jingqi. In short, they had to express their school's intention to recruit Yilin as soon as possible. The first teacher to arrive asked Zhou Jingqi, "Hello, teacher. I am a teacher from Southwest Institute of Physical Education. I would like to ask where Yilin went." Before Zhou Jingqi could answer, the teacher who came up behind him shook Zhou Jingqi's hand and said, "Hello, Teacher Zhou. I am Lin Qian, a teacher from Huazhong Sports University. Where is Yilin from your school?" "I'm a teacher at the North China Institute of Physical Education." "Is Yilin here?" "Jiangnan University of Technology. Jiangbei Sports University." Zhou Jingqi was surrounded by dozens of college teachers, all from prestigious universities. Schools with lower rankings were too embarrassed to come and snatch his talents. This situation where college teachers compete for students has never happened in previous competitions. That basically take note of which students they like and then look for the students after the competition is over. But this time it was different. Yilin's performance was so outstanding that if I didn't greet him in time, I would miss out on this student. After all, the Kyoto Sports Institute has asked for Yilin's information, and it would be too late to look for Yilin after the competition. Zhou Jingqi was stunned when he heard these university teachers introduce themselves one by one and then ask about Yilin's whereabouts. These teachers are all from key universities. Looking at their expressions, they all can't wait to recruit Yilin away. The students of Qingyuan Middle School and the surrounding students who saw this scene were extremely envious. They wished so much that these teachers would come to see them. They would be satisfied if any teacher came to see them. It's a pity that these college teachers only have Yilin in their eyes. Yiling arrived late. He pushed through the crowd and came to Zhou Jingqi. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I'm a teacher from Kyoto Sports College. Our professor, Gu, wants to talk to Yilin from your school." Zhou Jingqi, a teacher at Kyoto Sports College, was even more excited than Yilin when he heard this. This is the university that all sports students dream of attending. The reason why Yilin was invited to the competition was to be noticed by the Kyoto Sports Institute. Now his dream has really come true. This kid Yilin really lived up to his high expectations, and this opportunity was not given to Yilin in vain. Being noticed by the Kyoto Sports College is simply a blessing from my ancestors. I can't let the teachers there wait for long, so I have to find Yilin to come. Zhou Jingqi looked around, but couldn't see Yilin anywhere. At this moment, he was so anxious. Why did this kid disappear at the critical moment? Zhou Jingqi asked Su Xian behind him. Teacher Su, did you see where Yilin went? Su Xian shook her head. Seeing so many teachers from prestigious schools coming to ask where Yilin was, she became anxious, but she just couldn't see Yilin. Lan Yuyu is missing too, Su Xian said. At this time, a female cheerleader said, Teacher Zhou, Teacher Su, I just went to the bathroom and saw Yilin pulling Lan Yuyu out of the gymnasium. Laughed. Hearing this, Zhou Zhengqi remembered that Yilin said last night that he would go to shoot a commercial with Lan Yuyu after the game today. Zhou Zhengqi was really pissed off. Why was this bastard running away in such a hurry? How much money could he make from shooting that crappy commercial? Could it be more important than going to college now? Now the country's top-ranked sports university is looking for you. If you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. It's really like picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Zhou Jingqi was so disappointed that he explained to a group of college teachers awkwardly, Dear teachers, I'm really sorry that you were a few minutes late. Yilin was too tired after playing basketball and went back to rest. Ling expressed his understanding when he heard this. After all, there was a game in the afternoon, and Qingyuan Middle School only had this one good student. He should go back and recuperate so that he can continue the game in the afternoon. Ling handed her business card to Zhou Jingqi. Teacher Zhou, there's no rush. This is my business card. Bring Yilin to see us when you have time. Professor Gu from our school really wants to meet Yilin. Zhou Jingqi couldn't help being excited and asked, Teacher can I ask if Yilin was selected by your school? With so many teachers from other schools eyeing Yilin, this was a good opportunity for them to give up on this idea, and Ling did not hide it. He replied, Yes, we have this plan at the moment, but we still have to talk to Yilin about this matter. Otherwise, if he has no intention of doing so, it will be useless for us to be elected. Hearing this, Zhou Jingqi helped Yilin make a decision and said, Teacher if you accept Yilin, then you don't need to talk to him. He agrees to this. After hearing what Zhou Jingqi said, other college teachers expressed their dissatisfaction. Lin Qian, a teacher from Huazhong Sports University, said angrily, Teacher Zhou, you are not Yilin himself, nor his guardian. How can you make a decision for him? You don't seem to be qualified, right? Zhou Jingqi made up a story. Teacher, although I am not Yilin, nor his guardian, I am his teacher. Yilin told me before the competition that he came to participate in the competition for the Kyoto Sports College. Now the teacher of Kyoto Sports University came to him, just to follow his wishes. I was just conveying Yilin's wishes. How can this be called helping him make a decision? Anyway, no matter how hard Yilin tries, there is no way he can get into such a good school. Therefore, Zhou Jingqi helped Yilin make this decision. Moreover, this decision was just a verbal agreement. Even if Yilin was unwilling, there would be no loss. At most, it would be embarrassing for me to make the decision for Yilin without authorization. Zhou Jingqi believed that Yilin would definitely agree to study at Kyoto Sports University, which is the #1 university in the country in terms of sports, and the Tsinghua University and Peking University for sports students. He would be a fool to refuse. Ling heard Zhou Jingqi's words and said to everyone with a smile, Teachers, a wise bird chooses a tree to roost in. Yilin came to compete for our school, and our Kyoto Sport College is also willing to recruit Yilin. This is a mutual affection, so there is no need for everyone to fight. After hearing what Ling said, the teachers from these prestigious schools were very unhappy, but their school was ranked first, and there was nothing wrong with what he said. Which student would refuse to study in a good school? Therefore, even if you are unhappy, you can only swallow your anger. However, they were still unwilling to give up. No matter what, they had to talk to Yilin, just in case Yilin was willing to come and study. Chapter 109, Photoshoot. Yilin took Lan Yuyu out of the basketball stadium, unaware that so many things about themselves had happened inside. He went back to the hotel, washed off his sweat, and changed into clean clothes. Lan Yuyu also went back to her room to take a shower and change clothes. Girls take a long time to wash and dress, so after changing, Yilin went to wait outside her room. After a while, Lan Yuyu came out. Without Gao Mingming's help, she couldn't style her hair like a princess, nor did she know how to put on makeup. She tied her hair into a high ponytail and didn't have bangs anymore. She was wearing a new floral dress, which was a gift from Gao Mingming's mother last time. Seeing her lively appearance, Yilin felt relieved. In the past 2 months, she has really changed dramatically. From a timid and fearful girl to a lively and playful girl, Yilin felt that this was her true nature, but it had been suppressed before. Little bean sprout, you are so beautiful. Yilin pides. Lan Yuyu looked herself up and down and said happily, Yilin, as long as you think I'm good looking, that's all. Little bean sprout, let's go. I've asked Manager Tion to prepare. We can't keep them waiting too long. The two left the hotel and came to the outside of the steakhouse. Manager Tion had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Yilin and the others coming, he took the initiative to greet them. Manager Tion knew that Yilin was really no ordinary person. That day, when he asked for the surveillance records, he refused to give them to him, and someone from Xinjiang Group came over immediately to ask for them. Can the person who can command Xinjiang Group be a small figure? Manager Tion smiled and said, Mr. Yi, you've worked hard to come here, but I'm a little confused. Why are you willing to shoot an advertisement for us? This question must be asked clearly. What does this big shot want to gain by shooting a commercial for his own steakhouse? Yilin was stunned when he heard this, but he reacted quickly. Manager Tion called himself Young Master. He was probably shocked when Xinjiang Group came to check the surveillance footage and thought he was the son of a big shot in Xinjiang Group. Yilin also put on a smiling face and said, Manager Tion, please don't call me Young Master. Just call me Yilin or Shaolin. I'm not a big shot. I'm shooting an advertisement for you purely to make money. Manager Tion was skeptical, mostly out of modesty. It was rare to find such a humble and low-key young man. Who would believe that such a person would shoot an advertisement for just $1,000? But suddenly Manager Tion noticed Lan Yuyu next to Yilin. The girl was pretty and dressed well, but she lacked the air of wealth. This steakhouse is considered a high-end restaurant. He has seen many wealthy people here, and his temperament can be seen. In an instant, he understood something. When they came to eat yesterday, the girl refused to order anything until Yilin gave a tip to the waiter and asked him to change the price. Only then was the girl willing to place the order. According to this statement, this young man lowered his status to shoot the commercial purely for this little girl. Yilin didn't want to waste too much time. He also wanted to take Lan Yuyu out to play. So he asked, Manager Tion, when do we start? Manager Tion glanced at his watch and said, the photographer should be here soon, probably in half an hour. Go put on your makeup and change your clothes first. After saying that, Manager Tion took Yilin and Lan Yuyu into the store. When they arrived outside a private room, the manager opened the door and said, Go in. The makeup artist is inside. Yilin and Lan Yuyu went in. There were two makeup artists, a man and a woman, and they looked like a couple. Seeing Yilin and Lan Yuyu, the female makeup artist asked, Have you finished your makeup? Yilin was puzzled. She had just come in. Where did she get to put on makeup? Said, Sister, we haven't put on makeup yet. No makeup. The female makeup artist was shocked. She walked over and pinched their faces. There was no makeup on their faces, just natural ones. It really hasn't melted yet. The female makeup artist was very envious because she worked so hard on makeup but still didn't look as good as others without makeup. Today's job looks easy, her husband said with a smile. The female makeup artist had no objection to this. She used disposable hair dye to dye Lan Yuyu's hair brown, then helped her tie her hair into a princess bun, and finally curled the long hair into big waves with a curling iron. For Yilin, it was much simpler. Just use some hairspray to flip his hair up. The two makeup artists thought Lan Yuyu's blue dress matched her hairstyle very well, so they just didn't change it. Yilin, on the other hand, changed into a suit. Yilin and Lan Yuyu were back-to-back when putting on makeup. After finishing her makeup, Yilin stood up and turned around. Lan Yuyu just stood up. Yilin was stunned by her beautiful back. It is really beautiful, like a fairy descending to earth. Suddenly, Yilin felt that it was a perfect waste of such beautiful bean sprouts to be used in the steak promotional photos. Lan Yuyu turned around and saw Yilin, who was stunned. At that moment, she thought Yilin was so handsome. At this time, Manager Tion opened the door and asked, Have you finished your makeup? It's okay. The makeup artist replied. Yilin came back to his senses and said, Little bean sprout, let's go. The two of them came outside the store, and Manager Tion was stunned by their looks. They were so beautiful. Manager Tion felt that the $2,000 was well worth it. Yilin and Lan Yuyu were brought to the shooting box by Manager Tion. The props were ready, and the photographer was also in place. Under the guidance of the photographer, the two cooperated in posing for photos. After about half an hour and hundreds of photos, the photographer said it was okay. Manager Tion was very satisfied and took the two to the front desk to sign a contract and receive the money. The contract was written simply and clearly, simply stating that the photos taken would be used to promote the couple's package. Yi-Lin signed his name without hesitation. Lan Yuyu didn't think about anything. She just had to follow Yi-Lin's signature. After signing the contract, manager Tian counted out 1,000 yuan and gave it to Lan Yuyu. Lan Yuyu was so happy that she earned 1,000 yuan by herself. She finally had a lot of money and could treat Yi-Lin to many delicious foods. Manager Tian continued to count money for Yi-Lin. Yi-Lin said, "Manager Tian, I don't want this money. Can you give me a copy of all the photos you just took?" After listening to this, Manager Tian continued to count the money. He knew that this young man was not short of money. To Yi-Lin, these photos were much more important than the 1,000 yuan reward. Of course, Manager Tian had no intention of not giving Yi-Lin the photos. He counted out 1,000 yuan and stuffed it into Yi-Lin's hand. Photos are no big deal. If you want them, I'll ask the photographer to print them out and bind them into albums for each of you. This money is your reward. Take it. Yi-Lin took the money and thanked him. Manager Tian, thank you. I'll pay you for the 2 photo albums. No, just consider it as a gift from me to you. Yi-Lin took out 200 yuan and gave it to Manager Tian. No merit, no reward. Manager Tian, if you say that, I don't dare to accept this photo album. Manager Tian really wanted to do Yi-Lin a favor, but Yi-Lin didn't appreciate it, so he had to give up and take the 200 yuan. As he was about to leave, Yi-Lin asked, Manager Tian, do you know where in Jiangsheng the richest people live? Manager Tian was speechless. Why was this guy asking this? Was he showing off? I thought to myself, I know you are rich and live in the best area of Jiangsheng. Seeing that Manager Tian looked unhappy, Lan Yuyu probably misunderstood what he meant, so he explained, Manager Tian, don't get me wrong. I'm planning to open a store and want to find a place with a lot of rich people. I live in Qingyuan County and don't know much about Jiangsheng, so I asked you. Hearing this, Manager Tian felt a little embarrassed, as he had just misunderstood that Yi-Lin was showing off his wealth. He smiled and said, I'll help you look for it. I'll call you when I find it. Okay, thank you. Yi-Lin didn't refuse. After finishing the work, Yi-Lin took Lan Yuyu out to play. Yi-Lin did not plan to attend the afternoon game. Chapter 110. Outrageous Bargaining. There's a Baiyun market on Baiyun Avenue in Jiangzhou District, Jiangxing City. This market is the busiest market in Jiangxing. From morning to night, there's a constant stream of people coming and going. Yi-Lin took Lan Yuyu to the market by bus. The market was filled with white smoke, and the atmosphere was full of the bustling world. The two walked in. They saw the market was full of busy people, and their outfits did not fit in with the market. Yi-Lin realized this. If he went in like this, he would be badly cheated, so he had to change his clothes. Besides, the market is quite dirty. If Lan Yuyu's beautiful floral dress got dirty, she would be sad for a long time. I arrived at the entrance of the vegetable market and bought some clothes at a roadside stall. A sophisticated couple came to the stall. The aunt, who was nearly 50 years old, knew they were rich people as soon as she saw them. Rich people don't like to bargain, especially young people who want to make a fortune. Handsome guys, beautiful girls, would you like to buy some clothes? I have the most fashionable and beautiful clothes here. Little bean sprout, please choose a piece of clothing. Yi-Lin said to Lan Yuyu. Lan Yuyu was puzzled. She already had a lot of beautiful clothes, so there was no need for her to spend this money, right? She said, Yi-Lin, don't buy it. I have a lot of clothes. Yi-Lin leaned over and whispered something in her ear. Oh, after hearing Yi-Lin's words, Lan Yuyu understood Yi-Lin's intention. She also understood one thing. That is, you can't wear something too nice when shopping, otherwise you will be cheated. She walked into the stall, found a piece of clothing that looked old-fashioned and ugly, turned around and asked happily, Yi-Lin, what do you think of this one? Not bad, does it fit? Lan Yuyu looked at the size and replied, it fits. The aunt selling clothes was dumbfounded. How could this girl, who was dressed so brightly and beautifully, have such poor taste? The same thing happened to the boy. The area she chose was full of clothes worn by older ladies, while her stall clearly had nice clothes suitable for young people. Beautiful lady, the clothes here are worn by some old ladies. The clothes that are suitable for you are all over here. The aunt was too embarrassed to bargain for the ugly clothes and reminded Lan Yuyu to go over there to look at the nice clothes. Normally, girls would definitely choose the good-looking ones, but Yi-Lin said that the better-looking the clothes are in the market or shopping malls, the more likely they are to be cheated. So Lan Yuyu always chooses the ugliest ones. Lan Yuyu smiled and replied, Auntie, no need. I just want this one. Yi-Lin was very happy to see this scene. This should be the first time that Lan Yuyu communicated with a stranger without any pressure. She really grew up very fast. Maybe Yilin himself didn't know that the reason why Lan Yuyu became more and more lively in 2 months was because of him. Yilin stayed by her side every day to protect her, encourage her, and pamper her, which made her feel unprecedented sense of security. If you live a carefree life every day, you will naturally become more and more cheerful. Yilin also picked out a set of clothes at random, took Lan Yuyu's clothes and said, "Annie, how much is it?" "Her dress is 50, her pants are 60. Your dress is 50, your pants are 50. Annie said directly. Yilin was shocked when he heard this. Even branded clothing stores wouldn't dare to quote this kind of price these days, right? He was really being taken advantage of. 4 pieces for 40. If you sell them, we'll take them. Yilin cut his aorta while bargaining. Lan Yuyu was stunned. How could one bargain like that? A 210 yuan dress could be reduced to 40 yuan? In fact, Yilin was not shouting nonsense. He saw the clothes sold at the stall next door. The clothes were similar to this one, and it was marked that everything was 10 yuan. When the aunt heard this, she was surprised. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. This guy is better at bargaining than the aunt. The aunt's acting skills are not to be underestimated. She looked like she was about to die. "Young man, how can you say 40 for 4 pieces? I buy goods at a price higher than this. I won't say much. Today, I will sell 4 pieces to you for 180. 40. Yilin refused to give in and said, "If you don't sell it, I'll go next door." 40 is impossible. I'll make less today, 150. It's just 40. If you don't want to sell it, forget it. Okay. I'll make a loss today and sell it to you for 100. This is already the lowest price. If you don't want it, forget it. Lan Yu looked at Yilin with her big eyes. She thought the price was acceptable, and it was very generous of the aunt to reduce the price so much. "That's fine, Xiaodia, let's go." Yilin pulled Lan Yuyu and was about to leave. Wait, young man, don't go. You're good at bargaining. How about 50? Lan Yuyu was shocked. She thought it was the lowest price, and the aunt could reduce it by half. Yilin stopped and looked back, then continued to leave after hearing what his aunt said. Okay, 40 is 40, I'll sell it to you. And he packed it up quickly. Yilin took out 1,000 yuan and took out 100 yuan to pay the aunt. As expected, he was extremely rich. At his age, he could easily take out 100 yuan. The aunt complained as she was looking for money. "Young man, you are so rich. Why do you still haggle with me?" "Auntie, what do you mean by nitpicking? It's obviously you who are not kind." Yilin was at a loss for words when he heard this. What kind of logic is this? Does it mean that if you have money, you can't bargain? If you have money, you have to be taken advantage of? The aunt felt a little embarrassed when she heard this. It was indeed she who had quoted a high price, but she was very curious how this guy knew that she would sell it to him at that price. She gave the 60 yuan back to Yilin. Yilin took the money and left with Lan Yuyu. Lan Yuyu asked curiously, "Yilin, how did you know that this dress only costs 40? Yilin touched her head and said, "Little idiot, didn't the uncle who sells clothes next door write the price on it? 10 yuan a piece." The clothes in these two shops are similar, so the auntie just shouted out the price randomly. Lan Yuyu suddenly zilit. She admired Yilin so much. If it were her, she would definitely have been cheated by this aunt. "Let's go to the bathroom and change." The two left quickly. The conversation between the two was heard by the aunt. It turned out that her good thing was ruined because the neighbors were clearly marking the price. She said to the owner of the stall next door in displeasure, "Old Manly, can you take down your price sign? That way we can sell at a higher price. You are putting a scale in the customer's mind. It's making my business difficult. I could have made 200 yuan just now, but it's all because of your sign that I lost money." Old Manly replied disdainfully, "I clearly marked the price of my products. How can it affect you? I will not withdraw. I have always been honest and upright, doing business in a fair way and never cheating people." The aunt was so angry that her teeth itched, but she could do nothing about it, and kept calling Old Manly a fool. Old Manly didn't bother with her, because his business had always been better than hers, because he clearly marked his prices. Moreover, Old Manly just couldn't stand the way this old woman cheated others. She had ruined her reputation in the market. How could she do business in the future? Therefore, Old Man Li deliberately wrote the price very clearly so that people could see it at a glance. It's no wonder that Old Man Li's clearly marked prices brought him a lot of business. His shop was not originally a front-end shop. So many people first went to her shop and then went to Old Man Li's shop to buy. If this old woman didn't think about cheating people, Old Man Li's business would be reduced by half. Chapter 111. Being Cheated. Yilin went to the bathroom, changed his clothes, and came out to wait for Lan Yuyu. Not long after, Lan Yuyu came out. Yilin took a look and felt that the dress really didn't match her hairstyle. Yilin tied her hair into a bun himself. Lan Yuyu glanced in the mirror and saw that Yilin's hair was tied crookedly. Yilin, you are stupid. She untied it and tied it again herself. Yilin was a little embarrassed. It was the first time in his life that he helped a girl tie her hair, and he felt very unfamiliar with it. She tied her hair into a bun, and the loose hair that couldn't be tied up hung down on her forehead. The looming beauty also has a unique flavor. After changing her clothes, Lan Yuyu instantly turned from a little fairy into a little country girl. Yilin took the clothes from her hands and said, "Let's go." After saying that, the two of them walked into the market. This market is very large, and Yilin mainly took her to the catering area. When you arrive at the dining area, you will see all kinds of snacks on the roadside, and the aroma is everywhere. There are so many delicious foods that Lan Yuyu doesn't know which one to try. Soon, she saw a stall selling octopus balls. She poked her head over to smell them. They smelled so good. She quickly pulled Yilin over. "Yilin, I'll treat you." Yilin did not refuse. If she treated him now, he would have an excuse to treat her next time. "Boss, how much is this?" Lan Yuyu asked the price first, in case it was too expensive and she would not eat it. "A small portion is 3 yuan, and a large portion is 5 yuan. How about 1 yuan? Thinking of Yilin's bargaining just now, Lan Yuyu put her knowledge into practice, but she felt a little guilty when she heard his voice. It can be seen that she mustered up a lot of courage to bargain. The boss was stunned. It was the first time he saw someone bargaining for octopus balls. Yilin heard her bargaining stupidly and tried not to laugh. "Little girl, sell as many as you write. I can only give you one at most." Seeing the girl wearing her grandmother's clothes on the street, the boss felt sorry for her and planned to give her an extra one. "It's just 1 yuan. If you don't sell it, we'll leave." Lan Yuyu imitated Yilin and played hard to get. Why is this little girl so greedy? She's not satisfied even after receiving one more? "Not for sale, let's go." The boss fired the person directly. Lan Yuyu pulled Yilin away. As long as they left, the boss would definitely agree. However, after she pulled Yilin for more than 10 meters, the boss didn't call to stop. She was a little confused. Which link went wrong? Seeing her thinking seriously, she was so adorable that Yilin couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Yilin making fun of her, Lan Yuyu pretended to be a little angry, turned her head away, bit her lower lip, and looked pitiful. Okay, I won't laugh anymore." Yilin tried hard to hold it back. Lan Yuyu asked aggrievedly, "Yilin, why can't I bargain like you?" "Bean sprouts, not everything can be bargained for like this. For snacks like this, basically no bargaining is allowed. At most, the boss will give you a little more." "Well, Yilin, am I stupid?" Lan Yuyu felt a little aggrieved. She didn't even know how to bargain, so Yilin couldn't eat the delicious meatballs. "Well, you're a big fool, little bean sprout." "I'm not stupid. Yilin, you are stupid," she said and walked forward. She actually refuted and made some progress. Yilin caught up with her. Lan Yuyu came to a fruit stand and asked, "Boss, how much is this orange?" $3 a pound, $5 for 2 pounds, and $10 for 4 pounds, said the boss. When Lan Yuyu heard this, she thought it was so complicated. How could she bargain? She changed her target and walked away from the dining area. She came to an old lady selling vegetables and asked, "Grandma, how much is this vegetable?" The old lady looked up and saw that it was a young man. She was delighted, thinking that young people were kind and easy to deceive. Pretending to look pitiful, he said, "Little girl, I grew these vegetables myself. They're all natural and pollution-free. They cost 5 yuan per pound. Is it $1? She asked as soon as the old lady finished speaking. It was obvious that she had already prepared the price and was just waiting for the old lady to finish speaking. "1 piece is not enough. It's not easy for an old man like me to grow vegetables. How about 2 pieces? Lan Yuyu felt sorry for the old lady because her family was farmers and she knew how hard it was to farm, so she agreed to buy it for 2 yuan per pound. The food in front of the old lady weighed about 3 pounds, and she was so generous that she accepted $5 from Lan Yuyu. Carrying a big bag of vegetables, Lan Yuyu happily turned back to find Yilin. "Yilin, look, I succeeded in bargaining." "Little bean sprout, you are awesome, but what are you buying vegetables for?" Yilin asked. Lan Yuyu was stunned. "Really? Why buy food by yourself? Didn't you say you would treat Yilin to a meal?" "I only remembered to bargain and forgot I was here to eat." "Yilin, what should we do?" Looking at the bag of vegetables, she didn't know what to do with it. "It's okay, bean sprouts. Just buy it." We'll take it to the square to feed the pigeons later. Yilin took the dish from her. They went back to the dining area. This time, Lan Yuyu refused to bargain because she was afraid she would mess up again. Everything looked delicious, and soon her hands were full of food. Not to mention Yilin, all the pockets on her body were stuffed full. Yilin looked at her bulging cheeks from eating so much and smiled brighter than the sun. Although I bought a lot of food, it only cost less than 50 yuan. It's not that I buy less. The snacks in the vegetable market are relatively cheap, generally only a few dollars, and they're delicious. After finishing their visit to the vegetable market, the two prepared to go to People's Square to feed the pigeons. Passing by the wholesale area, Lan Yuyu saw the old lady selling vegetables. Yilin, look, that's the old lady who just sold vegetables to us. Yilin turned his head and saw that it was indeed the old lady who was looking for some good vegetables from the pile of rotten vegetables. Seeing this, Yilin opened the bag in his hand and saw that the dishes inside were indeed of poor quality. He grew it himself and acted pitifully. Yilin, what is she doing? Is she in trouble? Lan Yu saw her rummaging through a pile of rotten vegetables and thought she was picking up garbage to eat. Little bean sprout, she's looking for vegetables, and when she finds them, she'll sell them to others. But aren't those vegetables spoiled? Some of them are still good, just not that good, but they're still edible. Lan Yu suddenly realized something and asked hurriedly, Yilin, the vegetables I just bought from her were not picked up here, were they? I picked it up here. Yilin, how could she lie? She said she grew it herself. Yilin comforted her. Little bean sprout, people's hearts are unpredictable, and some people are just very bad. Yilin, she lied. She will give birth to a child without an asshole. Lan Yu said seriously angrily. Hearing this, Yilin laughed until tears came out. It would be a miracle if this old lady could still give birth. Okay, stop being angry, let's go. Yilin left Baiyun Market with the angry Lan Yuyu. People's Square is only a few kilometers away from Baiyun Market, and the two arrived there in no time. The pigeons in the square are free range, and the two sat on a bench feeding the pigeons. Lan Yuyu threw out vegetable leaves one by one, and then a group of pigeons rushed to grab them, which made her very happy. Before long, hundreds of pigeons gathered around the two men. These pigeons walked around on the ground, waiting to be fed, and soon the several kilograms of vegetables that Lan Yuyu bought were eaten by the pigeons. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Manager Tian called Yilin and said that he had found a good place and asked Yilin if he wanted to go and see it. There was no time to lose in discussing Lan Fugue's money-making matter, so Yilin took Lan Yuyu with him to take a look. Chapter 112, Renting a Shop. At the entrance of Fuyang Lane, Chaoyang Avenue, Jiangzhou District, Manager Tian was standing at the intersection waiting for Yilin to come over. Yilin and Lan Yu got off the bus and walked towards Manager Tian. Manager Tian didn't notice them until Yilin came over. His impression of the two was still from the photo shoot for the promotional photos in the morning. Manager Tian, what are you looking at? Yilin asked. Manager Tian was a little surprised when he saw the two people's attire. Why are you dressed like this? Yilin smiled and said, we went to the market to play for a while. If we don't dress like this, we will be easily ripped off. After hearing this, Manager Tian was surprised. There is such a saying, this guy is young, but he knows how to live. Do you want to change your clothes before we talk? The person who rents the shop is a friend of mine. To be honest, he's a bit of a snob. Manager Tian was worried that Yilin and the others might not have a smooth conversation, so he kindly reminded them. No need. I just came here to take a look. Let's go. Manager Tian led the way, and the three of them walked into Fuyang Lane. Manager Tian introduced. This area is the area with the most wealthy people in Jiangchen. In the community next to us, the price of a house is at least several million. A small villa in the opposite Shana Park Villa starts at tens of millions. The Jiolong Yuishenqing in front is 20,000 per square meter. When Yilin heard this, he thought that the location was great and that people who could afford such an expensive house must be wealthy. Only people who are not short of money will care about the quality of ingredients and be willing to spend money to buy them. For ordinary people, it is enough to just have enough food and clothing, and they basically will not spend a lot of money to buy expensive ingredients. Manager Tian continued, there's a shopping mall in the middle of these three communities. My friend's store is on the first floor, about 100 square meters. The rent will probably be very expensive, so you have to be mentally prepared. If it were someone else, Manager Tian would not bother to say so much, but Yilin is different. He is a member of Xingqiang Group. It will only benefit you to build good relationships with such people, so help them as much as you can. Otherwise, as the manager of a high-end steakhouse, he would not come in person to help others find storefront. Yilin himself knew that the reason why manager Tian was so enthusiastic was all because of Shengxiang Group's face. It's good to have connections with big companies. If you rely on yourself step by step, starting a business is not that smooth. Soon the three of them arrived at a shopping mall, which had 3 floors. Yilin asked, Manager Tian, when will your friend's store sign the contract with the mall? Manager Tian replied, this shop is owned by my friend. Hearing this, Yilin asked in confusion, such a large shopping mall is actually selling storefronts. It would be more profitable to rent it out than to sell it, right? Hearing this, Manager Tian explained, Shaolin, you are right. It is indeed more profitable to rent than to sell. The situation of this mall is a bit special. In the past, there were no residential areas around the mall, and there were few people. The mall was almost closed. Therefore, the mall had to sell the storefront at a low price, more than 3,000 yuan per square meter at the time. My friend spent 400,000 yuan to buy the store despite the opposition of his whole family. He was scolded by his family for 4 or 5 years because of this. Manager Tian suddenly sighed. He also asked me to buy it at that time, but I didn't think much of this location. There were no people there, so what was the point of buying it? As a result, in the past few years, with the rapid development of Jiangsheng, 3 luxury residential areas have been built around this shopping mall. The shops in the mall that were originally unsold have suddenly skyrocketed in value. I wanted to buy more at that time, but the mall refused to sell them. Now the shopping mall wants to take back these stores and offered nearly 10 million yuan, but my friend didn't sell them to them because he thought the price could go up. Now, no matter what he does, his family members dare say a word. They are so arrogant. I regret it so much. If I had known earlier, I would have bought one. Do I still have to work now? With this shop, my friend no longer wants to work. He uses the money he earned over the years to travel around and has no time to manage the shop, so he rents it out. It is also because he suddenly became a nouveau riche that he is a little snobbish now. He keeps telling me why he didn't buy it, and I'm fed up with it. I haven't contacted him for several years. If he didn't want to find a store, I wouldn't even bother to contact him. Hearing this, Yilin also envied manager Tian's friend. He turned 400,000 into nearly 10 million and made a fortune. He was really lucky. Yilin understood what manager Tian meant by the following words. We are doing this for you. Is there any reward in return? Thank you so much, manager Tian, for this matter. If you encounter any problems in the future, just tell me, and I will do my best to help you. Yilin said, it's just a small thing. What are you thanking me for? Having said that, manager Tian was very happy. Arriving at the destination, manager Tian saw his friend and greeted him, Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai turned around, looking very happy. Tian Feng, long time no see. You haven't contacted me in these years. How come I've lost so much weight? Have you suffered in the past 2 years? If you encounter any difficulties, just tell me. Tian Feng smiled awkwardly. What kind of hardship? I'm losing weight. Let me introduce you. This is Yilin, and behind him is his girlfriend. They came here to see the store. Lan Yuyu, who had been silent for a long time, retorted, well, I'm not Yilin's girlfriend. Seeing Lan Yuyu's anxious look, Yilin smiled and said, Manager Tian, we are not boyfriend and girlfriend, we are just classmates and good friends. Don't get me wrong. Look at me. I'm sorry for blindly helping others confirm their relationship without knowing the situation. Tian Feng realized that this young man was probably still in the pursuit stage, and the girl had not yet agreed. Not a couple. Suddenly, Tian Feng realized something was wrong. Didn't the couple's package have been taken away for free? But they look more like a couple than a couple. Not now, but they will be in the future. They're willing to take photos, but they're not a couple, and they just refuse to admit it. Thinking of this, Tian Feng felt that there was nothing to worry about. Zhao Hai was too lazy to pay attention to these. Seeing Yilin looking like a student, dressed in extremely tacky clothes, he asked Tian Feng in disbelief, Tian Feng, are they the ones who want to rent my storefront? Tian Feng replied, yes. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? My store is so busy that I have time to be your intermediary. Do you think I'm kidding? Zhao Hai thought it made sense. He wanted to ask Yilin, but he forgot his name again, so he asked Tian Feng, what's his name? Tian Feng repeated, Yilin. He asked Yilin, Yilin, if I'm not mistaken, you're still studying, right? Yilin really felt that this guy was snobbish and judged people by their appearance. But I'm here to rent a shop, not to be his son-in-law. Is it necessary to look like this? Yilin replied unhappily, I'm still studying. Why are you renting a shop when you are still studying? Business. It's very expensive to rent my place. Do you have money? Seeing Yilin's uncouth appearance, Zhao Hai was very suspicious. Seeing that Zhao Hai looked down on Yilin, Tianfeng immediately explained, Zhao Hai, Yilin is the son of Shengqiang Group. Do you think he has no money? Yilin felt that it was not good to always take advantage of Shengqiang Group. After all, he was not some rich kid in the company. Yilin distanced himself from the matter. Mr. Zhao, don't listen to what Manager Tian said. I'm not some rich young master. I'm just an ordinary person. You can rest assured that you will not owe me a day's rent during the contract period. As soon as Zhao Hai heard what Tianfeng said, he believed it. After all, Tianfeng was a high-end restaurant manager. How could he be so polite to a student? In Zhao Hai's opinion, Yi Lin's explanation was a manifestation of humility. Upon learning that Yi Lin's identity was not ordinary, Zhao Hai dropped all his pride and became humble. Chapter 113, Everyone has their own ambition. Mr. Yi, you are too modest. My shop is right next to it. You can go over and see if it is suitable. Okay, let's go check it out. After Zhao Hai finished speaking, he walked in front, and after walking about 10 meters, he arrived at Zhao Hai's storefront. The shop is very big, and everything inside has been emptied out, so it looks very spacious. Yilin was very satisfied with the shop and asked, Mr. Zhao, how do you plan to rent this shop? Zhao Hai originally wanted to rent the place for 100 yuan per square meter, but when he heard that Yilin was the son of Shengqiang Group, he doubled the price. My shop rents for 200 yuan per square meter. The entire shop area is 105 square meters. The deposit is 2 months and the payment is 3 months. The minimum rent is 1 year. You have to pay the property fee and water and electricity fees yourself. The property fee is 2 yuan per square meter, and the water and electricity fees are charged according to the commercial water and electricity fee standards of Jiangxing City. 200 yuan per square meter. Yilin was shocked after hearing this. 10 years later, this price would be reasonable, but now Chun regards him as a big victim. After hearing this, Tianfeng felt that it was a bit outrageous, so he helped Yilin and said, Zhao Hai, isn't this price a bit expensive? Zhao Hai rolled his eyes at Tianfeng, thinking, what does this have to do with you? Mr. Yi, this price is not expensive for this location. Zhao Hai said, Mr. Zhao, I came here because Manager Tian recommended it to me. Your price is too insincere. Yilin didn't want to be the scapegoat, as he was not the prodigal son like Qinjie. Zhao Hai knew that he couldn't cheat, so he said, okay, then I'll lower the price to 150 per square meter. Mr. Yi, this price is already sincere enough. 100 yuan per square meter. Yilin said directly. Although Yilin didn't know the exact price here, he had a rough idea of the rents in various areas of Jiangxing when he was looking for a storefront for Yoka. This area is indeed home to many wealthy people, but it is not the most luxurious area in Jiangxing, and a rent of over 10,000 is already very high. No, that's too low. Although it reached his expected price, Zhao Hai still wanted it to be a little higher. Forget it if it doesn't work. I saw some good shops around here that are for sale. I'll go take a look. Although Zhao Hai has a good appearance, it is not the only choice for Yilin. Moreover, Yilin came here not for Zhao Hai's storefront, but for this location. As long as he knew where there were many rich people living, it would be the same no matter where he opened the store. When Zhao Hai saw that Yilin was really going to leave, he quickly agreed. Mr. Yi, okay, I'll give you this price. Zhao Hai had originally planned to sell it at this price, and he didn't feel like he was losing anything. To sell something, you have to quote a higher price. If people bargain, you sell it at the price you're willing to pay. If people don't bargain, you can make more money. Zhao Hai agreed, and Yilin said that he was in a hurry and needed to sign the contract immediately. This was exactly what Zhao Hai wanted, and he was also eager to go out and play. Yi Aigua had been very busy these days, and then he was called by Yilin. After giving some instructions, Yilin let his father take charge of this matter. Yi Aigua didn't say anything and didn't ask any more questions. Just sign the contract according to Yi Lin's instructions and start decorating the storefront. As the sky gradually darkened, Yi Lin took Lan Yuyu and prepared to go back to the hotel. At this time, Tianfeng caught up. Shaolin, wait a moment. Yi Lin stopped and said, Manager Tian, is there anything else? Manager Tian smiled and said, it's okay. I just forgot to give this to you. After saying that, he took out 2 photo albums. So soon. We just finished filming this morning and it's ready now. I guess Tianfeng gave special instructions. The photographer worked overtime. I'm busy, so I won't send you off. Okay, then go ahead and get busy. After parting with Tianfeng, Yilin and Lan Yuyu returned to the hotel. Zhou Zhengqi waited for Yilin for a whole day and was very angry at this time. Yilin saw Zhou Zhengqi standing at the door of his room with a gloomy face. Could it be that he was angry because he was not going to the competition in the afternoon? Shouldn't it be? He clearly agreed to it. Yilin took a detour, sent Lan Yuyu back to her room first, and then came over. Teacher Zhou, why are you here? Are you here to see me? Yilin asked knowingly. When Zhou Zhengqi saw Yilin, he was furious and cursed. Where the hell have you been all this time? Don't you know I have something urgent to tell you? Yilin looked innocent. Teacher Zhou, didn't you promise that I would go shoot a commercial after the game? Zhou Zhengqi heard that, and it was true, but he still had an excuse to scold. I did agree, but you disappeared before the game was over. Didn't you tell me before you left? Advertising, advertising. How much money can you make from shooting a crappy commercial? Compared to your future, is it worth it? Yilin was a little confused. He thought that something must have happened after he left that made Zhou Zhengqi so angry. Teacher Zhou, what compares to my future? Yilin asked. Zhou Zhengqi was very disappointed. Did you know that right after you left, a teacher from Kyoto Sports College came to you and said they wanted to admit you? The professor wanted to talk to you, but you refused to see him. Now the teacher is still waiting for you. After hearing this, Yilin finally understood why Zhou Zhengqi was so angry. But think about it. Teacher Zhou is also thinking about my own future. I am just not interested in Kyoto Institute of Physical Education. I will be letting down Teacher Zhou, who has high expectations for me. After all, sports is not my dream. Yilin apologized and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhou, but I came here purely for the honor of the school, not to be noticed by those university teachers. I have my own dream, but it is not sports, nor to study at Kyoto Sports College." I'm sorry. Hearing this, Zhou Zhengqi was stunned. This is the Kyoto Institute of Physical Education, the dream school for all athletes and the school many students work hard to get into. But Yilin, a poor student, actually refused. Do you know what you're talking about? Do you know the value of Kyoto Sports Academy? Hearing what seemed like a quarrel outside, students opened the doors one after another and came out to watch the fun. Among them were students from Qingyuan Middle School, as well as students from other schools. I know it's the best sports school in the country, but I said my dream is not sports. You can go to the best sports school. What other dreams do you need? With your grades, can you get into a better school than this? Ask these classmates. Which one of them doesn't want to go to Kyoto Sports College? Teacher Zhou, everyone has their own aspirations. I hope you can respect my own choices. What I think is good may not be what others think is good. After saying that, Yilin opened the door and prepared to go in. Teacher Zhou, I appreciate your kindness. I'm a little tired today, so I'll go in and have a rest. Yilin went into the room and closed the door, leaving Zhou Zhengqi alone and angry at the door. I was so angry that I yelled at the door. You are so stupid. You must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. You gave up your bright future for a girl. She can get into a good school, but can you? Hurry up and report to the teacher at Kyoto Sports College. When Yilin heard Zhou Zhengqi mention Lan Yuyu, he became angry. He opened the door and said bluntly, "Mr. Zhou, I call you teacher because I respect you. Who am I doing this for? Is it your business whether I pass the exam or not? It's not my turn to be told what to do with my life. You used my name to trick Lan Yuyu into coming to do cheerleading. I'm not going to settle the score with you. I warn you, if you go to her again because of this shit, don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, Yilin slammed the door. The moment he saw Yilin's eyes, Zhou Zhengqi was actually frightened. Zhou Zhengqi felt so embarrassed that so many students watched him being scolded by one student. He stormed back to his room. The students who watched the fun went back to their rooms, closed the door, and started discussing the matter. Some said Yilin was stupid and refused to go to the best school because he was rejected by the school. Some people think that Yilin is so amazing that he even dares to talk back to his own teacher. Some people support Yilin. After all, it is his own decision to live his own life. In short, these students have all kinds of ideas. However, they still envy Yilin very much. If Kyoto Sports College takes a liking to them, they would go there to study without any hesitation. Chapter 114, Inform Parents. Seeing Zhou Zhengqi rushing in angrily, Su Exine asked, "What's wrong? Why are you so angry?" "Yilin, that bastard. Do you know what he just said?" "Say what?" "He refused to go to the Kyoto Sports Institute." "What?" Su Exine was also shocked that Yilin actually refused to go to such a good school. She asked puzzledly why. "He said he had a dream." "What dream?" Su Exine wanted to know what dream could make Yilin reject Kyoto Sports College. "How should I know? I guess it's probably because of Lan Yuyu." Zhou Zhengqi said. "Because of Lan Yuyu?" "Yeah, it's so stupid to give up your bright future for a girl." How about letting Lan Yuyu persuade him? Hearing this, Zhou Zhengqi got angry and said angrily, "What are you trying to persuade? Yilin just warned me not to go find Lan Yuyu. Otherwise, he would be rude to me." Su Xian was also very angry after hearing this. What the hell? Does he dare to hit you? He might not dare to hit anyone, but what has Yilin done? Have you forgotten that Li Jianya had his tire punctured half a month after school started? I don't want our car to have tires punctured every day. What should we do then? Zhou Zhengqi didn't intend to pay attention to him and said, "It's up to him. He can read it or not. I don't care about Yilin anymore. Tell the principal. At least let the school know about it." "Yes, we must tell the principal about this. I'll call right away." Zhou Zhengqi picked up his phone and called the principal. Someone called late at night, and Su Qifeng felt a little annoyed. However, when he saw that it was Zhou Zhengqi calling, he held back his anger and cursed. Zhou Zhengqi led the team to the competition. He called directly over the head of the team, probably because something big happened there. "Xiao Zhou, what's wrong?" Su Qifeng asked while lying on the chair. "Principal Su, do you remember what I told you before? Yilin came to participate in the competition and had a chance to be selected by the Kyoto Sports Institute." Hearing that it was about Yilin, Su Qifeng straightened his sitting posture and asked, "What happened to Yilin?" "He was selected by the Kyoto Sports Institute." Hearing this, Su Qifeng showed joy on his face and said excitedly, "Really? Really?" But Yilin refused to study at Kyoto Sports College. Hearing this, Su Qifeng was shocked and angry. "Reject? Why? Why would he refuse?" Hearing the angry tone of the principal, Zhou Zhengqi replied. He said he has his own dream, but it is not Kyoto Sports College. "I can't persuade them, and the teachers at Kyoto Sports College don't know about this yet." "Okay, I understand. I'll find someone to persuade him." Su Qifeng hung up the phone and called the number he hadn't called for a long time. Yi Aigua had just settled down the business of renting Yilin's new shop and was surprised to see Su Qifeng calling him. "It's been a long time since we last contacted each other." Yi Aigua answered the phone. "What's wrong?" "My principal." "Aigua, let's put aside the past for now. I have something important to tell you now." "Oh." Yi Aigua was not in a good mood. If it weren't for this brother-in-law who kept fanning the flames and giving Su Qing bad advice, he would not have divorced his wife. Because of this, Yi Aigua has a lot of opinions about Su Qifeng. Jiangxing City has a high school cup basketball game, which is watched by many college teachers and is equivalent to a school recruitment. Yilin performed very well in basketball at the school sports meet. If he goes to Jiangxing to compete, he will most likely be admitted to a key university. So the basketball teacher took Yilin to Jiangxing to compete. You should know about Yilin's going to Jiangxing to compete, right? "I know about his competition. What's wrong?" Yi Aigua knew about Yilin's competition. Yilin had told him about it. Hearing the anger in Su Qifeng's tone, Yi Aigua wondered if Yilin had done something wrong in Jiangxing again. Yilin was admitted to Kyoto Sports College. What? Yi Aigua was shocked. As a former teacher, he knew the value of Kyoto Institute of Physical Education. But Su Qifeng was so angry when he thought about Yilin's refusal that he breathed a sigh of relief. But what? Seeing that Su Qifeng changed his mind halfway through his words, Yi Aigua became a little anxious. But Yilin refused and was unwilling to study at Kyoto Sports College. What? Yi Aigua was shocked again. He asked again why. "The PE teacher who led the team told me that Yilin had his own dream, but it was not Kyoto Sports College. This bastard is not going to such a good school. What kind of dream is he pursuing? His grades have improved a little recently, but can he get into a better university than this? Patriotism. At present, the teachers of Kyoto Sports College don't know that Yilin refused this matter. I contacted you just to ask you to persuade this kid. Usually you are the one who protects him the most, and he listens to you. I will also inform his class teacher and Su Qing. Let me ask him how he is doing." After saying that, Yi Aigua hung up the phone. Ever since helping Yilin manage his business, Yi Aigua felt that his son was no ordinary person. He knew that there was no one in the Yi family who was not smart. If Yilin's dream was not so unrealistic, Yi Aigua would choose to support him. After all, you can only earn a few dollars by participating in sport competitions, and it is also dangerous. Considering Yilin's current entrepreneurial situation, Yi Aigua feels that it doesn't matter whether he goes to college or not. After all, the purpose of going to college is to find a good job and make more money. But now Yilin has obviously achieved this goal. Yi Aigua called Yilin. Yilin was bragging to Huang Bai in the room at this time. Seeing Yi Aigua's phone call, Yilin guessed that it was probably Zhou Zhengqi who called him and asked the parents to act as lobbyists. Yilin answered the phone. Old Yi, what do you want to talk to me about this late at night? Shaolin, your uncle just called me and told me that you were admitted to Kyoto Sports College. Is this true? What the physical education teacher told me should be true. I heard you turn it down? This is the top sports school in the country. Why did you turn it down? Old Yi, if I say I can get into Tsinghua University or Peking University, do you believe me? Hearing this, Yi Aigua answered without hesitation. I believe it. Yi Lin didn't expect his father to answer like this and asked in shock, Dad, do you really believe it? Shaolin, no one in our Yi family is stupid. You have been able to start a business so successfully at such a young age. It is not impossible for you to be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. As long as you are willing to do it, I will support you. Hearing this, Yi Lin was very moved. When his parents divorced, Yi Aigua firmly chose to stay with him. When he started his own business, he helped him without hesitation. Now he supports him even more firmly. Dad, don't worry, I won't let you down. I have never been disappointed in you. Just do your best. By the way, your uncle has told your class teacher and your mother about this. I guess they will come to persuade you later. I don't care what you say to the teacher, but you have to communicate well with your mother. Your mother may have a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. In fact, she still loves you very much. If you hadn't been rebellious in recent years, she would not have left you because she was afraid that you would lead Yi Shui astray. She actually misses you very much now, but she can't let go of her pride, so you should not have any hatred towards her. Old Yi, don't worry, I will talk to my mother nicely. You really have grown up overnight. Call me Dad again. Old Yi, don't try to take advantage of me. Yi Lin hung up immediately. When Yi Aigua heard the beep-beep sound, he was not angry. Instead, he couldn't stop smiling. In the past, the old guys in the neighborhood always showed off their children in front of me. Now it's my turn to show off, right? Yi Aigua thought about the scene that those people envied and felt very satisfied. He wanted to go home and brag about it immediately. Chapter 1:15 Many people persuaded. When Lan Yuyu heard the principal's call, she immediately called Yi Aigua and got Yi Lin's phone number from him. Another call came and Yi Lin answered it. Is it Yi Lin? I am. Yi Lin replied. I'm your homeroom teacher, Lan Yuyu. Yi Lin put on a smiling face and asked knowingly, Teacher Lung, what do you want to talk to me about? Lan Yuyu angrily told the story of Yi Lin's rejection of Kyoto Sports College and finally said, Are you worthy of the school? Are you worthy of your teachers? Are you worthy of your parents? Give me a reason for doing this. Teacher Lung, I don't like this school. Isn't that enough reason? Why don't you like it? It's the best sports school. Do you think you can get into a better university if you don't go there? Why can't I get into a better university? I have my own dream. My goal is to get into Tsinghua University or Peking University. I hope you can respect my choice, Mr. Lung. Peking and Tsinghua University. Lan Yuyu was so angry. Did she think she was the god of literature who came down to earth? With your grades, you could get into Tsinghua University or Peking University. Let me tell you, although your monthly exam this time was also good, and it was a big improvement over the last monthly exam, but with your grades, it's just a pipe dream to get into Tsinghua University or Peking University. The difficulty of the college entrance examination is far different from the difficulty of your current monthly examination. Unrealistic dreams are wishful thinking. Now that such a good university is willing to accept you, why are you still being picky? Teacher Lung, some things are good, but it depends on the person they are facing. Just because you think they are good doesn't mean I think they are good. My dad supports me in getting into Tsinghua University or Peking University. Are you better than my dad? Lan Yuyu was stunned after hearing this and asked, Did your father really say that? Why don't you just ask him yourself? Yi Lin had just hung up the phone when Su Qing called again. You finally answer the phone. The call was connected. Su Qing said angrily, Mom, you came to me because I rejected the Kyoto Sports College thing, right? Yes, you little bastard. Are you out of your mind? Or are you just a jerk? You don't want to go to such a good school. Mom, listen to me. I'm not going there because I don't like it and I can get into a better school. Then tell me, what good school can you go to with your poor grades? Of course, I'll take the entrance exam to Tsinghua University or Peking University. Yi Aigua has been telling me time and again that you have grown up. I really thought you had changed and applied to Tsinghua University or Peking University. Why don't you just say Jinhai University? You must immediately promise the teacher at Kyoto Sports College that you will go there, or I will not have you as my son. Mom, I'm an adult now. I can choose my own life. One day, you will be proud of me. Facts speak louder than words. Yi Lin didn't want to say more and hung up the phone. On the other side, Lan Yuyu called Yi Aigua. Mr. Yi, you support Yi Lin's nonsense? You are harming him. How can he be admitted to Tsinghua University? He will regret it if he doesn't go to Kyoto Sports College now. Yi Aigwa smiled and said, Teacher Lung, won't he regret agreeing to go to Kyoto Sports College? He doesn't like sports. Do you think he will be happy working in this field in the future? If you're admitted through individual recruitment and do not take the college entrance examination, won't he regret not taking the college entrance examination in the future? If you choose your own path and fight for it, you will have no regrets even if you fail. But if you choose to fight for the path chosen by others, you will have regrets whether you succeed or not. Even so, his results. Lung Yinxiu was too embarrassed to say the following words. Teacher Lung, don't worry. No one in our Yi family is stupid. Didn't Yi Lin improve by more than 1,000 points last month? I respect his choice, and I hope you can respect our choice too. I know you're thinking about Yi Lin's future. I used to be a teacher, and I'm a good friend and directorly of your school. I personally think that teachers should not help students make decisions, but guide them to make decisions, explain the pros and cons clearly, and let students make their own choices. He has chosen his own path and has the initiative. He will not blame anyone whether he succeeds or not in the future. But it is different if teachers make decisions for students. Students are passive and forced to make choices. If they fail in the future, they will hate you. I'm very busy here, so I won't say more. Yi Aigwa hung up the phone, guessing that Su Qifeng and Su Qing would call and talk about it soon. Yi Aigwa simply turned off his phone. On the other hand, the news that Yi Lin rejected Kyoto Institute of Physical Education was widely spread among students, and many college teachers were very happy when they learned about it. Yi Lin was reluctant to go to Kyoto Sports College, but now the opportunity had come. A bunch of college teachers came to the outside of Yi Lin's room. Lin Xian, a teacher at Huazhong Sports University, said, We have agreed to compete fairly and not to maliciously increase benefits. Jiangnan University of Technology. Which school maliciously increases benefits? Jiangnan University of Technology, will refuse all cooperation in the future. Whoever gains benefits, I will not recruit students from Jiangbei Sports University for master's degree in the future. A group of teachers finished speaking and then knocked on the door. Huang Bai came to open the door and was shocked to see a group of teachers outside. Classmate, please ask Yi Lin to come out for a moment. Lin Qian said. Lin, brother Lin, many teachers are looking for you. Huang Bai couldn't speak clearly. In other rooms, students who heard the noise opened the door to watch. These college teachers ignored them but were scrambling for Yi Lin, and they were extremely envious. Yi Lin came out and asked in confusion, Are you looking for me? Lin Qian took the lead in inviting. Yi Lin, I am Lin Qian, a teacher at Huazhong Sports University. Would you like to study at our school? I promise that your tuition fees for 4 years will be waived, and you will be given priority for scholarships. You will be arranged to live in a graduate dormitory, enjoy graduate student subsidies, and receive a monthly meal card subsidy of 200 yuan. When the other teachers heard this, they cursed Lin Qian in their hearts, saying that he was a fool. Didn't he agree not to increase the benefits? The teacher at Jiangnan University of Technology immediately said, Yi Lin, come to our Jiangnan University of Technology. The benefits are the same as those at Huazhong Sports University. I will guarantee your admission to graduate school. Come to our school. Come to our school. The entire hotel corridor suddenly became like a vegetable market. Zhou Jingqi heard a noise outside and came out to see that all the people there were university teachers, and they didn't even dare to say a word. Yi Lin made a quiet gesture. After all the teachers quieted down, Yi Lin prepared to speak. All college teachers are looking forward to Yi Lin choosing their school and are listening attentively. Yi Lin bowed deeply, then apologized and said, Thank you for your kindness, teachers. It's just that I have no interest in basketball, and studying sports is not my dream, so I will not go to any school. Upon hearing this, all the college teachers were dumbfounded. How can he play so well without any interest? If he had any interest, wouldn't it be amazing? The other students who were watching the fun were deeply hurt by Yi Lin's words. Chapter 116. Things are different now. Many teachers explained to Yi Lin the benefits of basketball. What about becoming a star in the future, earning so much, being envied by so many people, and being pursued by so many girls? It's a pity that Yi Lin didn't show any interest at all. Upon hearing that Yi Lin had rejected their school, Professor Gu and He Ling came to visit him in person. Seeing the teachers from Kyoto Sports College coming over, teachers from other schools made way. Seeing this, Zhou Zhengqi thought it was all over. I hope Principal Su can ask someone to persuade Yi Lin, otherwise there will be no hope. Professor Gu came up to Yi Lin and introduced himself. Yi Lin, I'm a professor at Kyoto Sports College. My name is Gu Beicheng. I used to serve in the national team and participated in many World Cup games. Hello, Professor Gu. Yi Lin responded politely. I heard that you don't want to go to our school. Did you know that our school is ranked first in the country in terms of sports? I know. So, you don't want to study? Professor Gu, basketball is just a hobby of mine. If I turn a hobby into a career, it is no longer a hobby. Basketball is not my dream, and sports college is not the school I want to go to. It is normal to reject something you don't like. Gu Beicheng was not angry, but asked seriously. But have you ever thought about it? With your grades, it will be difficult for you to get into a school of our level, right? Even any of the colleges and universities of these teachers here would be difficult for you to get into. You have such a high talent for basketball, so even if you go to sports school, I'm sure people won't be too averse to you. You can consider it. When Zhou Zhengqi saw Yi Lin refuse, he knew that he didn't listen to the advice. Zhou Zhengqi thought to himself about Gu Beicheng's words. This guy is not rejecting anything at all. He just wants to go wherever Lan Yuyu goes. Yi Lin directly rejected Gu Beicheng and said, "Don't consider it, Professor Gu. I can tell you clearly that I will not consider sports colleges." Hearing this, Gu Beicheng asked, "So what do you plan to study in the future? Which university do you plan to apply to?" "I don't know what to study yet, but if I'm applying to university, I'll go to Peking University or Tsinghua University." Upon hearing this, most of the college teachers couldn't help laughing. They have seen Yi Lin's grades. It is difficult for him to get into a junior college, let alone apply to Tsinghua University or Peking University. It is almost like roasting sweet potatoes. The students who were watching the fun were also trying to hold back their laughter. If there hadn't been so many college teachers there, they would have come to mock Yi Lin in the morning. Gu Beicheng felt that Yi Lin's words were somewhat arrogant, so he said with a smile, "Yi Lin, it's a bit unrealistic for you to apply to Tsinghua University or Peking University." Lin Qian shook his head and smiled. "Professor Gu, this is not a question of whether it is realistic or not. With his grades, can he get into Tsinghua University or Peking University? That's just a foolish dream." Gu Beicheng did not take the opportunity to mock him. Although Yi Lin liked to talk in his sleep, he was indeed a good candidate. Since someone stepped on him, it was a good opportunity for him to play the good guy. Gu Beicheng refuted Lin Qian and said, "Teacher, you can't say that. Everything is possible. Yi Lin, I support you. You only have one life, so you have to fight for your dreams to avoid regrets in life." Hearing this, Lin Qian cursed Gu Beicheng in his heart. He spoke up for him, but was stepped on. Without waiting for Yi Lin to speak, Gu Beicheng took out his business card and continued. "Yi Lin, this is my business card. Take it. If the college entrance examination doesn't go well, please contact me and I will try my best to arrange for you to come in. If not, you can repeat the year. The door of our school is always open to you." Yi Lin politely took the business card and said, "Thank you, Professor Gu. You're welcome. I wish you success. Xiaohe, let's go." Gu Beicheng took Yi Lin away. Seeing this, other teachers followed suit, and soon Yi Lin had his hands full of business cards. Zhou Zhengqi came over and shook his head, saying, "Yi Lin, I hope you won't regret your choice today." The next day, the basketball game continued. Zhou Zhengqi did not let Yi Lin play again. Firstly, he had some dissatisfaction with Yi Lin, and secondly, Yi Lin was unwilling to study sports, so why let him waste this opportunity? Wait until these basketball students have shown their best performance before considering letting him play. Huang Bai boasted to Yin Haoqing about Yi Lin's refusal to go to college. After the morning reading get out of class, Yin Haoqing said to the whole class, "Have you heard about it?" Qin Tianju asked, "What did you hear?" "It's about Yi Lin." Qin Tianju heard this and deliberately asked, "Why? Did Yi Lin lose face in the competition?" "What kind of competition did you lose face in?" "That's a glorious deed. You'll be envious if I tell you about it." Qin Tianju said with disdain, "Who would envy the glorious deeds of stealing chickens and dogs?" He Xiaowei asked curiously, "Yin Haoqing, what glorious deeds did you do? Tell me about them." Yi Lin was selected by the teacher of Kyoto Sports College to participate in the basketball game this time. Yin Haoqing said this with a proud look on his face, as if he was the one who was chosen. "What?" Qin Tianju stood up suddenly. All the students were also shocked. Although they were not athletes, they all knew that this university was very good. If you can get into this school, you can easily find a good job after graduation. Don't be shocked. Not only Kyoto Institute of Physical Education is interested in Yi Lin, but also famous schools such as Huazhong Sports University, Jiangnan University of Technology, Jiangbei Sports University, etc., all want to admit Yi Lin. Those schools with lower rankings are too embarrassed to approach Yilin. Hearing this, Qin Tianju was filled with envy and jealousy, thinking that if he went there, these schools would definitely find him. It's all Zhou Zhengqi's fault for not giving himself a chance. At the same time, Qin Tianju felt that Yilin had snatched away this opportunity from him. If Yilin hadn't shown up unexpectedly, he would definitely have a share in this competition. Originally, Yilin did not pursue Ling Feishue, and his impression of Yilin had improved a lot. But now jealousy has changed his mind beyond recognition, and he instantly became full of hatred towards Yilin. He Xiaowei asked expectantly, "Which school did Yilin go to?" "I didn't go to any school." Yan Haoqing's face was full of admiration. "You're not going to any school? What do you mean?" Wang Xiaoqing was a little confused. "Not going to Kyoto Sports Institute either?" "Yes." Yilin rejected the admission of all schools. Is there something wrong with his brain? Wang Xiaoqing really thinks Yilin is sick since he can even reject the Kyoto Sports Institute. Why? He Xiaowei asked puzzledly. Yilin said he doesn't like sports and wants to apply to Tsinghua University or Peking University. When these words were spoken, the whole class was shocked, except for a few people who all scolded Yilin for daydreaming. Everyone wonders how he could possibly get into Peking University or Tsinghua University with that grade. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? After hearing this, Qin Tianju felt that Yilin was a big fool. He probably refused because he didn't know this school. Letting this idiot go instead of letting yourself go is a waste of a position. Wang Xiaoqing was a little bit unconvinced. Yan Haoqing, you must have made this up. Even if Yilin is a pig, there's no way he would reject these schools. This is what Huang Bai said. Yan Haoqing explained. Wang Xiaoqing smiled contemptuously. You believe Huang Bai's words? Is there anything he can't make up? Believe it or not. Yan Haoqing was too lazy to argue. Chun Sini said something to help Yilin. Don't always look down on others. Yilin's score in the monthly exam this time is in the top 10 in the class. Can you compare with him? Don't forget, Yilin once ranked first in the school, but he has been hiding his shortcomings in recent years. They have the confidence to get into Tsinghua University or Peking University. As soon as the study committee members said this, the whole class came to their senses and found that Yilin had already run ahead of them. The transformation from a poor student to a top student happens in an instant. What qualifications does such a genius have to laugh at others? Chapter 117, Blatant Feeding. Without participating in the competition, Yilin had a lot of free time. Anyway, he didn't need to try so hard to show himself and win the favor of college teachers like other students. If Lan Yuyu hadn't been doing cheerleading, Yilin would have simply not come to the basketball stadium. In the past 2 days, Yilin's reputation has spread to various schools. Many people know that there's a fool in Qingyuan Middle School who rejected the Kyoto Institute of Physical Education and even said that he would apply to Tsinghua University and Peking University. Do you really think that Peking and Tsinghua University are sweet potatoes in the field that you can roast whenever you want? It is said that this was said by a poor student from Qingyuan Middle School, which made these people think that Yilin was an idiot. After being rejected by Yilin, Gu Beicheng from Kyoto Sports Institute took Yiling and left Jiangcheng to other cities to recruit talents. After all the best students from all the schools in Jiangcheng have already participated in the competition. There is no student better than Yilin, and staying behind would be a waste of time. Although other students are also excellent, they still cannot meet their requirements, mainly because they are not very adaptable. In addition to the Kyoto Institute of Physical Education, some famous universities have also begun to leave. Students who have met their requirements have already been sent invitations, and there is no point in continuing to watch the game. Although these schools left voluntarily, many students believe that it was Yilin who drove away the teachers from these prestigious schools. They were full of resentment towards Yilin and didn't think it was a problem of their own strength at all. On the third day, Yilin was too lazy to change into his basketball uniform, since Zhou Zhengqi wouldn't call him to play anyway. He went in with a backpack full of snacks. Lan Yuyu has been jumping around every day these days. The weight she has gained after 2 months of careful feeding by Yilin is almost gone, and she needs some supplementation. Although she lost weight, Yilin was not upset about it. She believed that she had to combine diet and exercise to strengthen her physique. This is indeed the case. Compared to her previous frail appearance, Lan Yuyu's physique has improved a lot now. The two sat on chairs. Yilin held the cake in his left hand and the spoon in his right hand, feeding Lan Yuyu mouthful by mouthful. Lan Yuyu's cheeks were bulging from eating so much that she couldn't speak. Wu Yilin, it's my turn to play. I don't want to eat anymore. Lan Yuyu stood up, and quickly ran to the playground. The music started and Lan Yuyu danced very seriously on the playground. Yilin was watching, and he had to dance the best he could without making any mistakes. Seeing this, Su Xin, who was in the audience, couldn't help but admire that Lan Yuyu was very talented in dancing. It's a pity that her body has already been shaped. Otherwise, if she had learned dancing, she would definitely have a chance to become a dancer. When the music ended, Lan Yuyu ran off the stage and quickly came to Yilin, opening her mouth wide like a girl asking for a reward. Yilin continued to feed her. She was such a foodie. Huang Bai's diet had been restricted by Gao Mengmeng these days, and he was so hungry that his eyes were dizzy. He came to Yilin half dead and said, "Brother Lin, please give me some food." Gao Mengmeng pulled him away from behind. "What are you eating? You're trying to lose weight, so you're not allowed to eat." "Mengmeng, let me have a bite, just one bite. I haven't had a bite of cake for 2 months." Huang Bai looked pitiful. "Don't act pitiful in front of me. It's useless. Besides, this is something Yilin bought for Yuyu, so don't even think about it." Gao Mengmeng mercilessly pulled him to the back to prevent him from seeing the food that Yilin brought. Yilin is now a complete, conspicuous person, and many people are paying attention to his every move. Seeing this guy openly showing affection with a pretty female classmate, these people were so angry that their back teeth were about to break. Su Xian looked around and saw so many unfriendly looks, and he couldn't bear it any longer. She said to Yilin, "Yilin, calm down a bit, or you can go back to the basketball team." Ling Feishua had been holding back for a long time, so she took the opportunity to say, "Yilin, you're going too far. Doesn't she have hands? Does she still need you to feed her?" As soon as Huang Bai heard Ling Feishua's words, he was no longer hungry. He said, "I'm talking to the campus beauty of Ling University. If you're jealous, find someone to feed you. I'm not envious. It's just that if you do this, Yilin, it's easy for others to misunderstand that you two are in love." Although the two of them were no different from a couple showing their affection, Ling Feishua was unwilling to believe that Yilin would be with Lan Yuyu. "As long as I treat Yilin well in the future, he will change his mind one day. Lan Yuyu is a country bumpkin. What could she use to compete with me? Lingda Campus Beauty, please don't accuse my brother Lin of being in love. My brother Lin is just taking care of his classmates. When Yuyu transferred to our school, our head teacher told us to take good care of her. Yilin is her desk mate, so naturally he should take better care of her. Do you have any objection?" Seeing her best friend being criticized, Zhao Rongrong said, "This is not the way to take care of her. You're still feeding her. Is she disabled? Don't you see so many people watching? We'll have a good impact on our school. You have no shame, but we still have some. You, the fat guy, are embarrassing us by dancing on the stage. Please, don't embarrass us further. Who are you calling disabled?" Yilin glanced at Zhao Rongrong. Being stared at by Yilin, Zhao Rongrong immediately became humble. "I didn't say she was disabled. I just meant that she should pay attention to her image and let her eat by herself. If you're not disabled, eat it yourself." Ling Feishua was very angry. If Lan Yuyu hadn't appeared, she should be the one being fed. Zhao Rongrong didn't dare to confront him, but she was not afraid. "Yilin used to talk to me like a dog, but now he is very tough." Lan Yuyu saw that they were very dissatisfied, so she said to Yilin, "Yilin, I'll eat by myself." In fact, she wanted to eat it herself at the beginning, but Yilin said that she didn't wash her hands and there were too many bacteria on her hands, so he didn't let her eat it by herself. She was so focused on listening to Yilin's words that she forgot that she was eating with a spoon, not with her hands. Yilin refused her request. "No, you can't eat without washing your hands. Open your mouth." Yilin scooped out a spoonful of cake. Lan Yuyu couldn't help but open her mouth and accept Yilin's feeding. He did it on purpose. This bastard was just taking revenge on me for ignoring him in the first place. But I clearly bowed to him and treated him very well now. Why did he still ignore me? Why is Yilin such a scumbag? He said he would give up pursuing me, but he didn't know to pursue me a little longer. Would I be able to accept him after he confessed his love for me for the 999th time? She has no perseverance and is not willing to pursue him any further. So how could I agree so quickly? Ling Feishua felt extremely aggrieved and thought that Yilin was too unfaithful in his feelings. Yilin didn't bother to care about Ling Feishua's mood and didn't even look at her. After feeding Lan Yuyu the cake, he took out a variety of snacks from his backpack. Chapter 1, 18 Lawyers Letter Warning. Li Pingan saw all of Yilin's behavior and looked down on him. Doing this in public is really unbecoming of a student. Teacher Qian from Jiangxi No. 1 Middle School, who followed Li Pingan, asked, "Team leader, What do you mean by not being a student? Li Pinggan pointed in the direction of Yilin. Look over there. Teacher Qian looked over and saw Yilin feeding a girl. Isn't this the student from Qingyuan Middle School who rejected Kyoto Sports College? Yes, his name is Yilin. Chun Jie took us to eat steak a few days ago. I met him at the steakhouse. He was also flirting with this girl at the time. When Li Pingyan thought back to that night, he instantly became furious again. Don't their teachers care about this kind of thing? Teacher Qian was puzzled. The county town is full of people who just eat and drink for free. What can we expect them to do? What kind of good students can they teach? At that time, I was still in the steak restaurant teaching these two students to pay attention to their image. I tried to persuade him with kind words, but Yilin didn't listen. He even scolded me and said I scolded his classmates and wanted to sue me. What kind of character is this? Li Pinggan was indignant. Teacher Qian was also shocked. Is there such a thing? Team leader, you should tell their teacher about this. I said that, and guess what happened? The leader of the Qingyuan Middle School, Zhou Zhengqi, also scolded me, thinking that I was meddling in other people's business. Do you think there's any hope for this kind of school? As expected, what kind of teacher you have will produce what kind of student you have. As the old saying goes, if the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam will be crooked. Team leader, it's not worth getting angry with this kind of person. Teacher Qian saw that Li Pinggan was so angry that his nose was full of steam, but he still remembered to comfort him. Yilin is such an idiot. He even rejected Kyoto Sports University. No wonder he wants to sue me. I don't even know why Qingyuan Middle School brought him to the competition. It would be great if this opportunity could be given to students from our school. Teacher Qian said, that kid is really good at playing basketball. Maybe Zhou Zhengqi didn't know that he would refuse. I heard that Zhou Zhengqi's nose was crooked with anger. Li Pinggan laughed when he heard this. He thought that he deserved to be scolded by Zhou Zhengqi. He said, Zhou Zhengqi deserves it. He had to find such a stupid guy. I heard that Yilin used to do all kinds of evil things in school, but he's been honest recently. I guess it's because of that girl. Her name is Lan Yuyu. She transferred from our school. Not to mention that this girl is prettier than Shun Bingrong, but it's a pity that she doesn't study hard and is with a scumbag like Yilin. The second half of this sentence was heard by Zhou Zhengqi, who was passing by on the way to the toilet. Although I was very angry with Yilin these 2 days, when I saw someone saying bad things about Yilin, I still had to stand up for Yilin. Teacher Li, who are you calling a scumbag? You slander our school's students over and over again. Is that appropriate? Hearing Zhou Zhengqi's voice coming from behind, Li Pinggan turned around and said, Hey, Teacher Zhou, is there anything wrong with what I said? I heard everything that Yilin did before. So what if I heard about it? We are not saints, so who can be without mistakes? The past is the past, and the present is the present. That girl, her name is Lan Yuyu. She is the top student in our school. Yilin, in September, the monthly exam went from the bottom to the top 300 in the school, and in October, the monthly exam was the top 100 in the school. You call these students scum? You say they don't study hard? No wonder Yilin wants to sue you. You are really full of nonsense. Li Pinggan said with disdain, What value can your school's monthly exam have? The number one in your school is Lan Yuyu. How bad is your school? This Lan Yuyu is nothing. She was not even in the top 100 in our school before, but she became the number one in your school. It's really ridiculous. Zhou Jingqi didn't know how to refute. After all, their school was the best school in Jiangxing. However, as a teacher, Li Pingyan's words really reveal his character. It was impossible to reason with such a person. Zhou Jingqi snorted coldly and walked away. Teacher Qian was listening to what Li Pinggan said and felt that it was a bit too much. Is this something a teacher could say? But this is not Li Pingyan's fault. He was really mad at Yilin and said something without thinking. Li Pinggan looked at Zhou Zhengqi's departing back and said smugly, Don't you even look at where you work? How dare you compare your grades with our school? After Zhou Zhengqi walked away, Li Pinggan asked, Teacher Qian, what did Zhou Zhengqi mean when he said I was full of nonsense? Teacher Qian was shocked. Team leader, you really don't understand? Li Pinggan said, I don't understand. I can't keep up with the thinking of you young people. Teacher Qian laughed awkwardly. Zhou Zhengqi said you are full of shit. Rice field equals manure? That's not right. Li Pinggan thought to himself. He took out his phone and typed out the word, saying, Teacher Qian, this is not right. Mine is the Communist Party. Where does the Ricefield Communist Party come from? Teacher Qian was speechless. Although the physical education teacher may not be well educated, he cannot be ignorant of everything. He explained to Li Pinggan, Team leader, the traditional Chinese character for fun is Vikango. Hearing this, Li Pinggan finally learned something new and cursed. He's the one spewing shit. After hearing Zhou Zhengqi say that Yilin was going to sue Li Pinggan, teacher Qian asked worriedly, "Team leader, is Yilin really going to sue you?" Li Pinggan was not afraid at all. "You believe him, but he is just talking. Sue me? He wouldn't dare to do that even if he had 100 guts. What can he use to sue me without any evidence? A lawsuit costs money. How can he afford to sue me as a student?" Li Pinggan didn't believe that this guy could record in advance. Just at this moment, Li Pinggan received a call from home. Seeing that it was his wife, Li Pinggan hung up. But several more calls came. Li Pinggan was so annoyed that he went out to find a quiet place, answered the phone, and asked unhappily, "What's the matter with you? Don't you know I'm busy?" An anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. "Li Pingyan, have you done anything illegal or criminal?" Li Pinggan was confused. What did this mean? What the hell is wrong with you in broad daylight? What illegal or criminal thing could I possibly do? Then why did someone send a lawyer's letter to my house? Lawyer's letter? Li Pinggan was dumbfounded. He had always abided by the law. Who sent the lawyer's letter? Did you send it to the wrong place? It was delivered to the wrong address. The address on it is our home, and the message is yours. I opened the door, and they asked me to sign for it directly. Take it apart and have a look. Li Pingyan felt a little uneasy. Could it be that Yilin was really that little bastard? After a while, the person on the other end of the phone said, "It was sent by a lawyer named Yilin, saying that he wants to sue you. He will give you a few days to handle it. Otherwise, we will see you in court." What the hell? Li Pinggan was stunned. Is this kid serious? He even hired a lawyer? Li Pingyan, what bad thing have you done? Both of my grandchildren are studying. You bastard, don't ruin them. The person on the other end of the phone was very anxious. It's okay. I'll take care of it. Li Pinggan hung up the phone and was so angry that he wanted to smash the phone. He lifted it into the air, then felt it was too expensive, so he put it down again. Chapter 119. Now that you are afraid, what were you doing before? Li Pingyan returned to his seat, feeling very worried. Teacher Qian saw him go out to answer a phone call and come back distracted, so he asked, "Team leader, what's wrong with you?" "No, it's okay." Li Pingyan did not tell Teacher Qian about Yi Lin's lawyer's letter. He did not want others to know about it. After all, it is really embarrassing to receive a lawyer's letter from a student. The lawyer hired by Yi Lin dared to send a lawyer's letter, which meant that he could really sue himself and there was sufficient evidence. Otherwise, the lawyer would not send the legal letter blindly. Li Pinggan was really panicked. As long as he went to court, no matter whether he won or lost, it would have an impact on his reputation and work. If you lose, the impact will be more serious, and you may even lose your job. This matter must be settled privately with Yilin and cannot develop into a lawsuit. However, Li Pingyan really couldn't bring himself to apologize to Yilin in person. He waited anxiously until the game was over, and when it was time for the lunch break, he came to the outside of Zhou Zhengqi's room, knocked on the door. Zhou Zhengqi came out to open the door, and seeing the listless Li Pinggan, he didn't want to pay any attention to him and closed the door immediately. Li Pingyan put his hand on the door frame and was caught. "Ouch, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing Li Pingyan crying for his parents, Zhou Zhengqi quickly opened the door and was glad that he didn't slam the door just now. Otherwise, this guy's hand would be broken. Zhou Zhengqi asked unhappily, "Mr. Li, what are you doing?" "Teacher Zhou, I want to have a good chat with you. Can we borrow a place to talk? Is there anything that can't be said here?" Zhou Zhengqi obviously didn't want to pay attention to him. "It's not convenient to talk about it here. It's very important." Hearing this, Zhou Zhengqi invited him into the house. "My wife hasn't come back yet. Come in and talk." After closing the door, Zhou Zhengqi asked him to sit down. Li Pinggan didn't sit down, but apologized humbly. "Teacher Zhou, I'm here to apologize to you. I was talking without thinking in the gym just now, and I made you angry. I'm really sorry." Li Pingyan was very reluctant to apologize, but it was better to apologize to Zhou Zhengqi alone than to Yilin. It would be so embarrassing to apologize to a student. Zhou Zhengqi knew that it was impossible for this guy to find him so easily, so he asked, "No need to apologize, just tell me what you want to say." Li Pinggan sighed. "Teacher Zhou, I'm a teacher after all. How can Yilin sue me just because he wants to? Doesn't he know how to respect teachers?" Hearing this, Zhou Zhengqi almost laughed out loud. Yilin actually sued this guy. Zhou Zhengqi pretended to be shocked. "What? Yilin sued you?" "Not yet, but he asked his lawyer to send me a lawyer's letter." Li Pinggan explained. Hearing this, Zhou Zhengqi felt a little unhappy. Why didn't Yilin just sue this guy? "So what do you want from me?" "It's not a big deal, Mr. Zhou. Please tell Yilin that we can just let it go. I feel sorry for him this time. I shouldn't have said anything bad about him and his classmates. Li Pingyan was too embarrassed to go to Yilin to apologize and hoped that Zhou Jingqi would come forward to help. Help you? I won't help you. Zhou Zhengqi cursed in his heart and then showed a helpless look. Teacher Li, I can't help you with this matter. Li Pingyan was puzzled, so he asked Yilin, is this difficult? Zhou Zhengqi explained, you also know that Yilin rejected the Kyoto Sports Institute, and I had a huge argument with him because of this. Now, whenever Yilin and I meet, we're like enemies. Didn't you see that he didn't even play in the game these past 2 days? So if you asked me to tell him about this, wouldn't that make things worse for you? Hearing Zhou Zhengqi say this, Li Pingyan thought so too, and asked again, what about Teacher Su? My wife must have persuaded him. Yilin looks at my wife like an enemy. Don't count on us for this matter. You have to go find Yilin yourself. It's not that we don't want to help you, but we really can't help you. After hearing what Zhou Zhengqi said, Li Pingyan understood. He also knew that Zhou Zhengqi was not lying to him, and that Zhou Zhengqi had indeed been arguing with Yilin in the past 2 days. Li Pingyan asked again, Teacher Zhou, can you contact your school leaders and ask Yilin not to do this? After all, I am a teacher at Jiangshan No. 1 Middle School. If he does this, it will affect the friendship between the two schools. Hearing this, Zhou Zhengqi wanted to laugh. Threatened by moving out of school? Do you really think that the school will offend another school because of you? Who do you think you are? You deserve it for your foul mouth. Zhou Zhengqi pretended to be sympathetic and then said helplessly, Teacher Li, you don't know. Even if you tell our principal, it's useless. After all, your incident didn't happen in school. Our school can't punish students based on what happened outside of school, right? That's against the rules. If we don't punish him, we can ask the teachers in your school to persuade him, right? For example, his class teacher or the school leaders will persuade him, and he will listen, right? If not, ask his parents to persuade him. He really didn't listen and refused the Kyoto Sports College thing. We persuaded him. The head teacher persuaded him. The principal persuaded him, and his parents persuaded him, but he didn't listen. Now he's very dissatisfied with us. Really, I really suggest you go find him yourself. Our relationship with him is simply incompatible. Zhou Zhengqi was already delighted, thinking to himself, I just don't want to help you, a foul-mouthed bastard. Li Pingyan felt that what Zhou Zhengqi said made sense. Yilin refused the Kyoto Sports College proposal. People who were close to him must have advised him against it. I see, Mr. Zhou. Excuse me. Where does Yilin live? Room 307 next door. Hearing this, Li Pingyan walked out like a deflated ball. Less than 10 minutes after Li Pingyan left, Su Xian came back and saw Zhou Zhengqi smiling like a chrysanthemum. She asked, what are you so happy about? I'm dying of laughter. Yilin sent a lawyer's letter to that bastard Li Pingyan. Zhou Zhengqi couldn't stop laughing. Yilin really wants to sue him. Su Xian thought Yilin was just joking. Isn't this good? This Li has insulted our school time and again. Yilin did a good job. People with dirty mouths like this should be sued. How do you know this? Su Xian asked. Zhou Zhengqi explained. When you were not back just now, Li Pingyan came to see me and told me that he wanted us to help him persuade Yilin to let it go. He looks haggard now, probably because he is worried about Yilin. He is afraid now. What was he doing before? Then you agree to help him persuade Yilin? Zhou Zhengqi said disdainfully. Why should I help him? I'm so full. I told him directly that none of us can help him. Let him go to Yilin himself. I guess he is begging for mercy from Yilin now. I thought you were afraid that he was a teacher at Jiangshan No. 1 Middle School and wanted to help him persuade Yilin. I'm not afraid of shit. He is a teacher at the world's top university, so he can't just curse at people. Let's just wait and see what happens. Chapter 1, 20 must apologize in public. Li Pingyan almost knocked the door of room 307 apart, but no one opened it. Li Pingyan was really anxious and suspected that Yilin did not open the door on purpose. He put his face against the door and looked inside through the peephole, trying to see if there was anyone inside. After Yilin and his friends finished their meal, they sent Lan Yuyu and Gao Mingming back home and then came back to rest. As soon as Yilin and Huang Bai arrived at the corridor, they saw someone's head pressed against their door and peeping. The two did not know that this person was Li Pingyan. Huang Bai yelled, "How dare you, you bastard, spy on your grandpa Huang's room." Upon hearing this, Li Pingyan turned around and saw Yilin and Huang Bai. He immediately smiled flatteringly. Yilin wondered what this guy was doing here in a sneaky way. Yilin, I finally see you. Li Pingyan walked over and said, "What do you want from me?" Yilin obviously didn't want to pay attention to this guy. "Yes, there is something. I want to talk to you alone." Can we borrow a place to talk? Just talk about it here if you have anything to say. Let's talk alone. It's not good for others to hear this. There was a hint of begging in Li Ping's words. Forget it, fatty, let's go. Yilin turned around and left. With the dog blocking the way, it was better not to enter the room. Huang Bai followed Yilin. Seeing this, Li Pinggan hurriedly caught up. Wait, don't go, let's talk it over. Fatty, run quickly. Don't let him catch up with you. Yilin quickened his pace and jogged, and Huang Bai followed him. Li Pinggan was too concerned about his reputation to want to chase after him, but was too embarrassed to run, so he could only quicken his pace. The hotel corridor was arranged in the shape of a mouth, and Yilin and his friends soon ran to the door of their room. Yilin swiped his card, and the two of them quickly went in and closed the door. What? Hey, don't close the door. Let's talk it over. Li Pinggan followed behind and was furious when he saw this scene. He came to the door, knocked, and said, Yilin, please open the door. I really want to talk to you about something. Please open the door quickly. There was no movement from inside. Li Pinggan really wanted to kick the door open. Yilin was going too far. Huang Bai was lying on the bed, wondering, Brother Lin, what on earth does this guy want to do? Yilin guessed. Maybe he received my lawyer's letter and is afraid of going to court, so he wants to settle the matter privately with me. Hearing this, Huang Bai cursed. This old man cursed Yo-Yo so badly, and he still wants to settle it privately? He's dreaming. Brother Lin, sue him. You must sue him. Yilin smiled and said, it depends on his performance. If he is too stubborn to apologize to Xiao Dia publicly, then I don't mind suing him. Just an apology? That's really too good for him, Brother Lin. It's no use knocking on the door like that. It's too noisy. Huang Bai wanted to go out and beat Li Pinggan up and tell him to get away. Feeling annoyed, Yilin picked up the phone and called the front desk. Hello, I'm the guest of room 307. We are being harassed. That person keeps knocking on the door. We are very scared and dare not go out. Listen. Yilin pulled the microphone towards the door to collect the sound. Okay, hurry up and get someone up here. We're scared. Yilin finished speaking and hung up the phone. The hotel has notified the security guards to come up, and it will be quiet soon. Yilin said to Huang Bai. Huang Bai laughed out loud. Brother Lin, you are too mean. About 4 or 5 minutes later, Li Pinggan's voice came from the door. What are you doing? Why are you arresting me? What harassment? I am a teacher, Li Pinggan, the team leader of Jianshan No. 1 Middle School. Hearing this, the security guard knocked on the door and said, Student, he said he is your teacher Li Pinggan, not a harasser. Huang Bai shouted outside. I don't know any Li Pinggan. Our teacher is Zhou Zhengqi. Take him away quickly. I'm terribly scared now, or I'll file a complaint against you. Upon hearing that he was going to be complained about, the security guard dragged Li Pinggan away without saying a word. Li Pinggan was thrown out of the hotel and stood at the door cursing. Li Pinggan can only enter the hotel after the hotel manager confirms his identity. Li Pinggan was so angry that his eyes turned red after being played around by Yilin. He came to the outside of room 307 again. Compared with his previous flattery, his heart was now full of anger. Boom, boom, boom. Li Pinggan knocked on the door vigorously. Yilin sensed Li Pinggan's anger, went to open the door, and then asked, Teacher Li, if you have something to say, just say it here. If you don't want to say it, don't harass others. As a teacher, are you so uncultured? I'm a teacher after all, kid. Don't go too far. Li Pinggan said angrily. Too much. Are you as much as me? Why don't you feel it's too much when you scold others? Why don't you think that others will be as angry as you? Yidinsinit. Am I scolding you? I am educating you. Li Pinggan felt that he did nothing wrong. What do we do wrong? You want to educate us? Hugging and kissing regardless of the occasion. Isn't that wrong? Don't you know that dating is not allowed in school? Yilin smiled and said, Am I in love? Which eye of yours saw me in love? Eating a couple's meal at a steakhouse is proof. We're just a pretend couple trying to save some money. Do you think I believe it? Whether you believe it or not is none of my business. Even if we were really a couple, so what? We're not doing anything against the rules in school. Aren't you being too nosy? What's more, we are not in love. Just ask our classmates. Everyone knows that we are good friends. Mr. Li, I don't like your attitude. If you want to argue about right and wrong, then argue with my lawyer. If you come to me to solve this matter, then please correct your attitude. Yilin didn't give any face at all. Hearing this, Li Pinggan suppressed his anger and asked, What do you want me to do so I won't sue you? It's very simple. You should apologize to Lan Yuyu in front of as many people as you scolded her in front of. Hearing this, Li Pinggan felt that it was impossible. Wouldn't he lose face by doing this? Yilin, I was wrong about this. I apologize to you now. I'm sorry. Can you please spare me the trouble of apologizing to Lan Yuyu in person? I'm a teacher after all. Please give me some face. Li Pinggan seeks the truth. Do you still know that you are a teacher? I have never seen a teacher who slanders students like this. I'm not discussing this with you, and I'm telling you that this is my lowest requirement. You can refuse, but I will sue you. If you lose the lawsuit, your career will be over. I will also ask you to come to our school and apologize to my classmates in front of the whole school. And let me tell you, that store has surveillance cameras, and your every move is recorded. If you dare to file this lawsuit, I guarantee that the probability of you losing is 100%. I advise you to apologize sincerely. Adults have to take responsibility for their words and actions. I'm not going through all this trouble just to hear you simply say sorry. Without a profound self-examination of 800 or 1,000 words, don't even think about getting away with this. Li Pinggan felt that if he really did this, he would be so embarrassed that he asked, Yilin, I am wrong. How can I teach students in the future if I do this? I will compensate you, okay? Yilin smiled and said, I'm sorry, I'm not short of money. It's up to you whether you want to do this or not. After saying that, Yilin closed the door, too lazy to pay attention to him. Chapter 121, I feel sorry for you for a second. Li Pinggan left at noon and came to the steak restaurant. I walked into the store and looked around, and sure enough, there were surveillance cameras. Li Pinggan asked the front desk to call out Manager Tian. Manager Tian saw that it was the guy who scolded the students a few days ago and asked in confusion, Sir, what do you want to talk to me about? Hello, manager. Do you still remember these two students? They took photos here while having dinner a few days ago. Li Pinggan said, pointing to the photos on the wall. Manager Tian replied, I remember. What's the matter? They are not a couple. They are just pretending. This guy told me himself that they are just here to get free food and drinks. Li Pinggan exposed Yilin and wanted to cause trouble for the steak restaurant. Does it matter? Anyway, they have already taken photos and meet the requirements. Manager Tian didn't care, and he had known about this for a long time. But they are fake, right? Just take photos, and that's it. There's no investigation, even if you report it. If you do this, everyone will pretend to be a couple in the future. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? This is our own business. You're meddling too much. Just mind your own business. Manager Tian didn't want to pay attention to him and turned away. Wait, I have something else to do. Manager Tian stopped, turned back, and waited. Reporting was not an option, so Li Pinggan wanted to confirm one thing and asked, Did this student ask you for the surveillance records here? He pointed at Yilin in the photo and said. Manager Tian didn't hide it, lest this guy keep pestering him, and replied, Yes. Li Pinggan was very angry and said, How can you just give the surveillance video to others? You are violating my portrait rights and my privacy rights by doing this. Manager Tian smiled and said, I'm sorry. Regarding surveillance, our store has written a reminder at the door. As for what you said about giving the surveillance video to others casually, it is even more impossible. Then how did he have my surveillance video? Li Pinggan said angrily. Manager Tian also lost his temper and replied unhappily, I might as well tell you that it was Shengqiang Group's legal department that retrieved the surveillance video. They brought people from the court to help Yilin retrieve it. It was legal and compliant. Legal department of Shengqiang Group. Li Pinggan was shocked. What was going on? Such a large group company actually helped Yilin to adjust the surveillance? What is the relationship between Yilin and them? Seeing Li Pinggan was stunned, Manager Tian said again, You are a teacher, and it is not easy to get to where you are now. Let me give you some advice. Go and apologize to him. People of Yilin's level are not people that ordinary people like you can afford to offend. After saying that, Manager Tian left. Li Pinggan was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. He thought about the sponsorship at the start of the basketball game. Yes, why would a group chairman want to sponsor for no reason? No one sponsored in previous years. Moreover, the government basically does not accept sponsorships, but made an exception this year, which shows how powerful the connections of the chairman of Shengqiang Group are. It must be because Yilin participated in the competition that Gao Shengqiang sponsored it. Could it be that Yilin is Gao Shengqiang's illegitimate son? Li Pinggan had a lot of wild thoughts. No matter who Yilin was, his final conclusion was that he had to apologize, otherwise something serious would happen. If such a big company wants to hire a small teacher like you, you don't have to do it yourself. Li Pinggan left the steakhouse in panic. In the afternoon, Zhou Zhengqi called Yilin to play in the game. There are basically no college teachers now. If Yilin is not given a chance to play, the team will be ranked at the bottom of the competition. Yilin was too lazy to do any fancy moves when he was on the court. He would just shoot when he got the ball, or pass it to them, and occasionally do a three-step layup. With Yilin's joining, the morale of Qingyuan Middle School was significantly improved, and they won the afternoon game. Li Pinggan returned to the sports center and immediately asked Chen Jie to call each of the students who went to eat steak that day to stay after the game. He asked for neither more nor less. Seeing that Li Pinggan was not in a good mood, Chen Jie and a group of students became panicked. Those who were left behind had all gone to eat steak, and they all asked Chen Jie what was going on. Chen Jie was very confused. He didn't know what was going on. As long as the old man didn't ask him to treat him, it would be fine. If he did, he would just refuse. Chen Jie spent the whole afternoon thinking about how to refuse the treat. Li Pinggan went over to discuss with Yilin and told him to stay after the game. He apologized to Lan Yuyu in public. After the game was over, the student from Jiangshan No. 1 Middle School who were not left behind gloated and followed teacher Qian out of the basketball stadium. When almost no one had left, Li Pinggan said, "You guys follow me." After saying that, he led a group of students towards Qingyuan Middle School. All the teachers and students of Qingyuan Middle School had left, leaving only Yilin and 4 others. Lan Yuyu saw Li Pinggan coming with a group of students. She didn't know what they wanted to do and felt a little panicked. "Don't be afraid, Zaidia. They are here to apologize to you," Yilin said. "Apologize?" Lan Yuyu didn't understand why she had to apologize to herself. "You forgot that day when we went to eat steak. Li Pinggan scolded you." Lan Yuyu remembered and said, "Yilin, this matter is in the past. There is no need to apologize." "No, I won't allow anyone to bully you," Yilin said firmly. Gao Mingming looked envious and asked Huang Bai, "Fatty, if someone bullies me in the future, will you help me?" Huang Bai laughed and said, "Who dares to bully you? Damn it, I asked you to answer whether you will help or not." Gao Mingming pinched Huang Bai's arm directly. It hurts, Mingming, please help me. I will fight anyone who bullies you." Huang Bai quickly begged for mercy. Hearing this, Gao Mingming let go with satisfaction. "You still have some conscience." Huang Bai was about to burst into tears when he looked at his red arm for being pinched. This woman was too cruel. Soon, Li Pinggan and his group came to Yilin and his group. Li Pinggan thought for a moment, then made up his mind to bow to Lan Yuyu. Except for Yilin and a few others who knew the reason, the students of Jiangshan No. 1 Middle School were all confused. What was going on? Li Pinggan bowed and said, "Classmates, I am here today to apologize to Lan Yuyu. I scolded her badly at the steakhouse that day. I have deeply realized my mistake. My words have deeply hurt Lan Yuyu, and I regret saying such words. Lan Yuyu, I sincerely apologize to you. I hope you can forgive the teacher, and I also hope that all the students will not follow my example in the future." After speaking about 1,000 or 800 words, Li Pinggan bowed to Lan Yuyu again. At this moment, all the students of Jiangshan No. 1 Middle School were dumbfounded. They were called over just to listen to him apologize to others. Among all the teachers in Jiangshan No. 1 Middle School, Li Pinggan is famous for being very concerned about his reputation. Isn't this more painful than killing him? All the students at Jiangshan No. 1 Middle School had no idea how the people on the opposite side managed to make Li Pinggan apologize obediently. Of course, except Chen Jie. After all, he and Li Pinggan were both wanderers in the world and had been sued by Yilin. Seeing that Li Pinggan admitted his mistakes so well, Lan Yuyu quickly apologized. It's okay. Teacher Li, I forgive you. You are a good kid if you admit your mistakes and correct them." Gao Mingming poked Lan Yuyu with her hand when she heard this and reminded her softly, "Yuyu, you are wrong. He is not a child anymore." Lan Yuyu reacted, Oh, I was wrong. It's a good teacher to correct your mistakes." Everyone was trying hard to hold back their laughter, but Chen Jie couldn't help it and burst out laughing. Li Pinggan looked at Chen Jie with a dark face. Chen Jie was in extreme pain. His mouth was too tight to breathe, and he even farted several times. Yilin said, "Teacher Li, please stop swearing at people. Let's go Xiaodia." After saying that, the 4 of them left the basketball stadium laughing. Seeing Yilin and the others leave, Li Pinggan said seriously, "No one is allowed to tell me a word about what happened today. Otherwise, don't blame me for not considering the relationship between teacher and student. Do you hear me?" "Yes." Everyone was too exhausted to answer. They regretted having the steak. Knowing what embarrassing thing Li Pinggan had done, they had to be more careful next time. After hearing what everyone said, Li Pinggan felt a little relieved. Chen Jie stays, and the others go back. Hearing this, everyone felt sorry for Chen Jie for a second. and then left quickly. Chapter 122 High School Cup Closing. Chunjia, is it funny? Li Pinggan seemed calm, but in fact, a volcano had already erupted inside him. Chunjia quickly explained, Teacher Li, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at Lan Yuyu. Why is she so stupid and can't even speak? Really? If you hadn't said that, would I have paid attention to them? Would I have embarrassed myself so much now? If the Chun family wasn't rich and powerful, Li Pinggan would really beat him up. Chun Jie quickly admitted his mistake. Teacher Li, this is all my fault. I heard that you wanted to find a bottle of good wine for your granddaughter's full moon celebration. I have plenty of good wine at home. I will send you a bottle of Chinese Zodiac Maotai later. Calm down, calm down. Li Pinggan's anger disappeared immediately after hearing this. He asked in disbelief, Really? I am your student, and you are my teacher. How can I lie to you? Anyway, Chun Jie had a lot of this kind of wine at home, so he didn't care. Chun Jie, even though you gave me wine, I still want to criticize you a few words. Teacher Li, I haven't finished yet. The Zodiac Matai is for your granddaughter, and you can't drink it, so I will give you a bottle of Fei Qian Matai. Li Pinggan heard this and said with a smile, Chun Jie, I think you are the best among all these students. Have you been found by a good school? This sudden concern made Chun Jie uncomfortable. Was this guy making fun of him? My skills as a player were just average, and I was able to participate in the competition only because of my family connections. Those good schools are not blind. How could they possibly find me? Chun Jie laughed awkwardly. Teacher Li, to be honest, teachers from prestigious schools don't think highly of me. There are a few ordinary schools that have approached me, but I don't think highly of them. Is that so? Don't be discouraged. There will be more opportunities. I will show you more when the time comes. Li Pinggan tried his best to comfort Chun Jie, fearing that his 2 bottles of wine would go to waste. The next day was the last day of competition. Thanks to Yilin's efforts, Qingyuan Middle School won 2 more games. The high school cup competition was played for 5 days with 2 games a day. Qingyuan Middle School had pretty good luck, except for the first day when they drew the strongest team, Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School. However, they won under the leadership of Yilin. After that, the opponents they drew were not very strong. They lost 4 games during the days when Yilin didn't play, otherwise Qingyuan Middle School might have really won first place. The closing ceremony in the evening was as lively as the opening ceremony, with many city leaders attending. Naturally, Gao Xingqiang and Huang Jinlong's families also came. During the award ceremony, each school was awarded in order from highest to lowest. The first place in this competition is Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School with 9 points. It lost 1 game, the one against Qingyuan Middle School. It was awarded a banner and a prize of 5,000 yuan. The second place is Jiangcheng Railway Middle School and Jiangxing No. 3 Middle School with 8 points, a banner, and a prize of 4,000 yuan. The third place is Qingyuan Middle School, Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School, Jiangxing No. 9 Middle School, and Qingyuan Nationalities High School with 6 points, a banner, and a prize of 3,000 yuan. Only the top 3 schools will receive awards, and the remaining 20 or so schools will all receive encouragement awards, with a certificate and a prize of 1,000 yuan. The basketball game award ceremony is over, and next is the cheerleading award ceremony. The cheerleading scoring is done by teachers from each school. The scores are not given based on technical skills, but entirely on the viewing experience. Because Qingyuan Middle School had many highlights and could make the whole audience laugh, the grading teachers from various schools gave it very high scores, and it easily won the first place. Gao Xingqiang sponsored a lot of money. The first prize was 10,000 yuan. The certificate was made of alloy, and it looked very high-end with its golden glow. Gao Xingqiang joked, Old Huang, I think your son deserves a lot of credit for this first place. Mr. Gao, you don't know how an old father like me feels. My kid finally won an award, but he can't tell anyone about it. Huang Jinlong was very embarrassed. He couldn't brag to others in the future. When others asked him what competition he won first place in, he would tell them that he did cheerleading, right? It's not that Huang Jinlong thinks cheerleading is bad. It's just that he thinks dancing is something only women do. How can a good man do such feminine things? Gao Xingqiang smiled. It was indeed hard to say this out loud, but his daughter Meng Meng didn't have to worry about this problem and could show off to others. After the award ceremony, several leaders took turns to give speeches. The closing ceremony is over. Gao Xingqiang, Huang Jinlong, and others went down to the playground to look for these children. Meng Meng. Before she reached her daughter, Lu Meijin called out to her daughter, Mom. Gao Meng Meng turned around and saw that it was her parents, so she ran over and hugged her mother. Huang Jinlong came a Huang Bai and said unhappily, "You bastard, the game is over, and you are still reluctant to change your clothes?" Huang Bai sensed his father's anger and explained, "Dad, the show just ended. I have to go back to the hotel to change." Yi Lin and Lan Yuyu stood aside, quietly watching the warm scene between their two families. Afraid that Lan Yuyu would feel bad, Yi Lin found a topic to talk about. "Little bean sprout, the next 2 days will be the weekend. Where do you want to go?" Lan Yuyu asked in confusion. "Yi Lin, didn't teacher Su say when we gathered just now that we were going to have a barbecue tomorrow?" "Huh? I wasn't paying attention just now. Luckily you told me. Zaiduya." Yi Lin felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. He was so focused on diverting Lan Yuyu's attention that he forgot what Su Xian had told him. As usual in previous years, on the weekend after the competition, the team leader took the prize money and led the students to relax. In previous years, the cheerleading team did not receive any bonuses, and the basketball team could only get an encouragement award of 1,000 yuan. There were more than 40 people, and we could hardly do anything with this encouragement award, so we just went to the zoo to play. Student tickets are half price, just enough for fun. This year, the couple was definitely nouveau riche. With 13,000 yuan, they could have fun as much as they wanted. So Su Xian decided to take all the classmates to have a barbecue. If you have more money left, you can go to the zoo again on Sunday. Of course, some students want to share the money, and they don't want to participate in the activities. This situation has occurred in previous years, and the school has clearly required that the prize money be used for activities. For this type of student, Zhou Zhengqi said according to the school's policy, you can share the bonus, but you need to pay for hotel accommodation and meals yourself during these days. The school provides food and accommodation for you to come to the competition, not for share the money, but to use this opportunity for everyone to win glory for the school and to use the prize money for team building in order to be more united in the future. If you want to share the money, you have to pay for it yourself, so naturally there is no need to share it. Lan Yuyu flicked Yi Lin's earlobe with her hand and said, "You stupid Yi Lin, you don't listen to the teacher. I will punish you." Seeing her behavior, Yi Lin was very happy. Little Duya also knew how to punish people. She has really changed a lot these days. Not only has she become more cheerful and lively, but she has also become more and more courageous. Jojo, a pleasant voice was heard. Lan Yu looked and saw it was Lu Meijin, who was walking over with Gao Mengmeng. "Hey, Annie bought a skirt for you and Mengmeng. Go and try them on to see if they look good on you." Gao Mengmeng carried 2 small paper bags and took Lan Yuyu towards the hotel to take a shower and change clothes. "Hurry up and change your clothes. We'll be waiting for you downstairs in the hotel." Huang Jinlong said to Huang Bai. Gao Xingxiang said to Yi Lin, "Yi Lin, go take a shower and change your clothes. Let's have dinner together tonight and talk about business matters." Okowo. Yi Lin went back to change clothes. About half an hour later, Yi Lin and the others came down. Gao Mengmeng and Lan Yuyu were wearing skirts of the same style but different colors. They looked like a pair of sisters. After dinner, Wu Yanli and Lu Meijin took Huang Bai, Gao Mengmeng, and Lan Yuyu for a walk. Yi Lin discussed business with Gao Xingxiang and Huang Jinlong. The crab pot business is booming now, and the two of them want to open a few more restaurants. They asked Yi Lin what he thought. Yi Lin naturally did not refuse. After all, he did not have to spend any money and could just sit back and enjoy the dividends. Chapter 123 Team Building Barbecue. Su Xian contacted a farm on the outskirts of Jiangqing. The area was very large and had farmland, vegetable fields, orchards, and fish ponds, making it very suitable for outdoor barbecues. Because the farm only provided barbecue utensils, the next morning, Zhou Jingxi took 13 boys to the market to buy ingredients and seasonings. The girls slept until noon. After the boys came back, all the teachers and students of Qingyuan Middle School gathered downstairs. Zhou Jingxi rented a bus, and everyone set off. In the car, the boys were so tired that they fell asleep one by one. An hour later, everyone arrived at the destination. After getting off the bus, all the students felt like a new world had opened up. This farm was really great. There are many cartoon characters made of straw in the farm. Lan Yuyu thought there was nothing new about it, as it was almost the same as the fields at her own home. After getting off the car, Su Xian and Zhou Zhengqi went to the window to pay. Because I brought students here, the farm gave everyone half-price admission, and the entrance fee was 30 yuan per person. So, I spent more than 1,000 yuan. It cost 20 yuan to rent a set of barbecue tools, and I ordered 6 sets. The rental price for 2 hose is 10 yuan, The group purchase price for farmland fees is 500 yuan, and the group purchase price for service fees plus water and electricity fees is 300 yuan. After paying the fees, Zhou Zhengqi gathered everyone together. We will have a barbecue in groups of 7. Divide yourselves into groups, and each group will have a set of barbecue utensils. Teacher Su and I will not go in. We will visit each group. Go ahead and divide them. After Zhou Zhengqi finished speaking, everyone went to look for their own friends. Ling Feishue pulled Zhao Rongrong to Yi Lin's side. Yi Lin, can we be a team? Yi Lin said casually, no, we are already full. Ling Feishue saw that there were only 4 of them and asked, aren't there only 4 of you? Yi Lin looked around and shouted, Yi Shui, come here, join us. Hearing this, Chen Siki said to Yi Shui in surprise, Yi Shui, your brother is calling us. I didn't know who to group with. Although I still don't quite accept this old man of mine, it's better than being with strangers. She took Chen Siki into Yi Lin's team. Chen Siki was extremely happy at this moment. She was afraid that Yi Shui would directly refuse. Now she could finally be with her idol. Yi Lin said to Ling Feishue, we are fully prepared now. There is only 1 seat left. You guys can't possibly want to split up, right? Ling Feishue was almost crying from anger. Clearly the room wasn't full just now, but Yi Lin actually pulled people in front of her just to reject her. It was too much. At this time, Niu Dali came over and invited. Feishue, would you like to join us? No. Ling Feishue answered emotionally. Soon, everyone was divided into groups, except for a girl in the 2nd year of high school who was not wanted by Ling Feishue and Zhao Rongrong. It was true that no one wanted the girl in the 2nd year of high school, but Ling Feishue simply rejected everyone and just wanted to be in the same group with Yi Lin. At this time, the only groups that were not full were Yi Lin's group and Niu Dali's group. When Lan Yuyu saw that girl, it was like seeing her lonely self in the past. She took the initiative to go over and invite her. Classmate, would you like to join us? The girl immediately agreed. Yes, thank you, senior. Lan Yuyu pulled her over. After they formed teams, Zhou Zhengqi said, Ling Feishue, you two should form a team with Niu Dali and the others. Ling Feishue looked at Yi Lin with resentment and reluctantly walked into Niu Dali's team. Everyone stand in teams. Zhou Zhengqi asked, how many students know how to make kiln chicken? All the students in the audience looked at each other. Let alone knowing how to do it, most people don't even know what a kiln chicken is. Yi Lin had seen tutorials on making kiln chickens on short videos, but he had never actually tried it, so he took this opportunity to give it a try. Seeing that no one raised their hands, Zhou Zhengqi smiled and said, no one knows how to do it. That's fine. If any group wants to make kiln chicken, call me. But the fee is to grill 20 skewers for me. It has to be the kind I can accept. Once the ingredients are distributed, you can grill it. Everyone distributed the ingredients equally, and then the farm staff came to lead them to the barbecue field. They were taken to an undamaged farmland, where the farmers set up a tent for them to rest and delivered all the tools. And they were told that people could dig anywhere in the fields but not on the ridges. He also said that there were loaches and eels in the fields, and you could dig them up if you were lucky. If you find any, you could get a free clay pot and rice to cook porridge. Hearing this, Niu Dali patted his chest and said, Feishue, I'll dig up some eels for you later. Yi Lin admired this farm for its good planning. They say there are loaches and eels in the field, and the customers who come will directly help you dig the field. When transplanting rice seedlings, we invite guests to experience the process, and when harvesting millet, we invite guests to experience the joy of harvesting. You can make money and do your job well, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yi Lin admired the farm owner for his cleverness. Yi Lin is not interested in eels and loaches, and he doesn't want to be free labor, but Huang Bai can give it a try. After all, it is physical work and can help lose weight. Yi Lin found a place to put down the ingredients and then set up the barbecue grill. Yi Lin said, you guys roast them first. I'm going to make a kiln chicken with a hoe. Chun Siki clapped her hands. Senior, you are so good. You can even cook chicken in a kiln. Yi Shui looked disgusted. Chun Siki, can you stop being so green tea and be more normal like usual? Chun Siki chuckled. Lan Yuyu stared at Chun Siki, a little angry. She didn't know why she suddenly disliked this junior schoolmate. Yi Lin went over and took a hoe, and Niu Dali also hurried over to grab the second one. Yi Lin first dug a large piece of mud to form a circle, and then dug smaller pieces. Niu Dali took the hoe and didn't even think about making chickens. He just started digging the field because he wanted to catch eels. Yi Lin carefully built an earthen kiln, but he forgot to leave an opening. Slightly embarrassed, he carefully pulled out a piece of mud, and it collapsed. Seeing this, Yilin had no choice but to put it up again. The second time, I finally completed the ride without any major problems. Lan Yuyu had just finished grilling her first skewer of barbecue, and she happily gave it to Yilin. At this time, Ling Feishue had already come to Yilin, holding a string of exquisitely roasted chicken wings in her hand. Lan Yuyu looked at the blackened kebabs of lamb in her hand, then looked at Ling Feishue's, feeling a little sad that she couldn't even roast a skewer of meat properly. Ling Feishue looked at the skewers in Lan Yuyu's hand and said disdainfully, "You don't want to give this to Yilin, do you? What has it become? Is it edible? What if Yilin gets sick after eating it?" Hearing this, Lan Yuyu felt aggrieved. She just wanted to give the baked cake to Yilin, but hers was really bad. "Yilin, I baked this for you. Eat it while it's hot." Ling Feishue offered her chicken wings. Yilin pushed her aside and went straight to Lan Yuyu, taking the mutton skewers from her hand. "Little bean sprouts. Did you roast them for me?" "Lan Yuyu, not that." Yilin put it directly into his mouth. It tasted a bit bitter, but his heart was sweet. Lan Yuyu quickly advised, "Yilin, you can't eat it. You'll get sick." "Who said I get sick? That's bullshit," Yilin said, and continued eating. Ling Feishue was so angry that he refused to eat the chicken wings that she had carefully roasted and insisted on eating this thing that had been roasted into charcoal. "I'm sorry, Yilin. I'm so stupid that I can't even grill the skewers properly." Lan Yuyu blamet herself deeply. Yilin comforted her. "It's okay, little bean sprout. No one is born knowing how to do everything. If you don't know how to bake, I'll teach you. Let's go over there." Chun Siki looked at the two of them and said infatuatedly, "What a pair of fairy mandarin ducks. I'm so envious." Yishue stuffed a chicken leg in her mouth and said, "Eat yours." Chapter 124. Teach her to barbecue. Yilin brought Lan Yuyu to the barbecue grill. At this time, the five of them filled the seat. Yilin nudged Huangbai's, but with his toes. Huangbai has been watched too closely by Gao Mengmeng these days. He is hungry every day, and his mouth is full of oil when he eats. He was displeased to be interrupted and looked behind him. He found it was Yilin and put on a smiling face. "Brother Lin. Fatty, you're trying to lose weight but still eat so much? Go light the fire in the earthen kiln and dig up a few eels to make porridge for us later." Huangbai looked miserable. "Brother Lin, I only ate 2 skewers. Go if you're told to." Gao Mingming pulled him away. "Mingming, stop pulling your ears, it hurts. Little bean sprout, come and sit down. I'll teach you how to grill meat." The two of them got into the position where Gao Mingming and Huangbai were just now. Yilin took out 2 skewers of lamb from the bag. First, brush the skewers with a layer of oil before grilling. Lan Yuyu gafao. After you brush the skewers with oil and put them on the grill, they won't stick to the grill easily, and they won't get dirty easily. In addition, the skewers brushed with oil can be grilled faster. Yilin put the skewers on the grill, and the heat came up, and they sizzled instantly. The oil dripped onto the charcoal fire. First there was a puff of white smoke, and then a flame ignited. Yilin said as he operated, "Once the fire starts during the grilling process, you must quickly remove the skewers. Do not grill with an open flame, otherwise it will easily turn black." Lan Yu suddenly realized that she had deliberately put it over the fire when she was roasting it just now, thinking that it would cook faster this way. When the grilling was almost done, Yilin brushed the skewers with seasoning and explained, "You can brush them with seasoning when they are 70% to 80% done. Just bake them for a few more minutes, and they will be done." Soon, 2 perfectly grilled skewers by Yilin came out of the oven. Several people saw that the skewers grilled by Yilin were so tempting. Shinseki couldn't help but ask, "Senior, it looks delicious. Can you give me a bunch?" Yilin apologized and said, "I'm sorry, I baked this for my desk mate. If you want to eat it, just bake it yourself according to the method I just told you." Lan Yuyu took the skewer, blew on it a few times, and then took a bite. The fat and lean mutton burst with juice in one bite, and Lan Yuyu couldn't help but say it's delicious. She was afraid that Yilin didn't know how delicious it was, so she took another skewer and blew it to cool it down. "Yilin, try it now." Yilin took a bite, and was very satisfied with the lamb skewers he had grilled. Yilin wrapped the remaining half skewer with a piece of tender lettuce and prepared to feed it to Lan Yuyu. "Bean sprouts, it tastes better with meat and vegetables. Open your mouth." Lan Yuyu opened her mouth obediently, and Yilin fed her. "It's really delicious." She also followed Yilin's example, wrapped her own half of the string, and fed it to Yilin. Yishue felt full of dog food and couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so she said to Chinseki, "I'm going to pack the ingredients for the kiln. Do you want to come with me, Chunsiki? Chunsiki was so absorbed in Yi Lin's warm behavior at the moment that she didn't hear anything at all. She thought that the senior was really considerate and gentle, and he really was worthy of being her male god. Yishua was too lazy to call her again, so she got up and left. Lan Yuyu followed Yi Lin's method and carefully grilled skewers for Yi Lin. She finished baking quickly, and it didn't turn out black like the first time. She handed it to Yi Lin happily. On the other side, Huang Bai, under the supervision of Gao Mengmeng, squatted beside the earthen kiln, adding firewood with a little emotion and stuffed big logs into the kiln one by one. Soon, the earthen kiln was collapsed by him using wood. Huang Bai trembled and turned to look at Gao Mengmeng. I'll give you 10 minutes to rebuild the kiln, Gao Mengmeng said calmly. Huang Bai acted quickly, but although this thing looked simple, it was very difficult to operate, and it collapsed halfway through building it. So stupid. Gao Mengmeng helped him. The two of them were covered in dirt and still didn't finish the job. Seeing Gao Mengmeng trying desperately to make up for his mistake, Huang Bai said distressfully, Mengmeng, I collapsed it myself. I will build it myself. You rest on the side. Stop talking nonsense. Hold on, or you'll fall. Huang Bai quickly helped her hold up the crumbling earthen kiln. Hold on, don't let go, I'll cap it. Soon Gao Mengmeng reached the top. Although it didn't look very good, it was finally built up. Huang Bai had been maintaining the same posture, and his hands felt a little sore. Seeing Gao Mengmeng reach the top, he took his hands away. The moment it was taken away, the earthen kiln collapsed again. Helpless, he had to ask Yi Lin for help again. Yi Lin started digging the soil again, putting the big pieces at the bottom and the small pieces on top, and soon he built a bigger earth kiln than before. Gao Mengmeng handed the hoe that was thrown aside to Huang Bai and said, Go dig eels for me. Huang Bai didn't dare to complain when something went wrong. He just picked up his hoe and started digging in the field. Mengmeng, Yo-Yo and I will light the fire. You go and have the barbecue. Gao Mengmeng had no objection. She was so busy pulling Huang Bai away that she didn't even have time to eat 2 bites. Xiao Dia, you light the fire, I'll go pack the ingredients. Okowo, it is not difficult to make a fire. She used to make fire every day when cooking pig food at home. Lan Yuyu put the firewood into the earthen kiln little by little. Yi Lin came over and saw Yishue clumsily wrapping the sweet potatoes with tinfoil. It turns out that I inherited it from my mom. I was not born to be a cook. Okay, let's go barbecue. I'll do it. Yi Lin said. No, I want to talk to you. Yishue said. You say, did you reject Kyoto Sports College because of senior Lan Yuyu? Yishue asked seriously. Yi Lin did not hide it from his sister. Yes. But senior Yo-Yo has the ability to be admitted to Tsinghua University and Peking University. Do you? If you don't want to go to Kyoto Institute of Physical Education, you can just refuse. Why do you have to say that your dream is Peking University and Tsinghua University? Now everyone treats you like a fool. You know that? Originally, I would have accepted you if you could go to Kyoto Sports College, but now you're like this again. I must be mad at you. Can you give me a complete family again? Why don't I have this ability? Why can't my dream be to go to Peking University or Tsinghua University? If the Jiangnan University of Technology recruits you for the civil engineering major right now and lets you study there right away, would you be willing? Yishue didn't say anything. After all, with her grades, she could definitely get into a better school than Jiangnan University of Technology, let alone a civil engineering department. Why would a girl like her study civil engineering? That's twisted logic. Ye tortet. Why is it a perverted logic? I have good grades, so I could go to a better school than Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, and I could choose my own major. But you're different. Your grades can't get you into a better school than Kyoto Sports College. These are two completely different things. My grades are not good, but don't forget the October monthly exam. I was in the top 10 in the class and the top 100 in the school. It took me less than 2 months to go from the bottom to the top. There's still so much time before the college entrance examination. How do you know I won't pass it? You don't want to go to a school or a major that you don't like, so am I the same? You want a perfect family. That's easy. Mom is just too proud to save face and has no way out. One day, ask Dad to ask her to come back. If it doesn't work once, try twice. I guarantee that within the 3rd time, she will be willing to remarry Dad. Hearing this, Yishue asked in disbelief, Really? I'm not lying to you, but don't be impatient. Wait another month, and then you can say it's better. Yishue was puzzled and asked why. I'm going to get into the top 10 in the school in the midterm exam next week, and then I'm going to participate in the Olympic mathematics competition and get a place. With my mom's temper, what do you think she will do? Yishue smiled and said, She can tell the whole world that you are her son, but can you do that? You can take whatever exam you want. Don't worry. When will your brother fail? Hearing this, Yi Shui was half believing and half doubting. She decided to wait and see for another half a month. Yi Lin's changes recently were like riding a rocket. Maybe he could really do it. Chapter 125 scared the baby to death. After Lan Yuyu finished lighting the kiln, Yi Lin and Yi Shui brought over a pile of packaged ingredients. At this time, Zhou Zhengqi and Su Xin came to their group. Looking at the earthen kiln they built, he smiled and said, "Your group really has some talented people. It seems that we can't charge you for building the kiln." At this time, Gao Mengmeng and Lan Yuyu each brought a large skewer of barbecue. Gao Mengmeng said, "Teacher Zhou, Teacher Su, this is what our group baked for you." Su Xin took the skewers from the two and said, "They are grilled quite well. It was all taught by Yi Lin. He bakes the best." Lan Yuyu lauget. Su Xin was just about to praise Yi Lin when Huang Bai ran over happily. "Meng Meng, I caught a big and long yellow eel." He hid the eel behind him mysteriously. When Yodali heard this, he was filled with envy and jealousy. He had dug a large area but found nothing. But how come this guy found a big and long eel after just a short while? Gao Mengmeng was very happy. "Quick, quick, let me see it." Huang Bai took the eel out from behind him. Everyone looked over, and Zhou Zhengqi was stunned for a moment. He yelled, "It's gone. It's a snake." Huang Bai was shocked when he heard this and immediately threw it away. Zhou Zhengqi hurried over to check Huang Bai's hand. "Did you get bitten?" Huang Bai said, "Probably not." Yi Lin said, "It's already November now. The snakes are basically hibernating and not very active, so I guess they haven't been bitten." He was also shocked. He asked this guy to dig eels, but he caught a snake and mistook it for an eel. Zhou Zhengqi walked towards the place where Huang Bai threw the snake to confirm what kind of snake it was. At this time, the snake was awakened and slowly crawled away. "Take a photo with your phone and then go find the farm staff immediately." Yi Lin asked curiously, "Fatty, can you dig out a snake from the ground?" Huang Bai explained, "I didn't dig it out. There was a hole in the field, and I saw something coiled inside, so I caught it. I saw it was an eel." This guy didn't even know a snake and an eel. He asked in disbelief, "You don't even know a snake and an eel? Aren't they all pretty much the same?" They were about the same size, but not by a long shot. "You're lucky you didn't get bitten." Yi Lin was completely speechless. Soon, the photo was not very clear, and the farm staff and Zhou Jingqi came over. After searching for a long time in the field, the snake was found. The farm staff caught the snake and said with a smile, "This is a water snake, not poisonous, don't worry." Hearing this, Zhou Jingqi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The farm staff called someone to come and take the water snake away. Neodali ran over angrily at this time. It was this guy who said there were loaches and eels in the fields. He said angrily, "Didn't you say there were loaches and eels in the fields? I dug such a large area, but there's nothing." When the farm staff saw that he was digging, they found that all he had uncovered was a layer of dry mud, and they thought it would be strange to find anything there. He explained, "There must be loaches and eels. Otherwise, why would we provide you with clay pots and rice? You're digging in the wrong way." The farm staff went to the place where Huang Bai was digging to demonstrate and picked up the hoe. "The top layer of mud has been dried up. There must be no loaches and eels. We need to dig deeper." After digging about 30 centimeters of soil, he continued to explain, "See, we have to dig into this moist soil layer to find it." After digging for about a minute, I soon saw a tail in the dug soil. When the soil was broken open, a yellow eel as thick as an index finger was found inside. "Did you see that?" The farm staff picked up the eels. These fields were full of loaches and eels, so he was not afraid to demonstrate. Neodali learned the lesson. Without saying a word, he turned around and continued digging like a wild bull. "Young man, this eel is for you." The staff gave it to Huang Bai. Huang Bai was still in shock and didn't dare to answer the call. Seeing this, Yi Lin took the eel and asked, "Thank you. Can we go make porridge directly?" The farm staff smiled and said, "Yes, you can. Take it over there, and the ant will help you process it. But if you only have one, the taste won't be too delicious. I suggest you dig up a few and then cook them. It will be better." After saying that, he left. Yi Lin looked at Huang Bai and said, "Fatty, go dig 2 more lines quickly. The other groups also need hoes. Brother Lin, why don't you get someone else to do the digging?" After touching the snake, Huang Bai didn't dare to touch this thing anymore. "What a coward," Gao Mengmeng said. "Don't say that. He has a trauma in his heart," Su Xin said with a smile. Yi Lin threw the ingredients into the earthen kiln and then pushed it down. After finishing, he said, "I'll go dig. Fatty, you go grill the skewers." Hearing this, Huang Bai was so happy that he quickly ran to the barbecue grill. Zhou Zhengqi smiled and said, "Your group is good. When you are done, remember to call me and Teacher Sue. We have reserved your kiln chicken and yellow eel porridge. Don't be stingy." Yilin replied, "Don't worry, Mr. Zhou. I'll call you when it's done." Zhou Jingqi and Su Xin went to other groups to find food. Su Xin was holding a bunch of skewers that Gao Mengmeng and Lan Yuyu had just given her. Yilin picked up the hoe and started digging, while Gao Mengmeng and Lan Yuyu followed and watched from behind. Huang Bai sat next to the barbecue grill for a while and suddenly felt uneasy. After grilling more than a dozen skewers of meat, Huang Bai hurried over. "Meng Meng, would you like one?" Gao Mengmeng took a look and said, "I don't want to eat it." "Hey, do you want to eat barbecue?" Lan Yuyu wanted to eat it, but she had no appetite after seeing what Huang Bai had grilled. She refused and said, "Thank you, fatty. You can eat it yourself." Huang Bai said to Yilin, "Brother Lin, you eat the barbecue and I'll dig it." "Okowo." Yilin stood up, and when he saw Huang Bai's skewers, he felt that he had agreed too early. Huang Bai enthusiastically gave the skewers to Yilin. "Keep it for yourself. I'll go and bake it myself." After saying that, Yilin ran over. Lan Yuyu and Gao Mengmeng also went there. Huang Bai was alone again. He finished the skewers he had grilled in one breath and dug the soil with a bit of frustration. After a while, Gao Mengmeng came over and patted him on the back. "Fatty, why are you so angry just because you're digging in the dirt?" Huang Bai turned around and was delighted. "Mengmeng, aren't you having a barbecue over there?" "Yes, I saw you were working hard, so I brought you some skewers." Gao Mengmeng held 2 skewers of meat in each hand and held them out for Huang Bai to look at. Huang Bai was so moved that he thought he was being disliked for not digging eels because he was afraid of snakes. Hey, it's just some barbecue. Are you really so moved?" A grown man is crying. Seeing Huang Bai's eyes filled with tears and looking at her lovingly, Gao Mengmeng hurriedly spoke. Huang Bai wiped away his tears and said stubbornly, "Who is crying?" "The wind was too strong and something fell into my eyes." "Eat it quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold." Huang Bai took the skewers from Gao Mengmeng and just took a bite. He was amazed. This was real barbecue. What was it he grilled himself? "Mengmeng, your baking is so delicious, isn't it?" "Yo-Yo taught me." She said Yilin taught him. "You and Yilin are good brothers. How come he can do everything? He can barbecue and cook. It's good for him to study and make money. Can't you learn from him?" Huang Bai readily agreed. "Yes, I will definitely study hard in the future." "You said so. I have to supervise you carefully." "Mengmeng, don't worry. I promise to be like Brother Lin." After eating the barbecue, Huang Bai continued digging. His mood improved, and he dug seriously. In a short time, Huang Bai dug up a lot of loaches and eels, but he was also sweating profusely from exhaustion. Then I sent the things to my aunt for processing. About 3 hours later, the eel porridge was cooked and the kiln could be opened. Zhou Jingqi, Su Xian, and Yilin were invited to eat together happily. Some groups were composed of girls, and Yilin also invited them to come and drink porridge together. Neodali did dig up some yellow eels, but in order to show off in front of Ling Feishue, he brought it over to cook. As a result, not only was the porridge mushy, but the chicken was also roasted with charcoal instead of firewood, which turned directly into charcoal. Ling Feishue felt extremely unlucky. Why was she in the same group with such a guy? How she wished Yilin would ask her to come over and eat with him. But unfortunately, Yilin couldn't hear her. Everyone had a lot of fun the whole day, except for Niu Dali and Ling Feishue, who were unhappy. Chapter 126 Meeting You is my luck. The next day, we originally planned to go to the zoo, but at the strong request of all classmates, we went to KTV instead. Since the food and drinks in the KTV are very expensive, everyone bought a lot of snacks and drinks before entering. The backpacks were stuffed full, and then everyone went into the KTV. Zhou Zhengqi booked an extra-large room, and more than 40 people went in, but it wasn't crowded at all. After entering, everyone put the snacks on the table and then started playing. At the strong suggestion of the boys, Zhou Zhengqi ordered beer, and then a group of boys started rolling dice. Some were playing truth or dare. Huang Bai was not satisfied playing miscards that day, so he gathered a group of people to play miscards, basically the same group of people they had a barbecue with yesterday. Everyone was having fun, and no one was singing. There were a few people who were eager to sing, but were too embarrassed to go up. Seeing this, Zhou Zhengqi asked Su Xian to take the lead in singing a song. After all, she was a dance teacher who graduated from art school, so singing was a piece of cake for her. Zhou Jingqi picked up the microphone and said, Students, your teacher Sue is going to sing a song for you. I hope you will also actively go on stage and sing after she finishes singing. When the students heard Zhou Zhengqi's words, they all cheered. Su Xian originally wanted to refuse, but she didn't expect Zhou Zhengqi to just pick up the microphone and act without consulting her. She had no choice but to take the microphone. A song called Invisible Wings was requested, and Su Xian began to sing. Su Xian's beautiful voice resounded throughout the room. At this moment, all the classmates felt that she was being taken advantage of by a pig. After singing, Su Xian said, "Classmates, let's invite teacher Zhou to sing a song, okay?" The whole audience cheered. As long as they were not called, they would cheer as much as they wanted. "Teacher Zhou, please sing a song. Teacher Zhou, please sing a song. Teacher Zhou, let's sing a song." Unable to resist the students' strong requests, Zhou Zhengqi stepped forward to order songs. After thinking about it, it seems that there are not many songs that I can sing. Zhou Zhengqi simply sang a song called Hero Song. Zhou Zhengqi acted like a real hero, yelling at all the teachers and students so hard that they covered their ears. Su Xian was so regretful. This was not singing at all, it was clearly just yelling. After Zhou Zhengqi finished singing, everyone felt their ears buzzing. After Zhou Zhengqi finished singing, with so many beauties present, Yu Qingbao went up, put on headphones, and sang Damn Tenderness with deep emotion. In the headphones, Yu Qingbao felt that his singing was beautiful and soulful, but outside the headphones, it was like slaughtering a donkey, and everyone was in agony. Before he woke up from Zhou Zhengqi's nightmare, he was tortured by Yu Qingbao's voice again. After Yu Qingbao finished singing, Niodali walked up. He thought that these two guys sang so badly that they were just serving to set him off. Ling Feishue would definitely fall for his voice soon. As soon as Niodali came up, he introduced himself. "I will sing a new song next called Little Dimples. I think this song is very suitable for Ling Feishue. The little dimples and long eyelashes are just talking about her." After he finished speaking, the music started and Niodali sang very well. Except that the high notes were a little out of tune, the overall performance was still very good. At least it's not torture for everyone anymore. Ling Feishue walked onto the stage and took the microphone. At this moment, Niodali thought that the goddess was conquered by him and wanted to confess his love to her in public. Ling Feishue said, "I want to sing a song called Love You for a boy I like very much. I hope this song can touch his heart." Hearing this, all the students started to make a fuss, thinking that this was simply a public confession. Who is this boy? They remembered that Ling Feishue had confessed to Yilin on the playground before, but was rejected. There is no doubt that this was sung for Yilin. Most people think so, except Niodali. Niodali looked at Ling Feishue lovingly. In his opinion, Ling Feishue was conquered by his singing. There is no doubt that the boy Ling Feishue was talking about was Niodali. Ling Feishue looked at Yilin while singing. She was so moved by the singing that tears welled up in her eyes. At this time, Yilin turned over a card with a number 3, visit the 3 parks. "What's in the zoo?" "Tigers." "Old tiger." "Little bean sprout, you big fool." "Tiger, I just told you to drink a glass of wine as punishment." After Yilin finished speaking, he poured her a large glass of water. He didn't care what Ling Feishue was singing, or even who was singing. After singing, Yilin didn't even look at her, and Ling Feishue even suspected that he wasn't listening. Seeing that he was smiling at Lan Yuyu, Ling Feishue decided to make things difficult for Lan Yuyu. She said, "Next, let's invite the top student in the school to come on stage and sing a song, okay?" After all, Lan Yuyu is very beautiful, and in an instant, a group of boys started to make a noise. Lan Yuyu looked around and asked Yilin, "Yilin, are they asking me to sing?" Yilin nodded. Gao Mengmeng said angrily, "Ling Feishue, that bitch, did it on purpose." Huang Bai echoed, "It was definitely intentional. She just wanted to embarrass Yuyu." Chen Siki used to regard Ling Feishue as her goddess and idol. After all, she had good grades and was pretty. Now when he was in contact with Yilin and the others, he also said with disdain, "This is too much. You only know how to embarrass Senior Yo-Yo." Lan Yuyu was embarrassed. "Yilin, but I can't." "Little bean sprout, little star, can you do that?" Lan Yuyu shook her head. "Will 2 tigers do that?" "Yes, my primary school teacher taught me." "Little bean sprout, then you go up and sing 2 tigers." Yilin said with a smile. "May I?" The songs they sang were so difficult that Lan Yuyu didn't know if she could sing them. "Okay." Yilin took her on stage, ordered some accompaniment, and stayed with her. Lan Yuyu always finished singing 2 tigers with some hesitation. She breathed a sigh of relief when she finally completed the task. The boys present were shocked. The goddess who ranked first in academic performance and beauty in the school was actually singing Two Tigers. But she's so cute when she sings. They continue to cheer, one more song, one more song, one more song. Lan Yuyu felt very embarrassed because she couldn't do it anymore. Yilin ended the song for her. She only knows this one song, so she can't sing another one. Next, I will sing a song I wrote for everyone. Hearing this, a group of girls looked over immediately. This song is written for my deskmate. I feel very lucky to have met her. I named this song Little Lucky. After saying this, Yilin began to sing a cappella with a beautiful and pleasant voice. Anyway, this song will not be released for many years, so Yilin said shamelessly that he wrote it. Even though it's a cappella, it sounds really nice. Su Xin knows a little about music and was shocked after listening to it. He wrote himself? With this voice, this guy is simply a musical genius. After Yilin finished singing, Su Xin immediately asked, Yilin, can you play the piano? He used to be the richest man in Jiangnan province. When he was bored, he practiced improvisation for several years. Yilin replied, I know a little bit. Hearing this, Su Xin immediately went out and asked the KTV for an electronic piano. Then she asked Yilin to play and sing Little Lucky again. Since Yilin could memorize the lyrics, he could naturally memorize the melody of the whole song, and he had practiced it specifically in his previous life. Playing and singing this song is naturally a piece of cake. Afterwards, Yilin played and sang a song for everyone. With the accompaniment, Yilin's singing sounded like heavenly music. Su Xin immediately took out her mobile phone and recorded a video, which she must show to her music teacher when she returned to school. After Yilin finished singing, all the girls looked at him with infatuated faces. Everyone thinks Yilin is better than Lin Jishi. Lan Yu was very happy. The song Yilin wrote for her was really nice. Ling Feishue was so envious that she was completely unrecognizable. Why wasn't it written for herself? He used to chase me to death. Why didn't he sing this song? If he had sung, I would have definitely agreed to him. Yilin is a bastard. It's all his fault that he didn't sing for me. That's why I didn't accept his confession and we didn't get together. Chapter 127 Musical Talent. It was already evening when everyone finished having fun at the KTV. As they had to go to classes the next day, Zhou Zhengqi and Su Xin took them back to the hotel to pack their luggage and return to Qingyuan County overnight. The next day, Yilin came to the classroom and everyone looked at him with strange eyes. Qin Tianzhu rushed forward and asked, I heard that you rejected the Kyoto Sports Institute. Yilin admitted, rejected, then what? Do you know how good this school is? Do you know that this school is the dream of all athletes? It's your blessing that they want you. Why would you refuse?